Chapter 1, Levi Larson, a blind child in a world ruled by darkness. I can't see. My eyes. My eyes. Mommy. Mommy. Inside a half-destroyed living room, a little child was seen sitting on his knees, screaming at the top of his lungs. He had his hands grasping tightly into his face, which was covered in blood, seeping from his eye sockets. He seemed to be in so much pain, the only thing he could do was wail until his breaths became rugged and short. His reaction was understandable as his eyes had just gotten ripped out of their sockets by a tall man with a dignified stoic expression. He was dangling them from his hand like he was holding onto a piece of fruit. Although he was wearing a black suit with a white shirt and a blue tie, not a single drop of blood tainted its fabric. On the other hand, his white-gloved hands had turned crimson, dripping with blood on the wooden floor, drop by drop. This was the result of the massacre he committed in the living room. Besides the wailing child, two bloodied corpses were seen lying a few meters away from Levi. Their bodies were mangled beyond recognition, filled with massive bite marks, leaving torn flesh all over the place. Yet, both corpses had their hands stretched toward the little boy, leaving a scene of two parents desiring to protect their child, but falling hopelessly to their mortality. Silence him, but leave him alive, it won't take long before he becomes a sleepwalker. The tall man ordered expressionlessly. In an instant, a shadowy figure appeared right behind the child and landed a straight chop on his neck, silencing his whimpers. Then, he waved his hand once in front of Levi's empty bloodied sockets and they were sealed shut. All of this happened in less than a second. Thud. As Levi's face landed on the wooden floor, feeling his blood running cold and his consciousness fading away, a single image surfaced in the darkness, filling his mind: two nightmarish creatures walking away from him, one bigger and scarier than the other. Seemingly sensing being seen somehow, the bigger monster turned his head around and smiled devilishly. His smile was so sinister, it started to get bigger, and closer until... Beep. 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 The irritating sound of the alarm engulfed Levi's mind, collapsing the entire nightmare and forcing him to sit up straight with a shaken visage. As drops of sweat flowed down his forehead, Levi didn't even bother to clean them. He held his beating heart and kept his head lowered as he tried to regulate his breathing, taking deep breaths with pauses in between. The moment his agitated heartbeats died down, Levi said expressionlessly, "The same nightmare again, you guys are losing your touch. Tisk, the rumors were true, you are a tough nut to crack, boy." Suddenly, four monstrous creatures appeared around Levi, leaving a few meters of distance between each other. It was like he was at the center of pitch-black darkness and the only thing he could perceive were those nightmarish creatures. If someone else was in the same room, he would see nothing but Levi, sitting on his bed, murmuring under his breath like a crazy person. Levi turned his head to face the one speaking, and then said calmly, "I will say the same thing I said to the ones before you: if you want to sign a contract with me, then it has to be through official channels." Official channels? Do you mean you want to become a daywalker through me? You. A crippled useless blind. Ha, ha ha ha. You guys never told me he was such a jokester. The Nightcrawler laughed, his gaping maw widening immensely, exposing a throat filled to the brim with shark-like teeth. What can I say, it was funny at the beginning, but now, it's just getting sad. The other Nightcrawler, who resembled a floating skinless golden fish, could only shake its head in annoyance. It knew that Levi wasn't joking, and if one of them were to suggest commencing with the daywalker contract, he wouldn't hesitate to accept it in a heartbeat. But, that's the thing. I would rather choose an old man with one step in the grave before I link my legacy with a worthless cripple like you. The first Nightcrawler sneered coldly, a human with no eyes desiring to become a daywalker, truly, the joke of the century. As the last sentence resonated deeply in Levi's mind, the Nightcrawler turned around and left, no longer having interest in tormenting him. "Let's get out of here, Ashkral will be here soon." The rest of the Nightcrawlers went away too, knowing that Levi's house was a hanging spot for quite a powerful Nightcrawler in this area. Your loss. After they left, Levi didn't seem too bothered by their words. He reached out with his hand to the right nightstand and opened the first drawer after a couple of attempts. Then, he picked a small key that was placed in the rightmost corner, seemingly marking it there. After picking it up, he sat down on the side of the bed and lifted his trousers, exposing two metallic cuffs tightened around his ankles. The cuffs were connected with two small chains, which were linked to the wall. He reached down and entered the key in both holes, freeing his legs at last. As he gently massaged his ankles, Levi sighed after touching a black monitor that was secured tightly on his right ankle. Metallic cuffs and an ankle monitor, such extreme measures might seem bizarre, but in the case of Levi, they were a must to ensure the safety of the people close to him. After the great fall of civilization 100 years ago under the invasion of the Nightcrawlers from the shadow dimension, blind individuals, traumatized victims, mentally unstable people, and such, all became considered a national threat to the safety of the citizens. All due to the Nightcrawlers' ability to invade people's dreams if their minds were spiritually linked to the shadow dimension. The way to link it was quite simple: they had to be exposed to pitch-black darkness for more than 2 hours straight, in other words, they had to be asleep, completely blind, or willingly close their eyes for a long time to establish the link. Thus, anyone with a high index of mental instability under the new rigid laws was forced to wear this ankle monitor to keep them within the confines of their designated holy regions. It helped the governments get instant location details if they ended up getting manipulated or seduced by a Nightcrawler to sign a contract that would give away their bodies for a price. In the case of Levi, he was just shown a nightmare by those Nightcrawlers of the worst memory of his entire life, the memory of his parents getting slaughtered and having his eyes ripped out of their sockets. Such a traumatic experience was all the fuel the Nightcrawlers needed to attempt and seduce Levi to sign his life away, for the price of getting his revenge. Since he was completely blind, linking him permanently to the shadow dimension, he was under their constant harassment daily for the past decade. Unfortunately, hundreds if not thousands of Nightcrawlers had given it their best, but not a single one of them managed to break Levi's mental defenses and get the best of him. It wasn't because his mental fortitude was indestructible, he simply was wise enough to understand that signing such a contract would never get him the answers he wanted, his family's retribution, and his sight back. Of course, there were bound to be some close calls, but still, he pushed through. If he knew those Nightcrawlers had it in them, he would have signed those horrible contracts in a heartbeat, even if it meant becoming a sleepwalker running amok. Unbothered by the familiar crowd of distant Nightcrawlers roaming in the infinite darkness, Levi picked a small device that resembled a silver hearing aid piece on top of the nightstand. This was Neuralens, the most used device across the globe in all holy regions due to possessing all the qualities of a smartphone and the ability to produce holograms. Usually, it came in pairs, an earpiece, and a thin contact lens made out of hydrogels placed on a single cornea. The earpiece was the main device and was connected to the contact lens, allowing the user to tap into the services of a personal Astra AI assistant and the ability to create tiny holograms that only he could see unless he wanted to expand them. Unfortunately, Levi could only rely on AI services through sound. After picking it up, he wore it on his right ear, hiding it under his messy curly black hair. With a single press of a small button at its side, a feminine robotic voice resounded in his ear. "Welcome back, Sir Levi. What can I help you with? Please enlighten me with today's news in Tamara's settlement," Levi requested politely as he started walking towards the bathroom, keeping his hand affixed to the nearest wall to him. Although he could use the Neuralens AI to guide him to the bathroom, Levi preferred doing it on his own by counting his steps. He only relied on the device's services in unfamiliar places so that he wouldn't be always reliant on it for every simple task. In Tamara's settlement, the Sunstrike Agency has succeeded in its 20th major expedition, conquering a shadow castle and reclaiming more than 15 kilometers of surface area. Interesting, they succeeded in less than 3 days. Levi smiled a little in awe, as expected of a Tier 5 agency with a 97% clearing rate. They don't mess about in their expeditions. One of Levi's biggest dreams was to join the ranks of a high-tiered daywalker agency and also be part of the expeditions to reclaim their planet from the infestation of the Nightcrawlers. He knew that besides saving his planet, if he were to succeed in joining those agencies, finding out the truth about what happened a decade ago would be much easier. That's because those high-ranked agencies might be private, but they had significant authority in their respective holy regions. Alas, just as Levi started daydreaming of such a bright future, a low-pitched snicker suddenly assaulted him from the rear. "Boy, remove that foolish smile of yours, it ain't happening, not today, not tomorrow, not ever." Without needing to turn, Levi knew that it was Ashkral speaking, one of the few Nightcrawlers, who had spent years hanging around him. Seeing that Levi continued wiping his face with a towel, not bothering to address his snarky remark, Ashkral moved in front of him, edging closer to his face. "Boy, haven't I warned you not to ignore me?" Levi slowly lifted his head and gazed directly into Ashkral's massive singular eye that was dominating the center of his head. The eye glowed deep crimson and had a resonating slit pupil that seemed to ripple like liquid fire, creating a bizarre hypnotic effect. There were cracks in its leathery ash-gray skin around the sunken eye, making his head resemble a deep volcanic crater on the verge of eruption. He had 3 worn skin-like wings that extended asymmetrically from his thin body. With his veined grayish skin that clung tightly to his skeletal frame, it made him resemble a fiendish nightmare that would make any child faint at first sight. Even Levi had taken more than a year before finally getting used to his terrifying appearance. This was quite telling, as he had seen tens of thousands of Nightcrawlers in the past decade. Some were terrifying, some were mystique, some were taking beautiful humanoid forms, and some were even cute. Yet, Ashkral was still one of the few ones giving him the creeps every time he saw him. It wasn't just his appearance, his entire atmosphere screamed of sinisterness. Still, after spending years in each other's company, some familiarity was bound to be born. "Ashkral, will there ever be a day where you will stop hating?" Levi sighed exasperatedly as he started brushing his teeth. The moment he said this, the ominous mood collapsed immediately as Ashkral let out a faint chuckle. "Is it hating when it's fact?" Levi paused to bubble the toothpaste foam in his mouth before spitting it in the sink. Then, he wiped his lips and said calmly, "It will be a fact when I fail." "Truly, your delusion never ceases to amaze me." Ashkral floated on his back while resting his head on his long gruesome claws. Then, he threw a question at Levi, a question that always seemed to shatter Levi's dreams. "You have yet to tell me how are you supposed to become a daywalker and absorb light when you are lacking the most important organ to make it happen?" With a cruel smile, Ashkral pointed at Levi's eyes. Levi went silent in front of the mirror. He knew there was a mirror there. He knew that his reflection was gazing back at him, showing him an image of a teenage boy with a sharp jawline, fair skin, messy wet curly black hair reaching down his neck, and most notably, 2 hideous scorched scars in place of his eyes. Levi reached out with his hand underneath his wet hair and gently caressed the scars with a soft smile playing on his thin lips. Then, he uttered softly, "I know that in this era, light is worshipped and darkness is avoided. I know that everyone thinks of me as a walking time bomb, capable of turning into a sleepwalker and causing havoc at any moment. I understand that without my eyes, I can't grow as fast as the others, and my chances to sign a daywalker contract with a Nightcrawler is slim to none. I understand all of this." With the same smile, he turned to Ashkral and said, "You think I am delusional, but I am simply trying to make the best of my unfortunate situation, nothing more, nothing less." After hearing this, Ashkral neither mocked Levi nor teased him if even by a little. Instead, his eye gleamed for a split second. But soon, the look disappeared and Ashkral chuckled, "Boy, for a child of your age, your maturity always freaks me. I know, I am a genius, You should strike the iron while it's hot and sign a contract with me. You wish. Tisk, useless. Levi clicked his tongue and went to the kitchen to prepare his breakfast, uncaring about Ashkral's chuckles in the background. Chapter 2, Ashkral. Chapter 2, Ashkral. However, just as Levi opened the fridge, his ears twitched, picking up on the thundering noise of footsteps coming from the direction of the apartment's front door. Recognizing the owner of those footsteps, Levi could only sigh and close the fridge. Knock knock. Big bro. I am coming in. Before the burly, unpolished voice could finish echoing in the apartment, the front door was already opened widely, exposing a hunk of a man, 6.6 inches tall, and built like a walking tank. Although his size wasn't really the biggest out there, he was still a universal wonder as he was merely 16 years old. A year younger than Levi, yet looking like a divorced middle-aged man with a white wife-beater tank top on, tightened black shorts, and a pair of plastic slippers. His age wouldn't be questionable if it weren't for the hint of pure innocence on his face, 3 precise hair strands on his chin, and his lustrous dark ponytail. He was holding a grocery bag filled to the brim with protein-related ingredients in one hand, and in the other, he was carrying a black gym bag. Since the apartment was merely slightly bigger than a studio, Arthur saw Levi standing in front of the fridge the moment the door was unlocked. Immediately, his eyes lit up. Big bro, cooking breakfast for us. Arthur grinned widely as he put a heavy emphasis on us. I am fasting today. Levi walked away from the kitchen, instantly losing his appetite. He went to the closet and put on his training shorts. Tisk, you don't have to act like this, I have already eaten on the way, I just wanted something light. Arthur looked upset as he closed the door and went to the kitchen, placing the groceries on the counter. Light, yeah right. Levi's eyebrows twitched under his thick curly hair. While he knew his little brother was a genetic anomaly to reach this size and build this kind of muscle without being a daywalker, it came at the price of him needing to eat 10 times the average daily. In other words, if Levi were to make breakfast, he would be cooking for the next hour to help him hit his morning protein target. I even bought you some SR pills, you can't even cook breakfast for your little brother, how sad. Arthur sighed loudly to fish for sympathy while pulling a small orange bottle. Then, he threw it in Levi's direction. To your right, catch. Levi's ear twitched, and in an instant, his hand flashed, catching the bottle with uncanny precision. Yet, neither Levi nor Arthur showed much of a reaction to this incredible scene. I checked our balance sheet last night, we have just enough to last until the end of the month before we receive the monthly welfare check. Levi asked sternly as he tapped his finger on the bottle, how did you afford an entire bottle? I did some coaching at the gym to a weird rich girl, Arthur replied casually while emptying the grocery bag. It was filled with ground beef, chicken breasts, salmon, bananas, yogurt, eggs, rice, and some vegetables. The only snack was a package of sugar-free biscuits. Weird? How so? Levi raised an eyebrow, knowing that his brother was always the weird one in any room. For him to call someone else weird was quite intriguing. She is bald. Levi went silent for a moment. Sensing that he was being judged, Arthur chuckled and said, she isn't sick or anything. She is bald by choice and keeps telling everyone to refer to her as Monk Jojo. Monk Jojo, what's a monk? Levi tilted his head in confusion. Who knows? Arthur shrugged while cracking 8 eggs into a massive cup. I rarely associate myself with her, she always makes a scene in the gym with her peculiar exercises. I see, Levi smiled faintly while putting a training pad in the center of the living room. If the money is good, who cares? Preach, she paid me 1,000 lumen credits for a single 1-hour session. Arthur snickered, what a fool, I would have done it for 100 to get in an extra training hour. 1,000? Not bad. Levi was quite satisfied with the payment as he knew that 1,000 lumen credits were enough to pamper themselves until the end of the month. Although he wasn't eating as heavily as his brother, he was also training with calisthenics and on a healthy protein-based diet. In this era, natural food was quite expensive primarily due to the great fall of civilization and the Nightcrawlers' insatiable hunger to feed on natural light from any source. It didn't matter if they were plants, animals, or humans, any living being capable of absorbing direct sunlight was in the crosshairs of Nightcrawlers. Nightcrawlers fed and evolved on this type of light, but ironically, they could not absorb it directly as the sunlight was able to burn their skin off during first contact. While humans could not store and transform light into energy as plants do through photosynthesis, Nightcrawlers still primarily targeted them. It was for a simple reason: they could possess their bodies through a sleepwalker contract, bestowing them the ability to expose themselves directly to sunlight without needing protection from the shadow dimension. Fortunately, for a Nightcrawler to transform into a sleepwalker, they could not force the host into signing any bullshit contract. That's why they wait until humans sleep and invade their dreams, seeking to manipulate and seduce them to sign the contract. Here, I only need a couple of pills to earn me some extra hours for training. As Levi sat on the training pad, he poured 5 pills into his palm and threw the bottle back to his brother, knowing his location through sound. Arthur caught the bottle and started gazing at his brother in silence, taking in the sight of him dropping to the ground and hitting push UPS with immaculate form. Levi was wearing only a pair of shorts, exposing his fine-attuned body, which would make any other man absolutely jealous. If Arthur was considered a pure bodybuilder, then Levi could be called an aesthetic athlete. But, Arthur wasn't relishing his big brother's physique, but the 3 clawed scars on his back. As he stared at his brother's scars, his heart couldn't help but feel heavy. Levi paused mid-set and without lifting his head, he said calmly, "Your heartbeats have slowed down. Haven't I told you to stop feeling guilty over something you weren't responsible for?" "I know, but it still doesn't make me feel less shitty." Arthur smiled bitterly. During that horrible night, Arthur was left with his uncle in the capital city of the Holy Heliodor region. Meanwhile, Levi accompanied his parents to Tamara's settlement as his father had a business venture that would have substantially helped grow his nightwear company. While it was fortunate that Arthur wasn't with them, it crushed him every single day to know that he wasn't there for his brother, for his parents. Although he knew he was merely 6 years old at the time and could do nothing but be added to the victims list, it still didn't alleviate his guilty conscience. "Well, feel shitty somewhere else, you are interrupting my workout." Levi shooed him away with one hand and continued doing his push UPS single-handedly. "Harsh as always, big brother." Arthur picked up their breakfast and placed them on the table next to Levi. Then, he sat down and sighed. "Why are you so stubborn? I told you just to live peacefully, you don't have to force yourself to avenge our family." He narrowed his eyes coldly. "I will handle it on my own and will make sure to retrieve your vision back regardless of the cost." Levi froze in his position while in the middle of a one-arm push-up. Then, he slowly raised his head, his hair covering his scorched marks, and uttered expressionlessly, "I lost my peace 10 years ago." As he was saying this, the scene before him reflected more than 6 new Nightcrawlers crowding the entire house, each of them gazing at him akin to a fresh meal. They had been talking and bothering him ever since his brother arrived, but he had already mastered the art of zoning out their voices. Arthur went silent for a moment, knowing that no one truly could understand what his brother was going through daily. It was a miracle he hadn't already lost his sanity living such a life. Arthur understood that everyone in the world could see Nightcrawlers. All they needed to do was keep their eyes closed for more than 2 hours, exposing themselves to pitch-black darkness. This was the reason humans created a drug called sleep replacement pills/drops. Once taken, the consumer would enter a short period of hibernation that lasted for less than 2 hours. Yet, when he woke up, he would possess the energy of someone who had slept for more than 6 hours. However, Such pills were made out of ingredients harvested from a specific species of Nightcrawler's blood and other natural dimensional materials. Thus, they weren't available for everyone at all times, as the only ones capable of harvesting and collecting those materials were daywalkers. In simpler words, sleeping every single day was exclusive for daywalkers and the rich, as those pills were more precious than gold in this chaotic era. How many? Arthur asked coldly. 6. Gotcha. Without question asked, Arthur closed his eyes and started eating his breakfast, desiring to connect his spirit to the shadow dimension and join his brother and the Nightcrawlers crowding their home. No need, I am planning to head out after an hour. Levi stopped him with a faint smile, knowing that his brother always had his back. You sure? I just want to give them a piece of my mind. Arthur cracked his knuckles. They aren't worth anyone's time. If they had anything better to do, they wouldn't be here. Levi replied calmly as he gazed directly into 6 floating Nightcrawlers surrounding him. Talking crap about us to your brother again. One of the Nightcrawlers smiled sinisterly while facing Levi. Just like how humans couldn't see Nightcrawlers unless they established a spiritual link with the shadow dimension, the Nightcrawlers also couldn't see or hear humans. They had to emerge physically into the world, and the only way to gain such access was through either Stygian gates or establishing a contract with humans. Before Levi could reply, another Nightcrawler shaped like a rotten eggplant with thousands of worms biting into its surface jumped in and said menacingly, "Boy, don't mistake our inaction for weakness. Am I wrong? You being here instead of pledging your allegiance to any Nightcrawler's nest makes you nothing but jobless bums." Levi fired back, unbothered. Ha ha ha, he got you there. Ashkral's amused chuckle echoed from a distance. Heated, the Nightcrawlers all glanced in the direction of Ashkral, watching him lie on his side while scratching his butt cheeks with his ominous claws, not even looking in their direction. The eggplant Nightcrawler floated in the direction of Ashkral until he was merely 2 meters away from him. Then, he uttered with a murderous grimace, "Aren't you laughing a bit too much?" Ashkral's chuckles died off slowly until silence invaded the spiritual bridge of darkness. The veteran Nightcrawlers, who were used to hanging out around Levi and Ashkral, didn't bother to educate their newest member about the hierarchy in this space. Seeing that no one spoke after him and they merely kept looking at him akin to a dead man walking, the eggplant Nightcrawlers sensed that something was wrong. "Bastard, look at me when I talk to you." Yet, he doubled down, knowing that he couldn't be harmed in the spiritual bridge of darkness. After all, his physical body was in a different location in the shadow dimension and he was here purely through spirit just like Levi. It was like Earth and the shadow dimension were 2 physical planes while the bridge of darkness was a spiritual plane connecting them through darkness. How impolite of me. Ashkral slowly turned his head until his massive dreadful crimson eye faced the eggplant Nightcrawler. The moment the eggplant Nightcrawler looked at Ashkral's sinister eye, he heard his voice whispering near his ear. "Can you handle it though? In an instant, the eggplant Nightcrawler fell on his back and let out the most ear-screeching wail he could muster. Even the thousands of worms came out of his surface and crawled away from him like he was infected with the Black Plague. "Please. Please. Make it stop." "I don't understand." Ashkral tilted his head in confusion while still staring at him. "I thought you wanted me to look at you." "Mercy. Mercy." The eggplant Nightcrawler screamed for a few more seconds before finally caving in, to whatever agony he was put in. Levi and the other Nightcrawlers could only watch in silence as the eggplant Nightcrawler faded into nothingness. As Ashkral's gleaming crimson eye snapped at them, no one dared to share eye contact with him. Even Levi kept his head lowered, continuing with his push-ups like the whole situation didn't involve him. "That's what I thought." Seeing this, Ashkral returned to his relaxation session. Chapter 3, The Sun Disk Towers. Chapter 3, The Sun Disk Towers. After Levi was done with his daily workout routine, he went to take a quick shower, uncaring that a crowd of monstrous nightmares was seeing his private parts. As for what happened earlier, he was already used to it. Levi wasn't given the creeps by Ashkral for no reason. He had seen him do unspeakable things to Nightcrawlers, provoking him quite often until he built a reputation around him. Unfortunately for the eggplant Nightcrawler, he knew no better. On the other hand, while Ashkral always teased and bothered Levi, he had never invaded his dreams or assaulted him. When Levi was done with his shower, he walked to the closet with one hand stretched forward, counting as always. His hand touched the automatic closet, and with a press of a button, it opened to a specific set of clothes that were identical to each other. Black pants and a white t-shirt with a baggy hoodie. It was like he had no interest in fashion and just wanted to be as comfortable as possible. After putting on his clothes, he wore standardized white sneakers, which had become somewhat dirty. Then, he put on black sunglasses with a circular design and closed the closet. As he reached the door, he slid his hand to the side and picked up an average white cane. However, the moment he unlocked the door, Arthur was already next to him in the same outfit and a half-eaten banana stuffed in his mouth. "Where are we goin'?" Arthur asked with his mouth full, seemingly uncaring about hijacking his brother's alone time. "Seeking a recommendation letter for the contract ritual assembly," Levi answered calmly. "This again, I'd." Arthur wasn't in the mood to argue about this subject again. He had already said and did everything to stop his brother from participating in the contract ritual assembly with him. It wasn't that he didn't believe in him, but he knew that one of the main prerequisites of becoming a daywalker was to have eyes that possessed a great resistance to sunlight. There was a fine line between having great resistance to light and being completely immune to it. In Levi's case, the only way to absorb light was through his skin or by eating growth totems. Both methods were quite inconsistent compared to using one's eyes to stare directly into the sunlight. For humans, light was just, well, light, but for Nightcrawlers, it was their main source of growth and evolution. It was everything to them. However, they were cursed to desire it but have no resistance to it directly. In other words, if they wanted to feed on light, they had to do it in 4 ways: feed the light absorbed by plants, feed on humans or animals directly, or sign a contract with a human to possess his body. While the first parts were self-explanatory, the last one was where it got tricky, as Nightcrawlers could either sign a beneficial contract for both parties or a one-sided contract in favor of each party. Of course, it was almost impossible for a Nightcrawler to sign a contract that disadvantaged it. This left us with Nightcrawlers attempting to seduce the mentally weak humans to hand over their bodies for a cheap price of either quick revenge, destruction, or such evil desires. Those sorts of contracts gave birth to sleepwalkers, humanoid monsters with the ability to shapeshift and move in both light and darkness. But, when a beneficial contract for both parties was signed, a daywalker was born. In Levi's case, he was considered a muggle just like every other blind person in the world, having the worst possible talent to grow as a daywalker. "Brother, even by some miracle we obtained a recommendation letter from an established agency and you were allowed into the ceremony. What are you going to do at the last part of the ritual?" Arthur smiled wryly. "You know that at the end of the day, it's the Nightcrawlers who are choosing their potential partners, not us, at least, for the less talented. In your case, the Nightcrawlers won't see much value in the amount of light you absorb daily. I would hate to see you get rejected by those ugly F***ers in front of everyone. If I get rejected, so be it, but one step at a time, one step at a time." Levi seemed unbothered by this many odds stacking against him. Odds were enough to break even a normal citizen down and force him to quit before starting. But not Levi. For him, he would never rest in peace until he met the 2 Nightcrawlers of his nightmare. "By the way, shouldn't you be in school by now?" Levi's voice suddenly turned stern, sending shivers down Arthur's spine. He might be 6,6 inches tall and built like a tower, but before Levi, he was always the little brother even when there was a mere 1 year difference. Come on Levi, we have only 1 month left before the semester ends, and also the contract ritual assembly is in 2 months. With my sexy physique, I am bound to pass the trials and become a certified daywalker. Arthur tried to appease his brother. School will be useless then as I will be joining the Grand Daywalkers Training Center. Levi went silent, knowing that his brother was speaking tons of sense. For normal commoners, high school and college were still a must to secure some resemblance of a good future. But, for those aiming to become daywalkers, they got trained from birth on almost everything. Sometimes, it still wouldn't be enough to become one. One would wonder why was a daywalker's occupation so coveted. It was simple, daywalkers were the heroes of today's age, the guardians of humanity, the only ones slowing down the encroachment of darkness, and most importantly, the most authoritative beings in the entire world. Almost all the Holy Region's governors were powerful daywalkers capable of creating miracles with a snap of a finger. In this age, there was no such thing as a commoner politician. Thus, becoming a daywalker would set anyone apart from the herd. Yet, the biggest upside of becoming a daywalker was their ability to sleep whenever they needed to, since the contracted Nightcrawler would protect them from others' invasion. While Arthur's words made sense, Levi still said with a lowered voice, "Arthur, don't argue with me. I don't want you to stay in school for a grade, I just want you to gain knowledge. Don't forget, there is also a trial for intelligence in your precious plan. Are you insulting my intelligence?" Huh. Arthur seemed annoyed. Just because I have big muscles doesn't mean I am dumb. What's 7 multiplied by 8? Levi asked with a serene tone. This, 100 and. Maybe you should stop hitting weights and start hitting books. You will bring shame to our family name during the assembly. Levi interrupted with a vexed sigh. Not if you were there. Arthur roasted back with a wide grin. Asshole, you know it frowned upon to abuse the disabled. Levi chuckled, so be it, go wear something else, we might be out for a while. Where are we going? Borders. Borders. Arthur laughed, smart, we have already gotten kicked out of every private agency in the settlement. We might as well visit their daywalkers at the borders. But, how are we going to enter the outposts? Don't worry, I have it covered. As Arthur walked outside of the apartment complex, feasting his eyes on the breathtaking scenery of Tamara's settlement, Levi was met with a sea of Nightcrawlers floating all over the place, hunting down new traumatized victims and waiting for any Stygian gates to open up. Unfortunately for them, there wasn't an ounce of darkness in the settlement, as it was entirely built to limit the Nightcrawlers' access. That's because portals linked to the shadow dimension opened up only after 15 minutes passed in an area completely pitch dark. This pushed all the Holy Regions to design the cities with glass roofs on buildings and place synthetic protective light in every nook and cranny. This ensured that during the day, it was nearly impossible for any Stygian gate to open up and cause an invasion right at the heart of the settlements and capital cities unless there was some foul play. Of course, there was an entire department responsible for supervising the quality of the synthetic light network across each city. As for the night and underground's darkness, for now, let's say humans were protected by divine intervention. Meanwhile, Levi and Arthur rode on an electric dirt bike and drove towards the borders, skiving off cars and pedestrians, unbothered by their curses at Arthur's reckless driving. After driving for a short while, they reached the outskirts of Tamara's settlement, traveling on top of beautiful yellow wheat fields while the sunlight shone brightly on their skin. A few people were sitting on top of trees or the center of the fields in a meditation position while having their eyes affixed on the radiant sun. Levi and Arthur paid them no attention, as it was a common occurrence for daywalkers to absorb direct sunlight in open natural fields. The peace, the wind, the smell, and the lack of buildings helped them be more attuned to their bodies and their shadow life seed. It must be a clear sky today. Feeling the warm light, Levi couldn't help but raise his head, seemingly wanting nothing more but to gaze at the breathtaking blue sky. But, all that was reflected was eternal darkness and the ugliness of the Nightcrawlers crowding the skies. Although the noise buried Levi's voice, Arthur held Levi's hand and pointed his finger at specific places in the sky. Then, he started describing with a foolish happy smile, "There is a cloud there that looks just like a massive sword. Right next to it, another cloud resembled a headless turtle. The other one, it looks like that thing we use to unclog toilets and sinks, what is called? Plunger." Levi smiled. Plunger? Yes, it totally escaped my mind. Arthur laughed and continued describing anything interesting that he saw on the way. While his vocabulary was weak, his brother always guessed what he meant, seemingly reading his thoughts. Levi might have gone blind at 7 years old, but this didn't stop him from reading and knowing about the world. In fact, it made him focus on nothing but reading, knowing that it was the only way for him to draw the world in his mind. After a short while, the Larson brothers arrived at the borders of the holy Heliodor region. Tamara's settlement was one of the few settlements in the region situated extremely close to the borders. That's why it was populated with many branches of high-tiered daywalkers agencies in the capital. "We are getting close to the sun disk towers," Arthur shared as he gazed at tens of tall towers, reaching up to 200 meters each. Each tower was separated from the other at a great distance, surpassing many kilometers. Levi and Arthur knew that those towers surrounded the borders of the holy Heliodor region in a massive circle, mirroring the movement of the holy pillar. Those towers were powered by sunlight and possessed gigantic mirrors able to reflect concentrated beams of sunlight in 360 degrees, turning them into killing machines for Nightcrawlers at the borders. Arthur drove to the nearest tower and was forced to stop at the heavily guarded gates of the outposts surrounding the tower. There was already a long queue, awaiting their turn to be checked by the guards, as no one was allowed entries to those outposts unless they were certified daywalkers or approved citizens. Levi and Arthur were neither, leaving them to park their dirt bike at the side of the outpost walls and watch the moving queue. While Arthur was scanning the daywalkers from the citizens, Levi was eyeing the contracted Nightcrawlers, each hovering in a small radius, staying near their partners. Before long, Levi's presence attracted the majority of the Nightcrawlers and they all switched their attention to him. A rocky hog with gleaming green cracks, piercing blue eyes, and 2 thick tails moved towards Levi and wondered with a hint of scorn, "Is this the infamous soulless gaze? He doesn't look the part," were the rumors inflated. "Doubtful, there is only one infamous blind kid in this area." A hulking insect-like beast with a hardened exoskeleton and amber eyes commentated calmly as he kept floating around Levi. While Levi was surrounded on both sides, he didn't bother to glance at these 2 Nightcrawlers. He kept his indifferent sockets affixed on a hazy serpent manta hybrid with shimmering red scales and a long tail seeping with blood. Soulless gaze, a child with an unbreakable mental and a gaze as hollow as an abyss. The serpentine Nightcrawler uttered near Levi's ears, "I heard you were begging for any Nightcrawler to make you a daywalker, is that still the case? Why are you asking? Are you planning to refer me to your friends?" Levi whispered with a faint smile. Arthur saw his brother talking to himself and knew immediately that he was conversing with Nightcrawlers. Although his brother didn't tell him what he planned on doing, he trusted that he had it covered. It was for a simple reason: Arthur had never met with someone as shrewd and smart as his big brother. That's why he respected him and listened to whatever he told him to do, knowing that it would always be for his good sake even if he didn't understand it at the time. Meanwhile, Levi's comment left the 3 Nightcrawlers to chuckle in amusement. "The rumors told no lies, you have no shame when it comes to securing a contract. Shame doesn't pay the bills." Levi still had the same smile, "Shame won't get me my peace and vision back. So, how about we drop this meaningless shakedown and get to business?" "Business?" Bleeder narrowed his eyes menacingly but with a hidden hint of intrigue. "What does a hairless child know about business?" I know that your partner is trying to help you evolve to Tier 3 through a remarkable evolution. Levi's tone became serene as he gazed straight into Bleeder's eyes. The chuckles died off and the amused expressions melted away. The three Nightcrawlers all stared at each other with a tint of surprise before finally looking back at Levi, this time with penetrative cold gazes. Chapter 4, The Nightcrawlers' Evolutionary Paths. Chapter 4, The Nightcrawlers' Evolutionary Paths. Boy, you have 3 seconds to tell me your source of information before I slice your neck off. Bleeder's voice turned sinister. Levi knew that his threat was for real since he was a contracted Nightcrawler, which meant his partner wouldn't hesitate to pull the trigger if she found out that their private information was leaked. Still, he was unfazed. Calm down, I have deducted your plight on my own. Levi clarified with a relaxed tone, this outpost leads to the harrowing forest, the only place in the entire northern Africa district with a compatible soil for the blood crystal flowers to grow in. I know that your species requires either blood crystal seeds for a limited evolution or the blood crystal flower for a remarkable evolution. He paused. While the seeds can easily be obtained, the blood crystal flowers sprout only at the depths of the harrowing forest. It was off grounds before due to being ruled by a shadow castle, but with the Sunstrike Agency clearing it, the forest finally became somewhat safe for rogue and low-ranked daywalkers to explore it. I believe the three of you are part of the same daywalkers squad on a mission to locate the flower, as you don't seem interested in having a mere limited evolution. Do I need to say more? When he finished, the three Nightcrawlers were left somewhat dazed, realizing that Levi had hit the nail on the head about almost everything. Seeing their reaction, Levi went silent for a moment and leaned closer to Bleeder until his mouth was next to his ears. Then, he whispered, "What if I told you that I know a way with a high chance of helping you secure the unattainable perfect evolution? Get the F***ck out of here." Bleeder immediately pulled away from Levi like he had just heard the worst joke to grace his ears. Perfect evolution? Boy, you don't have to bullshit us, we ain't going to help you get contracted. Ha ha ha, perfect evolution, he said. Bleeder and Shia are struggling to even pull off remarkable evolution. The other two Nightcrawlers also snickered at Levi's remarks, not taking him seriously in the slightest. Their reaction was understandable. Nightcrawlers were believed to be separated into 9 tiers, starting from Tier 1 and reaching their final form at Tier 9. Since Nightcrawlers were considered a race with an unknown number of species and variants, some were born as low as Tier 1, and some were believed to be born straight as Tier 9. Though no one could be certain about the latter. The only certainty was that every single Nightcrawler was capable of evolving to its final form, whether it ended at Tier 5, 6, 7, or even 9. The little evolutions along the way controlled the final form's limitation. Those many evolutions occur between each tier and could range from a limited evolution to a remarkable evolution and, finally, a perfect evolution. In simpler terms, if a Tier 1 Nightcrawler evolved to Tier 4, using nothing but limited evolution each time, his final form might have been completed at Tier 4 forever. On the other hand, if a Tier 1 Nightcrawler grew using nothing but perfect evolution between each tier, there was a strong chance that its potential would be finalized at Tier 8 or 9. The only problem with the second method was the difficulty. It was so high that only a select few dared to follow this treacherous and unknown path. You can laugh all you want, but you guys do realize that I have been associating myself with thousands, if not tens of thousands of Nightcrawlers across a decade. Levi replied with his known unprovocative smile, "Don't you think I might have heard something useful here and there?" Bleeder and the other Nightcrawlers shared knowing glances, realizing that Levi had a point. The main concern with perfect evolution was the lack of knowledge. While limited and remarkable evolutions also required many trials and errors before a known evolutionary path was discovered, perfect evolutions were on a whole different level. For instance, Bleeder's species were of the blood half-mantras, and they were known for requiring blood crystal seeds as the main material and a couple more secondary materials to succeed in limited evolution for the first 3 tiers. the blood crystal flowers as the main material for the remarkable evolution. Both evolutionary paths were discovered by the greatest evolutionist, Dr. Isaac Mendel. He was also responsible for discovering many of the evolutionary paths for thousands of other Nightcrawlers, helping the Daywalkers grow more powerful than ever. However, even though he was one of the brightest minds in this era, he had found only 100 perfect evolution paths in total. Those evolutionary paths usually last for 3 tiers or fewer. This spoke volumes about how difficult a process it was. Why are you telling me this? Bleeder narrowed his eyes. Let's say you are being truthful, what do you gain from this? If you want my help to get you a contract, then forget it, I don't have that much sway. Don't be jumping to conclusions. Levi said calmly, all I want is a written recommendation letter to participate in the contract ritual assembly. Recommendation letter? You want our agency to sponsor you in the assembly? Bleeder and the other Nightcrawlers raised their eyebrows in surprise. Yes. Realizing that Levi was as serious as one could be, the 3 Nightcrawlers couldn't muster a single bad remark. There was a point when mockery lost its value. Soulless gaze, I don't know if you are simply crazy or a fool, who has yet to be slapped in the face. Bleeder shrugged his wings, to be honest, I don't give a shit. If your information is right, I will get you the recommendation. That's all I want. Levi smiled. Bleeder gave a slight head nod to his buddies, and then they returned to their partners, relaying the news to them. Arthi, check for a 3-member squad in the queue holding their weapons and tell me what they are doing. Levi requested while leaning against the dirt bike, gazing at the 3 Nightcrawlers, who had just disappeared out of his sight and turned into humanoid hazy auras. He knew that contracted Nightcrawlers could jump between the shadow dimension and the real world whenever they desired. However, they could not coexist in both of them simultaneously. Their current spiritual aura forms implied that they had taken their physical weapon form to join the conversation. It wasn't like they couldn't speak with their partner without being in the shadow dimension, but they could only converse telepathically. As expected, Arthur swiftly located 2 men and 1 woman huddled in a small area, conversing amongst each other while looking in their direction. All 3 of them had their signature weapons out. They keep pointing at us while talking. Arthur described, the 2 men don't seem too pleased while the woman looks like she is trying to convince them of something. I see. What did you do? Arthur asked, curious. Levi informed him about the details of the deal, leaving his brother with his eyebrows raised in surprise. When he finished, Arthur asked him again, do you really know his Tier 3 perfect evolutionary path? Of course not, if I did, I would have sold it long ago. Levi replied, Mom's textbooks never went into exact details on each Nightcrawler's evolutionary path. Arthur stared at his brothers speechlessly. Knowing that his little brother was questioning his decisions, Levi turned to face him and said calmly, sometimes, a risk has to be taken to move forward. Chapter 5, Nocturnal Contract. Chapter 5, Nocturnal Contract. Risk, brother, if you were found lying to 3 Daywalkers while already being under surveillance, no one would care if you got killed. Arthur said with a hardened tone while eyeing Levi's beeping ankle monitor hidden under his trousers. I know, but don't worry, if I didn't have it covered, I wouldn't have included you. You know I don't give a shit what happens to me. Arthur narrowed his eyes at the approaching squad, do your thing, I got you. Before Levi could reply, Arthur tapped him twice on the shoulder, silencing him immediately. This was their signal of people being too close to Levi's comfort. A moment later, a delicate short girl stood in front of Levi and Arthur while being accompanied by a tall dark-skinned man and a short man with a big belly. The girl had short hair that resembled a crimson blood drop and was wearing thin orange sunglasses. She had a skin-tight red suit, covered with a half-open black jacket. She had her hands inside her jacket's pockets while sucking on a lollipop with a white plastic stick. While Levi couldn't see her appearance, the smell of blood on her was too stenchy, he couldn't help but scrunch his nose. The girl saw his reaction and didn't seem bothered. In fact, she was amused by it. "Not a fan of my smell?" she asked, her voice was as lovely as her face. "My apologies, my nose is a bit sensitive," Levi said politely. "Understandable for someone with your condition." Shia spoke as she kept moving her head from side to side, seemingly incapable of believing Levi's condition. When she saw that his head was affixed in its place, she couldn't help but utter with a hint of marvel in her voice. "How interesting, I thought everyone with complete blindness had already gone extinct or had eye replacement surgery," Shia murmured to herself, but Levi heard her as loud as thunder. "Shia, we have no time for this, night is fast approaching, and if we want to reach the depth of the forest before sunset, we have to move now." The short man spoke coldly as he gazed at the Larson brothers. "From first sight, I can tell they are full of it." Suddenly, a crimson crescent blade glaive with a curved blade came out of Shia's black jacket, exuding an ominous bloodthirsty aura. The moment everyone's eyes affixed on it, Bleeder's mouth and eyes manifested on the weapon. He didn't seem pleased one bit. "Fatty, are you questioning my judgment?" he asked coldly. "Yes, when was your judgment ever right?" Just as Bleeder was about to snap back at him, Shia intervened. "Sergio, Bleeder, we have already discussed this, let's find out what kind of information he has, and then we can make our judgment." Uncaring that Levi and Arthur heard her, Shia showed them a pleasant smile and said, "We don't have much time, so, let's carry our conversation inside. Please lead the way." Levi smiled back. A few moments later, Shia's squad had gotten inside the outpost and brought Levi and Arthur with them. The guards allowed them in since they belonged to a quite well-known agency in the holy Heliodor region. Of course, they had to pay up a fee. "Whoa, this place is packed with daywalkers," Arthur exclaimed as he kept spinning his head all over the place, leaving no area unscanned. Meanwhile, Levi was also receiving information from his neural lens AI as she was able to scan a 10-meter radius and give Levi detailed descriptions of everything in the radius. With her help, he was able to envision the appearance of the outpost. It wasn't anything special as it resembled a small town with mostly transparent glass-based buildings arranged in a perfect structure that allowed all the streets to meet at a single point, the center of the outpost where the tall sun disk tower was built. After a short walk, Shia and her companions brought the Larson brothers to a motel room for some privacy. Then, Shia sat on the bed while the other two stood near the corners. Levi and Arthur were offered chairs and a herbal tea while facing Shia directly. "Now, will you kindly tell us how you plan on helping Bleeder achieve perfect evolution to Tier 3? Shia asked with a kind smile. In the hopes that Levi's information would be correct, she was respectful, kind, and understanding. However, Levi knew that her nice attitude was a mere facade. "Hold on now, how will be assured that you will keep your end of the bargain if I spill the beans?" Levi asked. "Fair enough." Shia brought out Bleeder and placed it in front of them, then she said, "I am willing to sign a nocturnal contract." Sergio and Jamal's expressions immediately turned gloomy. "Shia." Before they could say anything, Shia silenced them with a hand wave. Then, she turned back to Levi and smiled, "If your method checks out, I will risk my own neck and reputation to ensure that you participate in the contract ritual assembly. We will have this written in nocturnal contract." Levi corrected her with a similar smile, "Not any contract ritual assembly, I am only interested in the upcoming one in 2 months. Of course, that's what I meant." While she said this, the thoughts in her mind were different. He might be young, but he isn't easily fooled. Without further ado, Shia tapped once on her signature weapon, and a pitch-black spiritual piece of paper manifested before everyone. It floated at the center, turning the atmosphere quite solemn. This was a nocturnal contract, the sole reason Nightcrawlers and humans had a chance of coexistence. No one knew of its origins besides a false name for its creator, not even high-tiered Nightcrawlers had a clue. The only thing known was that its terms must be respected at all costs, as the moment both parties signed the contract, their souls were bonded by it. If a party were to void a term, the contract would deliver the written penalty instantly. It possessed such an overwhelming and mysterious authority, that its presence always commanded attention. Just as Shia was about to write the terms, Levi interrupted with an apologetic smile. "Before we sign, I have to confess something. God damn it, I knew he was full of shit." Sergio snapped instantly. "Boy, were you lying to me?" Even Bleeder's expression turned sinister. "Hold on, give him a chance." Meanwhile, Shia still had hope in Levi, halting her partners from doing something that would jeopardize the deal. "Thank you." Levi nodded politely and then explained, "First of all, I have never guaranteed that my method will succeed 100%. All I said was that I have a method to help him achieve the unattainable perfect evolution. Whether it succeeds or fails, it depends heavily on your cooperation." "What do you mean?" Shia held her chin in intrigue. "I have my ways, and at the moment, I have no interest in sharing details." Levi said calmly, "If you truly desire perfect evolution, all you can do is put your trust in me." "Trust?" Shia stood up and walked to the reflective glass wall. As she gazed at the rogue daywalkers forming exploration squads in front of the outpost's exit, she shared with a serene voice, "In our world, trust has lost its value. Everyone and everything requires the addition of nocturnal contracts. Even the lifelong partnership with our contracted Nightcrawlers can only work when our life and death are bound together." She turned to face Levi and added, "You also know this. Otherwise, you wouldn't have accepted the use of a nocturnal contract." Levi nodded in agreement. "So, I can tell you right here, I don't trust you, but I do trust that you will give it your all if you put your life on the line." With the same kind smile, Shia asked, "So tell me, are you confident enough in your method that you are willing to sign off your life to me in case you fail?" Levi went silent. He understood that Shia wanted him to sign off a lifelong subordinate contract, which was nothing but a fancy name for a slave. With the introduction of nocturnal contracts and their absolute power, slavery became quite rampant in the world. Of course, since the term was frowned upon, it was changed to a lifelong subordinate. Since only entities with shadow life seeds could summon the nocturnal contract, most daywalkers had several lifelong subordinates under their name. "Brother, you won't sign such crap, right?" Suddenly, Arthur's solemn voice resounded in Levi's ear, coming from the earpiece. Since it was attached straight to the ear, the messages sent were heard solely by the owner. Unless there was someone with extremely sensitive ears nearby. Levi merely showed him a comfortable smile, unfazed. Arthur knew that his brother couldn't use holograms, so he was unable to send a message or a vocal without being heard by their company. "Okay." Although Arthur was quite bothered by the whole deal, all he could do was put his trust in his brother. Facing straight ahead, Levi asked, "May I ask why you want me to work under you?" His question resonated with Sergio and Jamal as they also gazed at their friend Shia, wondering what she wanted from a blind kid. "I don't know yet, consider me intrigued." Shia licked her lower lip. It's quite rare to find someone with complete blindness still alive and sane. While her answer left her partners somewhat speechless, realizing that she was seeing Levi as a plaything, it didn't bother Levi. "Fair enough." He replied calmly, "I am willing to approve these terms." The moment he said this, silence engulfed the motel room. Even Shia was a bit taken aback, raising her eyebrows in surprise. She expected him to negotiate the contract, understanding that her terms were quite extreme. She knew that securing a perfect evolution was nothing but simple. She had low hopes that a blind teenager would help her achieve it, even if he were to hear something from the Nightcrawlers hanging around him. After all, how would he know for sure that it would work? But now, everything changed. "Your confidence gives me hope." Shia's eyes gleamed in excitement under her sunglasses. Chapter 6, 5 minutes. Chapter 6, 5 minutes. A few minutes later. The contract terms were finalized, leaving both parties somewhat satisfied. In the case of Levi, he made sure to include 3 big terms. Firstly, Arthur would not be harmed or affected by her party whether Bleeder's evolution succeeded or failed. Secondly, if the evolution went through as anticipated, Shia had to ensure that Levi joined the contract ritual assembly in the next 2 months regardless of the cost. If she failed to deliver, she would pay 10 million lumen credit to Levi. This wasn't all, she had to attempt sponsoring him for the next years until he successfully joined. Each year she failed, she had to pay him the same amount again. This condition was extremely harsh as 10 million lumens wasn't an amount any daywalker could produce easily, only high-ranked or rich daywalkers could afford such a penalty. Third, if he were to succeed, they must not speak of this deal with anyone or mention his name. In other words, this was a one-time deal. After the terms were written in luminous ink on the nocturnal contract, Shia went first and signed her full name at the bottom. When she finished, she extended her palm at the contract, her eager smile couldn't be maintained. "Excuse me, is it possible to have 10 minutes with my little brother?" Levi suddenly requested with a soft smile. "I would like to put his mind at ease." "Little brother?" Shia tilted her head in confusion and then glanced at the agitated mountain behind Levi. "That's your little brother?" Jamal's eyes widened. "Are you messing with me? He looks older than us." "Yes, he is 1 year younger than me," Levi replied calmly. "The hell? Are you telling me this behemoth is still a teenager?" Sergio gulped a mouthful as lifted his head to look at Arthur's face, almost breaking his neck in the process. "Guys, this is not the time." Although Shia was just as shocked as her partners, she still brought back the conversation to the more important subject. "You can have 5 minutes tops." She approved and walked to the room's door, followed by her squadmates whose dumbfounded eyes never left Arthur. "That will do." Levi nodded in appreciation. The moment the door was closed and Arthur saw them keep a respectful distance, he immediately turned to face Levi. "Big bro, what's your next move?" he asked. "Did you find Bleeder's perfect evolution?" "How could I?" Levi chuckled. "I never left your side." "Levi, how can you laugh in this eat up situation?" Arthur scratched his head in agitation, trying his best to understand his brother's angle, but failing miserably. While he wasn't the brightest of minds, he had read the terms of the contract. There wasn't an ounce of play work or fine print in the terms. In other words, unless Levi genuinely produced a method to help Bleeder's evolution, he was cooked beyond reproach. "Arthie, relax." With the same serene smile, Levi said, "While I don't know the answer, I know who does." "Huh? What do you mean?" Arthur lifted his head in confusion, but Levi's attention was already on someone else. "Ashkral, don't you think it's time we are done with foreplay?" he asked as he gazed at the infinite darkness before him. Surprisingly, not a single Nightcrawler had invaded Levi's personal space even though he was in an outpost packed with daywalkers. It was all because of one entity. "Boy, I don't swing that way." Ashkral emerged from the darkness, his sinister crimson eye manifesting first akin to the awakening of a slumbering devil. "I don't think we have time for jokes." Levi tapped on his wrist twice and said calmly, "We have 4 minutes and 30 seconds to negotiate our daywalker contract terms." "Boy, have you finally gone mad?" Ashkral twisted himself around Levi akin to a serpentine without touching him. He brought his menacing slit in front of him, seemingly trying to read out Levi's motives. "Ashkral, please don't insult my intelligence." Levi said composedly, "I may not have eyes, but my observation skills aren't to be underestimated." "What are you on about?" Ashkral frowned. "I see you want to act dumb all the way, fine by me." Levi leaned against the chair and picked up the teacup on the small table on his side after a couple of attempts, then, he took a sip and started speaking, his tone unchanging. 10 years, for an entire decade, you have been beside me. You were the first Nightcrawler I have laid my eyes on as a child after the incident. While you scared the living crap out of me and gave me unspeakable nightmares, I realized something. He smiled. Those nightmares were normal, and they continued for 5 years until I reached 12, the minimum required age for a human to sign his name on a nocturnal contract. Ashkral remained quiet. Unbothered by his silence, Levi continued on. While the nightmares were normal, I couldn't help but note that all of them shared one single detail: you, possessing my body at the end. I am sure you aren't foolish to leave behind such an obvious hint of your strong desire to own my body, which made me believe that it was my intuition warning me about you. Arthur listened to his brother's whispers, realizing that he was talking to a Nightcrawler in the Bridge of Darkness. While he had no idea what he was talking about, he kept his ears open and didn't interrupt him. Once I became 12 years old, that's when you pulled back and watched as the Nightcrawlers held a free buffet each day to torment me. Some invaded my dreams when I slept, some kept showing me the most hideous scenes known to mankind, and some were outright making it impossible for me to live. Levi paused, still maintaining the same serene smile, like he was retelling a story unrelated to him instead of a childhood trauma that no one could imagine. Yet, throughout all of that misery, you made sure to eliminate any Nightcrawler that seemed close to winning me over. You might not know, but I have a really strong memory and remember every single Nightcrawler my spiritual eyes landed on. Every one of them. He intoned word by word while looking straight into Ashkral's gleaming red eye. Ashkral still refused to interject. One disappearance might be a lucky coincidence, but every time. Levi chuckled. You can imagine my surprise when I realized that you were my guardian angel, keeping me safe until I grew to my late teen years. While Levi's mental fortitude also played a heavy role, he was still a child. A child with dead parents and a future inhabited by outlandish creatures. There were bound to be some close calls, where he simply wanted to give up. You're welcome. Ashkral finally spoke, his voice devoid of emotions. Welcome. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Levi couldn't help but break out laughing wildly, his white pearly teeth fully showing. Your shamelessness truly puts mine to shame. Levi's chuckles died down, and then he carried on coldly. You think I haven't figured out that you were behind all of it? That it was you, using those Nightcrawlers to cripple my spirit for the promised day. The promised day. Ashkral's lip thinned a little. Yes, the day when I realize that my dream of becoming a daywalker is nothing but a dream. Levi sneered. It would have happened either in the contract ritual ceremony or after I reached 30 years old, the final window of becoming a daywalker. That's when you planned on swooping in and giving me the worst possible contract a daywalker can sign in his life, knowing that I will have no other choice but to sign it if I want my questions answered and my vengeance fulfilled. Well, guess what? I have no interest in wasting another year, begging for a recommendation letter, knowing that even if I obtained it and aced the trials, no Nightcrawler but you will want me. Levi turned to face Ashkral and said expressionlessly, so, I decided to take the initiative and choose the date of the promised day. Like it or not, it's happening today. After he was done, Levi merely picked up the teacup and took another sip, quenching his dried throat. Then, he asked Astray how much time was left for the 5 minutes to finish. 1 minute. Your move, Levi uttered, unfazed. Chapter 7, right here, right now. Chapter 7, right here, right now. Ashkral remained silent for a few moments before finally breaking into a burst of wicked laughter. Boy, your imagination is on a different dimension. Ashkral narrowed his eyes. Your foolishness will be the end of you. Why would you assume I would go through so much trouble just to sign a daywalker contract with you? You do know if I wanted to possess your body, I would have done it years ago. Ashkral sneered. You think you had it in you to stop me from turning you into a sleepwalker? Not at all, Levi answered calmly. I knew deep down that you could have easily convinced me to sign a sleepwalker contract. Your unfathomable strength would have been enough to win me over and hand you my body for the sake of vengeance. If you know this much, how can you reach such an idiotic conclusion? Ashkral said. It's because I know this much that I am confident in my judgment. Levi replied calmly, while I have no idea why you prefer a daywalker contract instead of a sleepwalker, I am certain that you want something from me, something that even I don't know about. 30 seconds. Astra AI announced in the background. Ashkral, you either negotiate the daywalker contract terms with me and help me fulfill the deal with Shia, or you can watch me sign my life away, for I know, it's more precious to you than to me. Levi uttered one last time. Ashkral narrowed his slit at Levi, noticing that he hadn't flinched once. Still, he refused to accept that his scheme was figured out. Boy, you should stop your bluff while you still can, he advised. 20 seconds. Levi remained silent and continued taking small sips of his herbal tea. In his eyes, he had already said more than enough. If Ashkral still refused to cooperate, this could only mean that he had misjudged the situation or he was holding strong until the last second. Either way, Levi had made peace with his decision. 10 seconds. Still, no reaction from Ashkral or Levi. 5 seconds. Big bro, they are coming back. Arthur informed with an antsy look at the sight of Shia and her partners approaching the motel room. He heard everything and understood that his brother was in a game of chicken with Ashkral using his soul as the price. While he couldn't hear Ashkral's response, he could deduce that the situation wasn't going in his brother's favor. Unfortunately, no miracle was in sight. 3, 2, 1, 0. Cling. The room's door opened and Shia entered the room. Jamal closed the door behind him and each of them returned to their original position. Thank you for your patience. Levi smiled gently. So. Shia narrowed her eyes. You have a deal. The moment Levi said this, he extended his fingers towards the spiritual pitch-black paper, which appeared in his line of sight as well. Then, a gleaming white pen manifested on his fingers, and he wrote his full name at the bottom, next to Shia's full name. The instant the last letter was written, all the sentences seemed to have come to life as they shimmered brightly for a few moments. Then, the paper burned from bottom to top, turning into two clouds of ash. As everyone's eyes were affixed on the two clouds, each person had a different expression. Jamal and Sergio were surprised the deal actually went through. Shia and Bleeder had similar wide excited grins. Arthur looked like his soul was snatched out of his body, his face was as pale as sheet paper. Meanwhile, Levi still maintained the same gentle smile like he hadn't just signed his life away. At last, Ashkral. As he watched those two clouds solidify into two spiritual seals and slowly move toward Shia and Levi, he couldn't help but finally drop the act. Ha 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 ha, you little brat, you actually signed it. I should have known that you had it in you. Mad, absolutely mad. Ashkral laughed, amused by the whole situation. Levi heard him and didn't bother to respond, focusing on the seal being stamped on his soul. When it happened, he felt a simple chill that lasted less than a split second. The contract has been approved. Shia asked while rubbing her hands in anticipation. Now, tell me, what should we do to achieve perfect evolution to Tier 3? As you said before, a risk has to be taken to move forward. I applaud your efforts, you have gained my attention. Ashkral shared. Now, tell her that her contracted Nightcrawler needs to find the variant of blood crystal flower called obsidian bloodvine and ground it with the blood crystal flower's stem while using. Before he could finish giving out the secret recipe to create a perfect evolutionary formula, knowledge worth millions of Lumen credits, Levi's solemn voice resounded in the room. I will need you to bring me 5 blood crystal flowers, obsidian bloodvine, and a piece of ruby veil blossom. In addition, I will be requiring all the secondary materials for the remarkable evolution. 5 flowers, obsidian bloodvine, and even the infamous ruby veil blossom? As expected, perfect evolutions aren't cheap. Jamal sucked in a cold breath, knowing that a single ruby veil blossom cost 500,000 lumens. While money can solve ruby veil blossom, it will be quite tough to secure 5 flowers at once, plus their variant obsidian bloodvine. Shia frowned. I heard there is only a 10% chance for such a variant to emerge. Neither she nor her partners questioned Levi's information, as they knew that the moment he signed the contract, there was no way he would try to fool them. After all, if Bleeder's evolution failed, his life would no longer be his. As for asking him about the details, it was written in the contract that Levi wasn't obligated to share his method with them. This was quite a normal procedure, since this kind of vital information was sold for millions of lumens to the right target. Shia wasn't the sole daywalker with a contracted nightcrawler of Bleeder's species. All right, at least we have a goal now. Shia clapped her thighs and stood up with an invigorated look. She looked at her partners and said, we might require more manpower to collect 5 blood flowers. Sergio, go out and hire 4 rookie daywalkers at stage 3 or junior daywalkers. The payment is 20,000 lumens for each blood crystal flower harvested and 100,000 for obsidian bloodvine. Arthur raised an eyebrow in surprise, realizing that Shia might be from quite a well-off family. After all, there was no way a junior daywalker at evolution stage would have this much money to throw away. On it? Sergio took off immediately. Jamal, I need you to reach out to the Anti-Sleepwalker Bureau and request a temporary lift on Levi's ankle monitor. Huh? Don't tell me you want to bring him with us. Jamal was alarmed. Of course, he isn't leaving my sight until we conclude the deal. Shia winked in the direction of Levi, forgetting that he couldn't see. Fine by me. Levi smiled. If he is going, I am going. Arthur interjected with a cold gaze. Why not? You seem to have a bright prospect of becoming a high-ranked daywalker. It will be a good experience for you. Shia welcomed him too, knowing that while the harrowing forest might have some surviving nightcrawlers of the fallen Shadow Castle, it wouldn't be much of a threat to their party. Let's go. Next, she nodded at her partner and walked to the door. When she was about to leave, she turned around and showed a gentle smile. For your own sake, I genuinely hope this works out. While her smile was gentle, her tone carried a hint of bloodthirsty intent, making Arthur's heart skip a beat. Don't go nowhere, we move at dawn. Thud. The door was closed, leaving Arthur and Levi in the chamber. Before Arthur could say anything, Ashkral asked, What are you doing? Showing you how serious I am. If I were to give them the correct formula, the deal would go through and I would get my recommendation letter. Levi replied calmly while standing up. As I said before, there is no point in participating in the assembly if you were the only nightcrawler interested in me. So, I am getting my contract on my own terms, right here, right now. Hearing this, both Arthur and Ashkral were left silent, staring at Levi's expressionless face. Even Arthur was thrown off by his big brother's unbreakable stubbornness to get his way regardless of the consequences, even if it meant walking straight to a life of enslavement. That's what Arthur thought, but in reality, every action Levi made was a calculated move, no matter how crazy it seemed. While I do appreciate your resolve, it's not enough to convince me of linking my legacy, my life, my everything to a blind child, Ashkral said calmly. I understand this isn't a simple decision for nightcrawlers. Levi replied, once you sign the contract, you return to a Tier 1 nightcrawler, a mortal, and most importantly, you lose your autonomy until the duration of the contract ends. Committing to a blind human is even worse, but that's the thing. Levi smiled faintly, you're different, you chose me specifically because I am blind. I don't know why, but I know damn well that my blindness is an advantageous condition for you. Correct me if I am wrong. After he heard all of this, Ashkral couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. This boy, he didn't lie, his observation and analytic skills are superb. He thought to himself as he narrowed his slit in the direction of Levi, he has been studying me for years just as I have been doing to him. He only made his move once he was confident in his analysis. Although he hasn't hit the nail on the head, his intelligence and cunningness are unquestionable. Ashkral thought to himself, maybe it's about time I commit, I have tested him for long enough, he might be the one. But soon, Ashkral shook his head, knowing that it wasn't the time yet. He has yet to be tested in the real world. He smiled sinisterly as he gazed into the distance, seemingly noticing something strange. Let's see how he fares in the forest. Chapter 8, The Holy Pillars. Chapter 8, The Holy Pillars. Half a day later, Levi and Arthur were seen sitting in front of the motel's room, awaiting the return of Shia's squad and any sort of movement from Ashkral. Unfortunately, he hadn't reached out since the last time Levi spoke to him. While Levi seemed at peace with how the situation was developing, Arthur was getting antsy by the minute. Levi, you should have at least listened to the formula for Bleeder's perfect evolution. Arthur bit his nails nervously. It's been half a day already, maybe he has already lost interest. Nightcrawlers are extremely unpredictable. Loosen up, don't get yourself early wrinkles. Levi smiled peacefully, he will come around eventually, if not, well, it's not so bad to work as Daywalker's staff. Can you stop joking around? Arthur glared at his brother. Arthur always respected his brother's decisions and plans, believing that he had it covered every time. But this situation was simply too extreme as Levi was putting his life in the hands of a Nightcrawler. Arthur could never trust a Nightcrawler, especially when their parents were slaughtered under their hands. Too bad, all he could do was wait patiently, a virtue he always lacked. Is it sunset already? Levi asked after Astrai informed him of the time. I guess so, the holy pillars are about to emerge, Arthur replied as he turned around and watched the sun slowly set over the horizon. As this was happening, the entire outpost came to a brief halt. Every daywalker and citizen stopped whatever they were doing and lifted their heads, gazing at the breathtaking sunset. Some seemed to appreciate the view while the majority had looks of abandonment, wishing that the sun would never set. Sadly, the sun disappeared on the horizon and took away its precious protective light. But soon, everyone's gloomy expressions were replaced with looks of relief as a wave of gentle luminous golden light started sparkling around them. It was like the entire outpost was illuminated by a gentle flashlight from the heavens, putting their hearts and minds at ease. Have no fear, the solar deities will never forsake us, Orin. One daywalker fell to his knees and bowed his head towards the heart of the holy Heliodor region. He was holding tightly to a necklace with an illuminating sun symbol. His face reflected nothing but utter devotion and reverence. Some daywalkers reacted in the same manner, and some merely nodded in appreciation towards the sky. Then, they continued with their duties or preparation for exploring the harrowing forest. Their reaction was understandable when the sole reason humanity hadn't gone extinct 100 years ago was due to those holy light pillars. After the first contact with the shadow dimension, Nightcrawlers had invaded Earth from every patch of darkness through Stygian gates. In the first 12 hours, more than 3 billion people were either devoured or forced to become sleepwalkers for the sake of survival. Just when hope seemed lost and humanity's extinction was merely a few days away, 1,000 holy light pillars fell from the sky on major cities worldwide. The chosen cities had the most surviving population from the first invasion. Each pillar covered 300 kilometers in diameter, illuminating entire cities and the nearest regions to them. The moment the pillars descended, all Nightcrawlers were scorched to death instantly in those cities and their underground, giving the survivors a safe haven at last. At the moment, there were no longer any countries after the old system fell apart, only holy regions in infested continents. How warm! Meanwhile, Levi seemed to enjoy the divine light as he gently moved his palm across the illuminating sparkles. While he couldn't see them, he had a peculiar feeling of comfort, like he was being hugged by his mother. He had already asked his brother about it, and he told him that he had never felt the same sensation, and so as the others. This made Levi assume that maybe the solar deities were gentle with blind people, making him appreciate the warm sensation each night. Enjoying your sunbath under the holy light. Suddenly, Shia's irritated voice resounded from behind Arthur and Levi. When Arthur turned around, he noticed that neither her expression nor her partner's was good. "You seem distressed, were there any issues with the recruitment?" Levi inquired calmly. "How did you know?" Shia knitted her eyebrows in wonder. "You took quite a while to return, which shouldn't be possible when the payment is quite generous on your part." Levi smiled serenely. "I assume that most reliable rogue daywalkers were already signed to other agencies' squads." "Your guess is half right." Shia sat down next to them and disclosed with an irked look, "It's Mantis, the F***er from Sunstrike Agency. It turns out, they have already capitalized on their agency's main squad success at clearing the Shadow Castle. The bastard has signed 99% of the current daywalkers in the outpost." Sergio cursed. "We were even approached by them." Jamal sighed helplessly. "What's your next move?" Levi inquired as he rested his arms on his white cane. "Are you planning to wait until your agency's members arrive?" "No, we will move now." Shia uttered sternly, "My agency associates will take days to arrive, as most of them are carrying their missions. With Sunstrike's current numbers, they will most definitely lock down the entire forest once they make their move." "Are you mad?" Arthur narrowed his eyes. "It was already dangerous for us with extra members involved. How can you guarantee my brother's safety with just you three?" "Don't worry, Arthur," Levi answered him, "she can't afford to lose me just yet." "Aren't you a bit too sensible for your age?" Shia leaned closer to Levi. Then, she whispered, "I am growing quite fond of you, please don't disappoint me." Levi merely smiled in response, not bothering to turn his head. A few minutes later, Shia, Levi, Arthur, and the other two were seen walking towards the outpost's exit. To no one's surprise, the exit was extremely populated with contracted Nightcrawlers, awaiting Sunstrike Agency's orders to move out into the forest. With such a gathering, it was difficult for Levi to tune out all the noises. "The hell? What's a blind kid doing here? Boy, have you lost your way? Shishi, it's best to go back, lest your ankle monitor gets you in trouble." Levi walked unaffected amidst the mockery. By now, he was immune to their ridicule, as he had heard practically everything. However, his unique situation attracted their partner's attention, making almost everyone turn their heads and gaze at them. "Oh, is that she a Morningstar? Was she also recruited for this mission?" "Huh? Don't be delusional, her family's fortune is enough to buy all of us. What is she doing with a blind kid? Is he even allowed to leave the borders?" As Shia's squad walked across the crowded exit, murmurs were heard here and there. Although there were close to 100 daywalkers, Shia kept her hands inside her buggy jacket, walking with a straight back and a popsicle in her mouth. The crowd opened a path for them without her needing to say anything. "Damn, is she really that famous?" Arthur muttered under his breath as he kept looking at the daywalkers' expressions. Most of them were either envious or starstruck, like they were gazing at an actual celebrity. Levi heard his brother's murmurs through the noise and answered him casually, "She is quite famous, but their reactions are for her father." "Her father?" "Yes." Levi shared, "She is the youngest daughter of Idris Morningstar, the current head of the Morningstar lineage family and the Blood Hunters Agency." "Blood Hunters Agency?" Arthur scratched his head in confusion. "It can't be, there is only one Blood Hunters Agency in our holy region, it's a Tier 5 Agan, huh?" Arthur suddenly felt a chill course down his spine after realizing that his big brother wasn't screwing around with just any daywalker, but the precious daughter of one of the strongest daywalkers and the leader of the second-ranked agency in Heliodor's region. With a petrified expression, Arthur looked below him at his brother and saw that he still had the same serene, harmless smile. "When did you find out?" "Once I knew her name," Levi answered while tapping his hearing device, letting him know that he used the Astra AI to search for her name on the network. "You still committed?" Arthur sighed helplessly. "Brother, couldn't you have picked any other daywalker?" Arthur's worry was rational as he heard many negative rumors related to the Blood Hunters Agency. The most well-known one, they were absolutely bat-sh*t crazy. "Have no fear, your big bro is here," Levi joked. F***ck off. Arthur massaged his temples, feeling like he was losing years of his life trying to keep up with his brother. "Welcome back, Shia. Have you given my proposal a second thought?" Chapter 9, Sealing Totems. Chapter 9, Sealing Totems. Suddenly, a feminine soft voice echoed across the gathering, silencing the noise almost immediately. Shia lifted her head lazily and noticed a tall thin man, wearing a skin-tight black and green protective suit. He had long braided pistachio green hair that reached his waist, making Shia click her tongue in annoyance each time she saw it. "Mantis, haven't I warned you not to get in my face again if you don't want your precious hair sliced?" Shia intoned with a hint of jealousy. A sweat dropped down Mantis' forehead as he stared at her serious expression. He heard rumors that the Idris Morningstar was forcing his entire family to keep their hair at an X-length maximum, females or males. It had to do with long hair being detrimental in combat. It seemed like Shia wasn't a fan of this family rule. If it wasn't for their deal, Shia would have given Arthur some bad looks too due to his ponytail. "Ha ha ha, Shia, no need to be so aggressive." Mantis released a nervous laugh and then tried to win her over again. "We are going to move at dawn after we add another batch of daywalkers. Please, feel free to tag along with us, no contract is required and I will assure you that the first blood crystal flower we find goes to you, no payment needed." He smiled welcomingly. "What do you say? Isn't this the same as making us work for her evolution free of charge?" "Tisk, life truly isn't fair." The rest of the daywalkers showed envious and slightly bothered looks at Mantis' special treatment of Shia. But, they kept their complaints within the confines of their minds, understanding that they weren't at Shia's level of reputation. Not interested. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Shia didn't even bother to stop. She moved past him while Jamal and Sergio were giving him a dirty look. She only stopped when she arrived at the closed-shut solid metallic gate, guarded by two governmental daywalkers. One looked bored as hell, smoking a thin cigarette and hiding his face under a hat, while the other had an energetic attitude. The smoker leaned lazily, glancing at Levi behind a pair of thin black sunglasses. Then, he ordered him to come close and show his ankle monitor. Arthur brought his brother to the guard and helped him lift his trousers, exposing his ankle monitor. As Arthur looked around and noticed the weird looks his brother was being given, his veins popped up, and his expression turned menacing. "Done." Just as he was about to tell them off, Shia turned around and uttered coldly, "Mind your f***ing business before I rip your eyes off." Almost everyone turned their attention somewhere else, knowing that the Blood Hunters Agency was filled with monsters, who couldn't care less about their reputation. In other words, antagonizing the precious daughter of the leader wasn't a smart move as they were unpredictable. Arthur eased up a bit and gave Shia an appreciative nod. Shia ignored him and focused on the guards. Uncaring about the ongoing drama, the smoker daywalker glanced once at the ankle monitor and scanned it fully with his neural lens. A hologram manifested in front of him, giving him all the officially recorded details of Levi. / Name, Levi Ignace Larson. Age, 17. Gender, male. Background. Levi Larson grew up in the shadow of tragedy. Both of his parents were slaughtered at the hands of two mysterious Nightcrawlers. They also ripped his eyes out and left him to turn into a sleepwalker, the signature move of the infamous Duskbound Order. Parental situation. Father, Brian Larson, the founder of Larson's Nightwear Company. Deceased. Mother, Rukia Al-Tamir, no noteworthy information found. Deceased. Current status. Levi Larson has been under city arrest for 5 years, which was later on upgraded to a regional arrest after succeeding in all his yearly forensic psychological evaluations. Danger level, low. Ankle monitor status, temporarily lift, 15 days. Current guardian, Shia Chima Morningstar. // After he finished, he looked up at Levi and murmured to himself, "He sure has grown." Levi's ears twitched, hearing his whisper. Taken by surprise, he scrutinized the humanoid-grade aura of the guard, trying to see if he had met him somewhere. Unfortunately, there weren't many details in a foggy featureless aura. He checks out. The smoker daywalker waved his hand lazily and lowered his hat, hiding half of his face while leaning against his chair. His partner swiftly opened the gate for them after checking the IDs of Shia and the others. Ka-thum. The metallic gate let out a thunderous noise, echoing across the silent harrowing forest in the distance. "Please be careful, there are still many remnants of the fallen Shadow Castle hiding underground." The energetic guard saluted them by placing 3 fingers on his chest. Shia, Sergio, Jamal, and even Arthur saluted back in the same fashion. Then, they walked outside of the outpost, standing amidst an empty field of dirt and rocks. There wasn't even a path towards the forest. It was like they were thrown completely into the wilderness. Ka-thum. The guard closed the gate behind them, following protocol. Since the Holy Region borders were defined by the range of the Holy Pillar, those outposts were considered the first line of defense for each region. Thus, daywalkers could leave their regions at any given moment and explore the wastelands, but they had to do it at their own risk. "The outside world doesn't feel as dangerous as I anticipated," Arthur said as he looked around him. "We are still under the sun disk tower illumination. Let's see if you will say the same when your only source of light is the moon, stars, and your equipment." Sergio snickered. As he mentioned, the tall sun disk tower didn't act as a mere weapon against the Nightcrawlers' encroachment, but also as a lighthouse at night. Right now, it was focusing its light in the direction of the forest, illuminating the entire path towards it. Unfortunately, the forest was outside of its range. "Enough chit-chat, we have 10 hours at best before dawn. We must reach the depth of the forest before Mantis Group moves out." Shia ordered calmly, "Bring out your night mounts." All 3 reached out to a backpack on their right wrist and pulled out a small wooden totem, each one with a different shape and peculiar inscriptions written on it. Shia had an eagle-like totem, Sergio possessed a wolf-like totem, and Jamal held onto a horse-like totem. All 3 closed their eyes and murmured different incantations with strange-sounding language while holding the totem in one hand. The moment the incantation was finished, the 3 blood hunters threw the totems in front of them. Then, everyone watched as a mysterious light descended on the totems from the heavens, illuminating the fine inscriptions written on their surfaces. After the inscriptions were fully illuminated, the totems grew in size bit by bit until they were bigger than Shia's party. Then, the wooden totems shattered, revealing 3 monstrous Tier 1 Nightcrawlers. When exposed to the physical world, the shadowy horse and blue-furred wolf Nightcrawlers growled viciously at the party. The wolf even tried to lunge at Arthur with bloodthirsty eyes and saliva dripping down its vicious mouth. "Io, easy boy, easy yai." Sergio pulled into a chain of light, which was linked to a spiky collar on the Nightcrawler's neck. After a couple of tugs, the blue-haired wolf finally started behaving properly as each tug released a painful burning sensation on the collar. "You still haven't tamed them." Shia gave them a look of dissatisfaction while patting the wings of her eagle, which was lowering its head in obedience. Though everyone could see the hint of dread in the eagle's eyes, making them understand that it wasn't listening to Shia out of love. "We are trying our best, the F***ers are too rebellious." Jamal cursed as he kept pulling into a similar light chain, forcing the shadowy horse to behave. "I know a trick that might make it easier for you guys to tame them." Levi interjected softly. "What do you know about taming night mounts?" Sergio glared. "Quite a bit." Levi walked towards Sergio, using his cane. Then, he extended his hand in front and requested, "May I get some luminous snacks?" Shia gave a head nod to Sergio, making him reach out to his backpack and pull 3 small orbs, the size of marbles. Then, he handed them to Levi with an annoyed look. "You better not waste them, I am running low on stock." Levi merely smiled in response while walking slowly toward the giant blue-furred wolf. Since the wolf was in the real world, it appeared as a wolfish blue aura in Levi's eyes. Still, Levi could sense that its aggression was growing with each step he got closer to it. My late mother's hobby was learning about Nightcrawlers in general, archetypes, evolutionary paths, rarities, behavior, and the rest of their seemingly infinite peculiar qualities. Levi shared softly while placing one luminous snack on his palm. Then, he pressed it and it started shimmering with purified stored sunlight. The moment the 3 Nightcrawlers noticed the light, their hunger took over their minds. Even Shia's mount showed hints of wanting to pounce on the snack, but one cold glare from Shia made it reconsider. Grrrrrrrr. Meanwhile, Jamal and Sergio were forced to tightly hold onto the light chains, keeping their night mounts controlled. When studying Tier 1 Nightcrawlers, she found out that besides their insatiable hunger for light, and their low intelligence, they reacted excessively to another thing. Levi brought the luminous snack right next to the blue-furred wolf's mouth and kept it at a short distance, forcing it to try its best to eat the snack, but to no avail. "Sit," he ordered with the same serene smile. The wolf completely ignored his order, its eyes still affixed on nothing but the snack. "Sit." Still no response. Seeing this, Sergio had already lost his patience and commented with an irked tone, "Shia, are you really going to let him waste more of our time?" Shia shushed him with a finger near her mouth. "Sit." After Levi repeated the order 3 times and the wolf failed to heed it, he brought the luminous snack right in front of its eyes. Then, he tightened his palm until the orb exploded, releasing a short-lived flash. Chapter 10, I will be gentle next time. Chapter 10, I will be gentle next time. Shia, Sergio, Jamal, Bleeder, and the rest of the contracted Nightcrawlers were left stunned for a moment. Even the mounts went quiet, their eyes widening as they gazed at Levi. Calm and collected, Levi took a step back. A second after the purified sunlight died out, hell broke loose. Grrrrrrrr. Ka. Nay. The 3 mounts roared, losing their marbles immediately. "You bastard! Are you screwing with us?" Sergio cursed as he tried his best to calm down the agitated wolf. "What's the meaning of this?" Shia questioned. She still had faith in Levi, knowing that he wasn't foolish to create such a mess without a result. "Be patient." Levi pulled another luminous snack and brought it close to the agitated wolf. It was walking in circles in its place, but its vicious eyes never left Levi. After noticing the snack, its viciousness died out immediately and started trying to eat it again. "Sit," Levi commanded calmly. Seeing that it still refused to follow his commands, Levi didn't hesitate to blow off the orb, causing the Nightcrawlers to snap again. Without waiting for anyone to interfere, Levi brought out the last luminous snack and commanded coldly, "Sit." Under everyone's shocked expressions, the blue-furred wolf sat down on all 4 paws immediately while whimpering softly, seemingly begging Levi to stop wasting purified sunlight. Yet, what shocked them the most was the sight of the shadowy horse and the white-feathered eagle also sitting down, even when they weren't being addressed. "Good boy." Levi smiled kindly and fed the snack to the wolf while slowly caressing its fur. Then, he suggested that Shia and Jamal feed their Nightcrawlers too, so they would associate listening to commands got them snacks, and refusing to abide would result in their destruction. Shia and Jamal did as they were told and watched as their mounts became much more respectful of their presence. Shia looked at Levi in intrigue and asked only one question, "How?" "Because my brother is the best at anything he touches." Arthur grinned proudly. "I wish that was true." Levi chuckled. "The truth is, after thorough research, my mother discovered that Tier 1 Nightcrawlers react just as intensely to wasting purified sunlight as they do to consuming it. So, I figured you could use it as a trick to make your mounts obedient if the pain of the divine chains wasn't enough." Shia and her party were left astounded. "How is this the first time I'm hearing about this?" Shia raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Because knowledge is wealth in this era," Levi replied. While he knew that his mother's intelligence was on the high end after reading through all the research papers, he wasn't delusional enough to believe that she was the first and only person to find out such information. In other words, this kind of knowledge was either kept on the low or sold to interested parties, following the same approach of evolution-related knowledge. Shia and her party figured out what Levi meant instantly, leaving them a bit puzzled. "Why haven't you sold it?" Sergio frowned. "I believe such a taming technique would have fetched you a reasonable amount of credits. Neither of you seems like the type to have money." Jamal doubled down as he scanned Levi and Arthur's clothes. "Money?" Levi added sincerely, "I shared a piece of my mother's knowledge with you simply because it would have helped you. Not everything needs to be sold. If one doesn't know where to draw the line, it won't be long before he finds himself selling his soul." Shia and the others were left a bit astounded to hear such matured wisdom come out of the lips of a teenager. "Helped us?" Sergio narrowed his eyes at Levi while talking telepathically with his contracted Nightcrawler. "Othner, are his motives truly that pure?" The Rocky Hog replied calmly, "I am not sure. The boy is nearly impossible to read with his soulless gaze." Some time later, Levi was seen sitting on top of the white-feathered eagle, holding onto Shia's waist tightly. He had a big smile as he enjoyed the wind caressing his face. Meanwhile, Arthur was left to sit on the shadowy horse behind Jamal. His experience wasn't as enjoyable. "Ah, ah, ah, ah." Arthur yelped in pain with each gallop, feeling like his balls were being crushed. Neither Jamal nor the horse was enjoying their time without a saddle. Arthur weighed more than 140 kilograms of pure muscle, an absolute genetic anomaly. How is it even humanly possible to get this big at 16 without being a daywalker? Did he take steroids? Is it even enough? Jamal murmured as he gazed at Arthur's gigantic hands holding onto his waist, feeling a bit of dread creeping up on him each time Arthur tightened his hands. Although he was a daywalker, he was still a mere junior. In addition, he was of psychic specialization, meaning his contracted Nightcrawler was geared towards mostly mental-based battles. This resulted in his body and physical strength being quite weak. He was much weaker than Arthur physically. Suddenly, the shadowy horse jumped over a small boulder on its path and snatched Arthur's soul with it. Instinctively, Arthur hugged Jamal tightly, feeling like he would get thrown off the horse. "Arg, I can't breathe." With eyes popping out of their sockets and a face as pale as a sheet of paper, Jamal kept tapping on Arthur's forearm while trying his best to catch his breath. "Let go, you are choking him." Sergio came to his rescue, scolding Arthur loudly on top of his wolf. "Ah, so sorry, I lost control for a bit." Arthur apologized with a foolish smile after relaxing his grip, leaving Jamal to cough uncontrollably. "Ha ha ha, you almost got had by a civilian, a child even, ha ha." Meanwhile, his contracted Nightcrawler Oro was laughing at him, uncaring about upsetting his partner even more. Almost all intelligent Nightcrawlers were assholes. It didn't matter if they were contracted or not, they would never miss a chance to bully someone. You get down." Ashamed and a bit terrified, Jamal immediately stopped the shadowy horse and pulled Arthur down. "Sergio, it's your turn." Before Jamal could pass on the ticking time bomb, Sergio flew past him at great speed, kicking off a cloud of dust. This left Jamal, Arthur, and the shadowy horse to stare at each other in awkward silence. A few seconds later, Arthur coughed, "I will be gentle next time." The way he worded it pissed Jamal even more. "Trust me, I promise I won't go hard." Arthur doubled down with an innocent look. "Arg, just shut up and ride the damn horse." An hour later, Shia, Levi, and Sergio were seen standing at the gates of the harrowing forest with their backs facing it. As they were talking with each other, a tiny black horse appeared over the horizon, galloping at full speed in their direction. "About damn time," Shia grumbled as she was waiting for over 10 minutes now. Soon, her irritation died down and was replaced with an amused look at Arthur sitting in front while Jamal hugged him in the back. Since Arthur was built like a tank and Jamal looked like a tall stick, only his arms were visible. Under the dreadful silence of the night, Arthur and Jamal's distressed voices echoed from a distance. "Stop the horse." "I don't know how." "Pull its hair." Arthur used too much force, ripping a handful of hair, causing the shadowy horse to yelp in pain and stop mid-sprint. Just like they had pulled the front brakes of a bike, Arthur and Jamal were sent flying in the direction of the main party. "What in the—" Shia facepalmed as she watched those two idiots hugging each other in midair, pure dread taking hold of their expressions. "Mika, catch them." "Cree." The white-feathered eagle took off immediately and caught them with its talons a couple of meters before they got smacked by the ground. Then, it brought them back to the party, dropping them off near Shia's feet. "I swear if you guys leave with him again, I will beat him up." Jamal stood up, steam practically pouring from his ears. Everyone's teasing looks didn't make him feel any better about such a humiliating experience. "Is he always this feisty?" Oblivious, Arthur asked while dusting his ass. "That's the thing, he is usually the silent one." Shia chuckled as she watched Jamal put his night mount back inside another ceiling totem. Then, he took off towards the forest on his own, having no interest in talking about what happened. After sealing their night mounts, Shia and the others chased after Jamal. The moment they went inside, a sudden chilly wind blew past them, sounding akin to a harrowing scream of a child. Chapter 11, The Harrowing Forest. Chapter 11, The Harrowing Forest. "Is this why it's called the Harrowing Forest?" Arthur inquired, still not scared. "It used to be called Forest Neabid before the fall of civilization." Levi educated his little brother. After the Shadow Castle took over, the forest was altered over time by the seeping corruption of the Shadow Dimension. The first brave pioneers renamed it to the Harrowing Forest after hearing the noise and believing that the wind wasn't producing it, but it was the cries of captured souls within the Shadow Dimension. "Well, looks like the second part was a load of crap." Arthur chuckled, listening to the non-stop windy cries. He knew that with the destruction of the Shadow Castle, the permanent link to the Shadow Dimension was gone for good. Sure, some Stygian gates would be opened here and there, but they would be used only by mindless Tier 1 or Tier 2 Nightcrawlers. The intelligent Tier 3 Nightcrawlers and above were either already eliminated with the Shadow Castle or escaped to another region. In other words, the week after clearing those Shadow Castles and higher-ranked Nightcrawlers' nests was always the safest for daywalkers to explore. Still, it was never a bad idea to be safe. "Activate your nightwear strips," Shia ordered after noticing the weakening of moonlight as they went deeper into the forest. The forest's trees were mostly cork oaks, known for their thick and rugged bark. However, when there were too many of them, their size could cover the sky, allowing darkness to reign. Shia, Jamal, and Sergio pulled out thin white stripes and placed them on their arms, thighs, back, and chest. Then, she offered a few strips to Levi and Arthur. "You know how to use them?" she asked. "How couldn't we?" Levi smiled bitterly as he moved his fingers across the thin smooth white stripes. What does that supposed to mean? Shia frowned. It's nothing. Levi kept quiet as he covered his body with the stripes, using his brother's help in areas he couldn't reach. Seeing that both of them were ready, Shia dropped the subject, knowing that it wasn't time for a useless chit-chat. Astra, activate nightwear stripes. In a matter of seconds, all the used nightwear stripes were turned on under Shia's order, illuminating at least 10 meters around the party. The best part? The light was gentle on the eyes as each stripe contained thousands of tiny, energy-efficient LEDs capable of emitting controlled light outwards. However, the light was still artificial, which meant it was harmless to the Nightcrawlers and was used specifically for constant cheap illumination. With decent light on their side, the party carried on their exploration, making sure to check every tree, boulder, and hole. Why are we searching here? Isn't it much more efficient to reach the forest's depths first? Arthur wondered. Most of the blood crystal flowers and other natural treasures must have already been collected by Sunstrike Agency's main squad at the depths. Shia answered, but none of them will bother wasting their precious time searching the entire forest for the rest. That's why Mantis has bought most daywalkers over, wanting to clear out the entire forest. Jamal added while flipping a boulder over, in simpler terms, we might get lucky in the outer circle. I see. Arthur nodded in understanding while getting his hands dirty too. Levi was the only one not doing much work. He was left to sit on a fallen trunk, holding onto his white cane on his lap. Not even Sergio dared to go as low as asking a blind kid to help them search for the flowers. After spending a few minutes clearing an area, the party packed up and moved to another area. Then, they repeated the process. In this manner, they were going deeper into the forest while making sure to explore as much surface area as possible. How is it this quiet? Levi knitted his eyebrows as he kept looking around him. He expected to spot a couple of Tier 1 Nightcrawlers roaming the forest, but nothing appeared in his spiritual sight. Only darkness and his party's Nightcrawlers, who were chilling with him. It is a bit strange, Bleeder interjected. Maybe the Sunstrike Agency has completely wiped out the nest? Not sparing even the low-tiered Nightcrawlers. Maybe, the fatty has told me that the Sunstrike Agency has chosen to play a death game to reclaim the territory. Othniel shared calmly, we all know this approach almost always results in the elimination of 99% of the nest per the nocturnal contract terms. Oh? I didn't know they chose a death game. Levi raised an eyebrow in surprise, no wonder the forest seems barely touched by their conquest. The news shared publicly wasn't always complete since journalists and reporters couldn't go out and bring the actual news live. This meant the news was heavily dependent on what the agencies or the government wanted to share. Of course, this affected the public mostly as those agencies were forced by law to give a thorough report of their expeditions to the authorities. This resulted in pieces of the news being shared amongst the upper echelons and daywalkers, allowing even Shia's party to hear rumors. Looks like we spoke too soon. Levi suddenly said while gazing at 10 approaching green auras from every direction. The auras resembled double-headed green hogs with 2 long horns in the center of their back. I see nothing. Bleeder frowned, are you imagining stuff? They are approaching from all sides in the real world. Levi clarified. Wait, you can see Nightcrawlers in the real world? Bleeder's eyes widened in shock. Yes, they appear as spiritual auras. Levi replied calmly, but, is this really the time to be talking about this? They are getting closer. Bleeder, Oro, and Othniel glanced at each other in confusion for a second before they nodded at each other and swiftly returned to their partners. We might have company. As Shia and the others heard their contracted Nightcrawlers' warning, they immediately summoned them as signature weapons and entered a small formation around Levi and Arthur. What's going on? Arthur's expression turned solemn. Shia shushed him with a finger while glancing at Jamal, who was holding onto a chinook bough, which was covered in hardened green scales. The bow had no arrows or a string. Yet, Jamal closed his eyes and aimed at the top. As his concentration reached its zenith, a spiritual misty string manifested on the bow, allowing Jamal to hold onto it and pull it to the limit. Arthur watched in utter fascination as an amber-colored arrow seemed to flicker between reality and illusion emerged in the center of the bow. Before he could react, Jamal released the arrow into the sky. With his eyes closed and 2 fingers placed on his right temple, Jamal started controlling the arrow freely, seeing exactly what the arrow was seeing. It was like he had an ancient GoPro strapped on the arrow, allowing him to turn it into a controllable drone. The arrow kept piercing through trees and boulders without its speed weakening at all as it was created out of Jamal's spiritual energy. After making a swift scan around them, he spotted 10 peculiar horns protruding from the dirt while slowly edging closer. It's dirt-eater hogs. I have spotted 10, but there might be more. The closest one is 20 meters away from us. Jamal informed them after canceling his scanning ability. Then, he raised an eyebrow in astonishment, knowing that it should have been impossible for their contracted Nightcrawlers to spot them from this distance. Especially, when the dirt-eater hogs were known to move 2 meters underground, exposing only their horns, which were hollow and used for breathing. But, he knew that it wasn't time for such questions. Good job. Shia nodded while entering a battle stance. Leave them to me, keep the brothers safe. Chapter 12, Upgraded Spiritual Vision. Chapter 12, Upgraded Spiritual Vision. Hearing that they had company, Arthur immediately stood in front of Levi while holding onto a giant thick log. It must weigh at least 50 kilograms, yet, Arthur was holding it akin to a great sword. Levi couldn't see what was going on, but he had the assistance of his AI as she was narrating everything. He used his rich imagination to fill in the rest of the details. I can smell them, I can smell their blood, they are close. Meanwhile, Shia followed the foreign smell of their blood until she stood at exactly the center of their ambush, redirecting their attention to her solely. It was in a small space filled with dead leaves and tiny rocks, cornered by 4 oak trees. Shia closed her eyes and controlled her breath while holding onto the pole of her crimson crescent blade glaive. After a few moments of harrowing windy cries, the dead leaves started jumping all over the place as tremors took over the space. Then, from the depths of darkness, 10 giant double-headed hogs emerged with pure viciousness in their eyes as they charged toward Shia. Oink! 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 Saliva was pouring out of their mouths, tainting their long sharp fangs. Their eyes were pitch black, reflecting the shimmering Shia akin to a delicious snack. They knocked down trees in their path, creating a loud disturbance in the entire forest. In front of humans, the light, plants absorbed meant absolutely nothing to Nightcrawlers even if they were low-tiered and non-intelligent. Seeing this overwhelming sight, Arthur couldn't help but gulp a mouthful in dread. Just as he was about to wonder if it was fine to leave Shia alone, she made her move. Mantra blood arts, blood ring of damnation. She murmured calmly as she started swinging the glaive rapidly once the hog stepped inside the circle of light produced by her nightwear stripes. Slice. 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 The crescent blade flew out of the pole, spinning extremely fast as it sliced the charging hogs, the flying leaves, rocks, and whatever was inside the circle of illumination. Just like a spot dancer, Shia moved only her arm as she kept swinging the detached pole, taking a mere step back and forth. How is she controlling the crescent blade? Arthur exclaimed in astonishment as he watched the terrifying spinning crescent blade cut through the hogs with minimum resistance. There is a string of sticky blood connecting the pole with the crescent blade. Sergio shared with a faint smirk. Arthur squinted at Shia's pole, wanting to see the string of blood but to no avail. The flying blood of the hogs was congealing in midair and following the trajectory of the crimson crescent, making it extremely difficult to see anything else. In less than a few seconds, the dying squeals of the hogs were no longer heard. Only the whooshing air of Shia's crescent blade spinning around a 10-meter radius, creating a perfect ring of blood with the sliced up corpses of the hogs. Bone appetite. Bleeder's terrifying mouth manifested on the crescent blade, and it started sucking off the long serpentine blood, sparing not a single drop. After he was done, he burped loudly and Shia summoned him back. Then, she returned to the squad and said, "Collect their crystallized seeds quickly, the noise must have attracted other Nightcrawlers." "Good work." Brutal as always. Jamal and Sergio patted her on the shoulder and swiftly went to the crime scene. "You should go with them to learn how to extract crystallized seeds." Shia addressed Arthur. Arthur glanced at his brother for a moment and then looked at Shia. After recalling what she had just done to those hogs, he knew he was leaving his brother in safe hands. "Be right back." He threw the massive log away and then worked on the corpses with Sergio and Jamal, who started teaching him the most efficient ways to extract crystallized seeds. Once an owner of a shadow life seed dies, his seed get crystallized into a somewhat blue gem. Those crystallized seeds were everything to daywalkers since they were traded for solar aegis coins, which was the main currency for daywalkers related markets. Shia reached out inside her pocket and pulled out 2 covered lollipops. She placed one in Levi's palm, and he shook his head politely. "No, thank you, I am on a sugar-free diet." "Sugar-free? How boring is that?" Shia shrugged her shoulders. "Suit yourself." "Cool attack you have there." Levi inquired in intrigue, "Is it an innate ability or a learned technique?" "It's learned." Shia shared with a lollipop in her mouth. "You learned such a powerful ability while being a junior daywalker?" Levi was surprised. Although Levi's source of information was his AI and he didn't really see the full extent of Shia's ability, he knew it was extremely powerful. After all, a junior daywalker shouldn't be able to take down 10 tier 1 Nightcrawlers in a few seconds without using an innate ability. He understood that becoming a daywalker was quite easy, but what truly separated a genius from a mediocre was his resistance/attunement to light and his teach ability. Most rookie and junior daywalkers relied on their innate abilities, which were easily unlocked after passing each stage. On the other hand, techniques required time, dedication, and talent. "It's not special, I have been at a junior level for more than half a year now." Shia curled her lips in annoyance. "I didn't know it would be this bothersome to find a blood crystal flower." "Don't mind me asking, but shouldn't it be easy for you to obtain it?" Levi inquired. "I mean, your family's wealth and reputation should have been more than enough to secure a flower even if it was located in other holy regions." "No thank you, I would rather shoot myself in the head before I ask help from that controlling narcissist," Shia uttered coldly as she made a gun gesture next to her temple. Levi knew that she was referring to her father as he had heard quite many crazy stories that painted him in a bad light. If this was his perception of his character from mere stories, he didn't dare imagine what Shia was dealing with daily. "Forget that old geezer and tell me more about your peculiar spiritual vision." Shia asked curiously. "Bleeder has already told me that you were the one spotting the hog's ambush." "Oh, it's nothing special really." Levi smiled. "I have gained the ability to see Nightcrawlers and daywalkers in the real world in their spiritual aura form." "What do you mean it's nothing special?" Shia's eyes widened in shock. "You have a freaking superpower without even being a daywalker." Shia's reaction was understandable. She knew that Nightcrawlers could exist either in the real world or in the shadow dimension. Those two were considered physical planes while the Bridge of Darkness was the spiritual link to both dimensions. However, they could access the Bridge of Darkness only from the shadow dimension, whether they were contracted or not. That's why, Bleeder and the others were incapable of seeing the Dirt Eater hogs in the real world through the bridge, just like they could not see humans unless they were connected to the Bridge of Darkness. In simpler terms, their vision was limited to only Nightcrawlers existing in the shadow dimension or the Bridge of Darkness, unlike Levi. "I wouldn't go as far as to call it a superpower." Levi smiled faintly as he watched Jamal and Sergio's humanoid spiritual auras, "But, it does bring some humane life into my dim world." "You are crazy, How can you downplay such a busted cheat? Shia spoke excitedly, already seeing the crazy possibilities. You are like a radar to Nightcrawlers. You can see their physical forms if they were in the shadow dimension and their spiritual forms if they were in the real world. None of them can escape your sight. Then what? Levi chuckled in self-derision. Will this help me become a daywalker? I have already tried my best to sell it to Nightcrawlers, but all of them still rejected me. This. Shia's excitement died down. She realized that while Levi's spiritual vision was amazing, it still wouldn't change the fact that he could not grow as a daywalker consistently as the others without eyes. Sure, he could utilize growth totems, but they were too expensive to maintain consistent growth compared to simply absorbing the sunlight directly. I mean, while your future as a daywalker seems grim, I do believe that you can become a great scout using your ability. Shia tried to uplift him. I, for one, will be more than delighted to have you in my squad. Without your help, the hogs would have made me sweat a bit. Thank you for the offer, but I have no interest in giving up on my dream, Levi said calmly. Suit yourself, but don't forget, Shia whispered suggestively near his ear, if you fail to uphold your end of the bargain, I will own you either way. I will have no complaints. Levi replied peacefully. Chapter 13, A Movement from the Shadows. Chapter 13, A Movement from the Shadows. After harvesting the crystallized seeds, Shia's party continued through towards the depths of the harrowing forest. Unfortunately, their luck hadn't turned around. They still hadn't discovered a single blood crystal flower or even other natural dimensional treasures. Yet, none of them were disheartened. They understood that natural dimensional treasures were highly sought after by both Nightcrawlers and humans. After all, Nightcrawlers needed them for evolution even if they weren't contracted. As for humans, besides the known use for evolution, those natural treasures opened a path to many miracles. In addition, they could be sold or used to ask for favors if offered to the Solar Aegis Sanctuary depending on their rarity. For such well-desired treasures, it was only normal for the previous Nightcrawler nest to hoard them and for the Sunstrike Agency to clear them out, leaving only some crumbs for the rogue explorers. Hours went by and before long, Shia's party had made it to the center of the harrowing forest. As they walked past a thick bush, the party was exposed to a stunning scene. Whoa, is that an umbrella? Arthur exclaimed, his pupils widened to the limit at the sight of a gigantic broken-apart umbrella on top of a destroyed hill. The entire area was destroyed as trees were uprooted, boulders shattered, and even hills broke apart, leaving behind crumbled cliffs. The umbrella was crafted out of blackwood and was split apart into tens of pieces, lying all over the place. If it wasn't for the canopy and the shaft being relatively near each other, giving the shape of a broken umbrella, Arthur wouldn't have guessed it. Using a black wooden umbrella for protection from the sun above their nest. Sergio sneered, they are even stealing our products and using them in their favor. I would take an umbrella any day than a sealed dome of darkness, Shia commented as she walked towards the ruined nest. Dome of darkness. Arthur tilted his head in confusion, is it what I am thinking? How can you not know this? Levi frowned, are you sleeping through your classes? Cough, I just forget easily. Levi knew that he was lying through his teeth. But, all he could do was sigh helplessly at his brother's pure hatred for studying. You know that Nightcrawler nests are separated by their sizes, the number of Nightcrawlers, the average nest tier, and lastly the highest tier? Levi asked. I know that much. Arthur answered, seemingly insulted by the question. Levi's eyelids twitched at his tone and continued, well, there is a hidden criterion to judge a nest's true danger level, it's their protective measure against the sunlight. In the case of a nest with a 15-kilometer surface area, Tier 5 Nightcrawler as its ruler, and above 100 Nightcrawlers as the troops, they are named shadow castles like this one. But, in some rare cases, the same conditions might be met, yet, the nest would be much more dangerous than a shadow castle. Levi paused, all because of the nest protective measures. You mean this umbrella isn't that good? Arthur raised an eyebrow in surprise. Based on its shaft's height, I believe it should at least cast a protective shadow over 5 kilometers of surface area. I never said it was bad, but it's nowhere near as overwhelming as a dome of darkness. Levi shared as he looked above him. Imagine if this entire forest was covered in a dome of black wood. What agency would dare challenge it on their own even if they knew that the nest was a shadow castle? I see. Arthur nodded. While he may not know as much as his brother, he understood that if a territory was obscured in darkness for a long time, the corruption seeping from the shadow dimension was multiplied by 10 if not more. He knew that when a certain degree of corruption was achieved, the entire environment would become a permanent part of the shadow dimension. The shadow dimension's atmosphere was extremely deadly to citizens and even low-level daywalkers. In other words, those domes of darkness were nothing but a death trap even if the nests were categorized as Shadow Castle or a Midnight Dominion. For a non-daywalker, you sure know a lot. Jamal smiled after listening to Levi's whole explanation. I read, a lot. Levi smiled back. Enough chit-chat and start searching for the flowers, Shia ordered sternly. Mantis group will move at dawn. We have a few hours at best before the forest turns into a stew of daywalkers. On it. The squad got busy immediately, leaving Levi sitting alone in the center of their search zone. After finding out his special ability, he was entrusted fully with scouting ahead and alarming them if any Nightcrawlers were nearby. Their journey to the center wouldn't have gone so smoothly if it wasn't for him. While the party was racing against time, an army was being prepared at the gates of the outpost under Mantis leadership. At the moment, he was giving a speech while standing above a box, facing the crowd. Listen up people, Lord Darius and his honored raid squad have already gotten the difficult part out of the way. He uttered proudly, getting rid of the shadow castle that has been terrorizing the southern borders of our precious holy region. Long live the Sunstrike Agency! Long live Lord Darius! Long live the Sunstrike Agency! Long live Lord Darius! The daywalkers associated with the Sunstrike Agency didn't hesitate to shout out loudly amongst the crowd, pride covering their expressions. The rest of the daywalkers might not have shown a similar zealous reaction, but they did give out nods of appreciation. All we have to do now is to clear the harrowing forest and close up all the remaining Stygian gates to reclaim the territory. We planned on moving at dawn, but since everyone is already here, and I don't expect any new arrivals, we will immediately commence the follow-up expedition. Mantis inquired, does anyone have a problem with that? Seeing that the majority of daywalkers shook their heads, Mantis turned around and walked towards the closed-shut gate. The daywalkers formed a long queue behind him since they all needed to have their daywalkers' IDs checked by the guards. In a short while, everyone was out of the outpost and summoned their night mounts. Some used similar Nightcrawlers as mounts and some possessed unique ones, drawing the envy of those nearby. Move out! Mantis shouted with his feminine voice as he extended his hand towards the forest. Dust clouds rose as more than 100 daywalkers rode in one massive group. Although most of them were considered rookie and junior daywalkers, their numbers were large enough to strike terror even on a Tier 4 Nightcrawler. Meanwhile, at the far back of the army, an average-looking tan-skinned girl with long brunette hair styled into a ponytail was riding on a black fox. The preys are on the move. As her honey-brown eyes scanned her nearby peers, they turned pitch black for a split second before returning to normal. Malik, what are you doing so far behind? A nice-looking teenager approached her with a charming smile. He was blonde and had piercing blue eyes, a typical handsome European boy. He was riding on a metallic armored camel, yet, his speed was matching the front runners easily. Danny, you know my dust allergies will act up if I get too close to the group. Malik blushed, lowering her head. Haha, my bad, my bad. Danny offered with a chuckle, you wanna ride with me? I will shield you with my life from the havoc of dust. The nearest squad rolled their eyes at his corniness, believing that he was going to strike out, but, to their surprise, Malik agreed with a shy head nod. Tisk, they weren't lying when they said that if a girl wants you, it takes minimum effort to bag her. Heh, Matthew, this is enough to show you that it's time to give up on your crush. No amount of flowers and love letters will fix your busted face. F***ck off, at least I wasn't cheated on. You little. Ouch, he aimed under the belt. The daywalkers teased each other as they watched Malik jump over Danny's camel and reseal her fox inside the ceiling totem. While those two were experiencing a dawn of romance under the envious looks of their peers, the telepathic message had already reached its destination. At the depth of the underground, 5 kilometers away from the harrowing forest, a sea of Nightcrawlers were seen huddled up together in a massive dimly lighted cave. Most of the Nightcrawlers were Tier 1/Tier 2, and of the same spider archetype. They had 8 hairy legs, 8 crimson eyes, and long clawed teeth reaching the ground. The clawed teeth clicked together, creating a disturbing noise across the cave. Settle down, my children, settle down, our time to feast is within reach. Chapter 14, Queen Dra Webra. Chapter 14, Queen Dra Webra. Suddenly, an enticing melodious voice resonated from above, calming the agitated army of spiders. As the noise died out, the voice owner moved past the dim light, casting a horrific shadow of a humongous queen spider tiptoeing on a complicated web. But then, a single web line fell from the ceiling, and what came down wasn't the giant horrific spider queen, but a stunning blue-skinned curvy humanoid female with violet wavy hair, 2 dark red eyes, and smooth violet fur covering her private parts. If one looked at her from the front, they would be absolutely smitten as no monstrous qualities were displaced. However, the moment they looked at her back, their hearts would be chilled at the size of her abdomen attached to her tailbone. As Queen Dra Webra sat in midair, crossing her muscular lean legs, another telepathic message resounded in her mind. This time, the voice was rough and rugged. Queen Dra Webra, everything is going according to the plan. The daywalkers will reach the harrowing forest in less than an hour. How about those early vermins, and especially the red-haired girl? Have they perished yet? No, they have already reached the center of the forest. Our ambushes fail every time, like they have a great detection skill. Queen Dra Webra frowned in displeasure. Seemingly sensing her dissatisfaction, the messenger hastily tried to appease her. My queen, I will make sure they will be the first to die. We will move once the forest is sealed. No one and nothing will ruin your precious feast. Nelvas, words mean nothing to me. Queen Dra Webra uttered icily, bring me results, or you will be the appetizer to my children. Understood. Meanwhile, at the depths of the fallen shadow castle nest, a devilish humanoid goat with 2 curvy horns and a long shadowy goatee was seen sitting on a chair made out of rocks. He was tapping his finger on the armchair with an irked expression. Dra Webra is merciless and loyal only to her hunger. She didn't hesitate to weaken my lord's nest and leak the information to the humans just to bait the follow-up daywalker cleaners and feast on them. He thought to himself, cold sweat covering his back. She is a true demon, and if I were to mess up her feast, she won't hesitate to eat my crystallized seed. Nelvas was the only surviving intelligent Tier 3 Nightcrawler from the Shadow Castle nest. He didn't survive because he was lucky, he betrayed his own nest after watching with his own eyes how Queen Dra Webra manhandled his lord. In the world of Nightcrawlers, there was no such thing as ultimate loyalty, only fear and respect for absolute strength. The moment Nelvas saw what happened to his lord, his respect turned into scorn, and he didn't hesitate to jump boats. While this had saved him from falling with the nest, his treatment under Queen Dra Webra was even worse than a Tier 1 Nightcrawler. That's because Queen Dra Webra wasn't following the same nesting system as other Nightcrawlers, where the Nightcrawler's tier and his achievements defined his hierarchy standing within the nest. She was considered a lurker Nightcrawler, who hunted after both humans and nightcrawlers to fulfill her hunger, evolution, and her children's endless appetite. In other words, Nelvas understood that his worth in her eyes was next to nothing unless he proved himself. F***ck, if I can't even take out a bunch of kids, I might as well commit suicide. Nelvas' expression turned sinister. A while later, the sun was peeking over the horizon, offering its rays of hope and safety. Shia lifted her head and glanced at the sky slowly being painted in lavender as the first light scattered over the hills. Mantis party must have already reached the forest. Shia rubbed her tired eyelids. Let's take a rest for 2 hours. Use SR drops and get some sleep. I will take the first shift. Although daywalkers didn't need the medication to get a natural 8 hours of sleep due to their contracted Nightcrawlers' protection, they still relied on the SR pills heavily. After all, a 2-hour of induced coma that provided an equal rest to a 6-hour sleep was a true hack in life. Unfortunately, those free hours of the day didn't come free of cost. I can't believe we haven't found a single blood crystal flower. Jamal sighed as he sat down on the ground, feeling disheartened. Now, it will be more annoying with Mantis army snooping everywhere. Sergio kicked a rock in irritation. Don't be discouraged. Shia replied calmly, we did find some seeds at least. If we get unlucky for an entire week straight, we will leave with the forest soil and give it to my family's botanists to grow me the flowers I need. For the rest of the materials, I will just find a way to buy them from the Sunstrike Agency. They must have an overstock. Wait, this isn't part of the deal. Arthur immediately protested, even I know rare graded natural treasures take months to grow at their optimal environment. You don't have to worry, your brother will get his recommendation, he made sure of it in the contract. Shia glanced at Levi, who was sitting alone against a tree in silence. Oh yeah, I forgot. After hearing this, Arthur's shitty memory acted up and made him remember the term she was referring to in the contract. The term forced Shia to fulfill her part of the deal and help Levi participate in the upcoming assembly, even if his method hadn't been checked out yet. After all, it wasn't his problem if Shia failed to collect the materials in the next 2 months. You guys have drops or pills? Shia asked the Larson brothers. We have neither. Arthur lied through his teeth shamelessly. Unbothered, Shia threw a pill bottle to Arthur and said, keep it with you. Whoa. Arthur's eyes gleamed in delight, we got 2 bottles in 1 day? Life is good. Then, he went to feed his brother a pill, but he rejected it. It's okay, I am not tired, I will take the first shift with Shia. Levi smiled, you should get some rest, you have been working tirelessly. This is nothing to what I do at the gym. Arthur smirked cockily as he flexed his massive muscles, annoying Jamal and Sergio with one move. Gym rat. Cocky asshole. They mumbled under their breaths, not wanting to look jealous in front of Shia. Then, they pulled their own SR drops and poured 1 drop on each eye. They entered their tents and waited for the medication to take effect. Just like being drugged with anesthesia, in less than 10 seconds, their eyes became too heavy to open. Once they were closed, their minds entered a mimic deep sleep state. Since this state lasted for less than 2 hours, they could dream all they wanted, and the Nightcrawlers wouldn't bother them even if they had no contracted Nightcrawler to keep watch. Arthur soon joined them under his brother's insistence, leaving only Shia and Levi awake. Do you know anything about tracking? Shia inquired curiously. I know a bit. Levi answered. Good, come help me throw Mantis off our back. Shia sneered, I know that two-faced prick, he will come rushing here to screw with us. Oh, okay. Levi stood up, dusting his buttocks. Then, he asked one question, is there a tracker within his party? That's the thing, he has a great tracker called Masai. Shia rubbed her eyebrows, he is rarely wrong. I see. Levi smiled serenely, leave it to me then. Oh? You have something. Shia raised an eyebrow in intrigue. As Levi was sharing his plan with Shia, Mantis' massive raid finally reached the forest. The moment they stepped inside, they separated into their chosen squads and each went to their designated location to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Mantis' main squad headed straight to the center of the forest. Shia's party must have already found something precious. We can't stop them, but we can slow them down. Mantis spoke coldly, though his feminine voice wasn't helping. If it was up to him, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate her entire party and ensure that all the remaining treasures would go to his agency. That's because he wasn't the one funding this expedition, but his agency. However, as its leader, he would be compensated heavily for each natural treasure found. Unfortunately, it was difficult to make a move against another daywalker when they were using the neural lens. Those lenses were recording everything each second and transmitting the data to the cloud services of their respectful holy region, ensuring that the daywalkers behave even in the wastelands. The daywalkers only agreed to such a breach of privacy due to the nocturnal contracts. The staff responsible for those cloud services were under strict contractual bindings to not peer through anyone's data unless an anomaly occurred, and a warranty was used to extract the data. Those were the precautions used to protect the daywalkers from each other. But, if there were one thing humans were masters of, it was finding ways to adapt and bypass the rules. Unfortunately for Mantis and his army, humans weren't the only ones with the cruel cunningness to harm their own race for selfish reasons. "My queen, your food is preparing itself neatly on the plate," Malik shared with a sinister smile, her eyes turning pitch black for a split second. Danny felt a sudden chill on his back as he was riding his camel through the forest. When he turned around, he noticed Malik's sweet smile while she looked at him. Immediately, the smile washed away the chill, leaving him to smile back, feeling butterflies in his stomach. "Are you comfortable?" Danny asked while touching her arm. "You have no idea," Malik replied sweetly as she leaned against his back. The same daywalkers in their squad couldn't help but roll their eyes in annoyance and speed past them, incapable of taking in the cringe. Chapter 15, Getting Tracked Down. Chapter 15, Getting Tracked Down. Sometime later, Mantis and his main squad arrived at the location of the fallen Shadow Castle nest. It took them significantly less time than Shia's squad since they didn't dismount or stop once to search the traveled areas for the natural treasures. "What a beautiful destruction," Mantis said in awe as he gazed at the ruined, closed-shut Nightcrawler's nest. "Our lord and his honored squad have ensured no nest revival occurs," one of his squad mates uttered proudly. While they couldn't see past the destroyed cave, they were certain that most if not all the underground network of the nest was completely obliterated. This was a must-have procedure in any expedition since those caves and tunnels were considered Stygian gates and would attract the Nightcrawlers in great numbers. If any passing intelligent Nightcrawler noticed such a gathering of low-tiered Nightcrawlers and a perfectly sound tunneling network, they wouldn't hesitate to make it their new nest. Thus, both the government and the agencies had to ensure the removal of any chance of a nest revival. Suddenly, Mantis' attention was attracted to cleaned-up half-covered footsteps, leading to the northern side of the forest. "Masai, look here." He called for the party's tracking expert to check the trail. A well-built dark-skinned man with a great hairline and a pierced ear crouched next to the trail. Then, he looked in the direction of the footsteps with a deep frown. Not saying much, he followed the track for a few seconds and then came back with the same expression. "What's the issue?" Mantis inquired. "The trail makes no sense," Masai clarified with a rugged tone. "There are no additional marks left after the footsteps. No broken twigs, no crushed leaves, no disturbed bushes. Nothing. Are you saying Shia have left behind a decoy footprint to throw us off their trail?" Mantis knitted his eyebrows. "Either that or they have cleared their path after leaving behind those footprints." Masai shook his head. "No one that careful will leave behind such a footprint. It's a decoy, I am certain." Mantis smirked. I know that arrogant B*TCH will try everything in her power to keep me away from messing with her quest. If you say so. Masai stood up and looked around him, spread out and search for any trails, and be careful not to ruin them. Mantis' main squad consisted of 10 daywalkers, including him and Masai. Thus, it shouldn't take them long to find clues with this much manpower. As expected, after 10 minutes of scrutinizing the entire place, a squad mate whistled twice, attracting everyone's attention to him. Mantis and Masai paid him a visit, and they were shown a small heap of leaves shattered and digging deep into the mud. While the footprint was barely visible as the wind had already ruined most of it, for experts like Masai, it was more than enough. Masai murmured as he measured the hidden footprint, "I believe I have seen a giant muscular dude in their squad." Yes, she did have 2 civilians accompanying her. Mantis nodded, "One is blind and one resembles a tank." "This is it then." Masai gestured for the rest of the squad to gather, then, they followed closely behind him. While they moved slowly, Masai was continuing to find new tracks, always left behind by Arthur. The others are excellent at hiding their tracks, but there isn't much they can do about a walking unexperienced behemoth. Masai shared while increasing his pace, sure that he was on the right path. Unfortunately, if there was a camera above the forest, and it panned out, they would be shocked to find themselves moving in a different direction from Shia's party. To be precise, Shia's party was moving in the direction of the first located footprints, heading north of the forest. "Are you sure your strategy didn't make it worse?" Sergio asked for the 100th time as he looked behind, paranoid that he would get jumped at any moment. "You worry too much," Levi said calmly. "If their tracker truly was great at his craft, he would easily notice that our original tracks are fake. This will drive them to search for additional tracks. Once they find my brother's naturally crafted footprint, they will believe our track is a decoy even more and will commit to the actual fake trail. As they go deeper and Masai sees the additional bits and pieces, he would become more certain until." "On the other side." "What's wrong?" Mantis frowned after noticing that Masai had stopped and seemed a bit confused. "Nothing, the way is here." Masai nodded and then continued heading deeper on the eastern side of the forest. Though, a sweat drop was falling down his forehead. "Where is the rest of the trail? Did I lose their track? Did I miss something and take the wrong way? It can't be." Masai glanced above him. "Did they go airborne or something? Shia does have an eagle as a mount. Or, wait a second, don't tell me the first track was a fake decoy and that they were daring enough to place it and head in the exact same path." Masai soon shook his head, removing this foolish idea from his mind. "I am overthinking it. Shia isn't that shrewd or crazy to risk using reverse psychology on me when she has never met me before. A trail is bound to surface sooner or later." 10 minutes later, nothing. "Where is it, where is it?" Meanwhile, Mantis and the rest of his squad were following his lead blindly, even chatting here and there like they were on a safari. Another 10 minutes. "Where the F***ck is it? Have they teleported? There isn't even the aftermath of searching for the treasures." Alas, his failure was finally starting to show externally as he was losing his cool before his squad and mumbling all the time with sweat drenching his entire face. In the end, Mantis couldn't hold it and had to ask him. "Masai, you know the way, right?" Masai remained silent. "Right." Mantis repeated with more emphasis, his expression turning slowly dark. "Sorry boss, I think we are lost." Masai confessed at last with a defeated expression. Silence engulfed the party, killing the chill chatter immediately. A moment later, Mantis snapped furiously, "What the F***ck do you mean we are lost?" "I don't know, I genuinely don't know." Masai covered his face in shame. "They must have left double decoys. One at the start, and the second one we committed on. After we went deeper, Shia must have taken everyone airborne one by one and dropped them off in a different location. Are you telling me we have been following a dead track for the last half an hour? Mantis gritted his teeth. Masai leaned against a tree in silence. A moment later. Mother *CKER. A thunderous feminine curse traveled across the forest and forced nearby birds to, well, remain in their places as the curse carried not a hint of threat in it. Meanwhile, many kilometers away, Levi was on the final notes of his explanation. They will assume Shia's eagle was used before considering the first decoy to be a real trail, since it was simply too much of a risk to use reverse psychology when many other options are left. Levi smiled innocently as he held his brother's forearm, who was leading him at the back of the party. Everything you have said is heavily reliant on Masai's personality and tracking skills. Sergio frowned. How can you be so sure that he will do exactly what you prescribed when you have never seen the dude? Levi went silent for a moment before answering calmly, you don't need to see or know a person by heart to predict his actions. You just need to trust that he will stay true to his nature and set of skills. Shia, Sergio, and Jamal couldn't help but turn around and glance at Levi in a daze. As they watched him walk on uneven grounds and sometimes even trip and get pulled by his brother under his constant reminders, they didn't know how to react. But, Bleeder knew how. Boy, your maturity is too creepy for your age. I hear that a lot. Levi chuckled. US size, 13. UK size, 12. Chapter 16, The Bait, The Trap, The Horror. Chapter 16, The Bait, The Trap, The Horror. Although Levi's plan was sound and he seemed confident in it, Jamal was still ordered to use his spiritual arrow to scout around them every once in a while. After all, Mantis wasn't the only one in the forest. Fortunately, no one appeared in his arrow's field of vision. When he relayed the news, Shia ordered everyone to start searching the area for natural treasures again. She still hadn't lost hope even when the center of the forest turned out to be a bust. Since the forest was quite humongous with hills, lakes, and rivers, it would be hard to meet Shia's party randomly, although Mantis' party had more than 100 daywalkers. In addition, everyone was too focused on finding natural treasures to bother themselves with antagonizing Shia's party. Mantis couldn't make such an order when the contract details involved only finding the treasures. Thus, hours went by in peace, and before long, the sun was showering everyone with its final rays of light. Prepare your nightwear straps and light sticks. Mantis ordered with an irritated look, knowing that it was near impossible to find Shia anymore unless they dropped everything and completely focused on her. As the night veil fell over the forest and the moon cast its gentle light from the slight gaps of the clouds, only small dots of light were seen spread out across the forest. Sometime later. Is it just me, or is the forest somewhat too peaceful? Masai murmured while looking around him, not spotting a single roaming nightcrawler. Are you doubting my agency's capabilities? Mantis frowned coldly. You think we are some kind of second-rated agency that doesn't clear the ante? Scritch scritch. Suddenly, a faint rustling noise echoed in everyone's ears, akin to tiny legs skittering over dried leaves. She. Mantis silenced everyone with a finger near his mouth and leaned closer to the noise. As he focused on it, it started to get louder and louder until it resounded akin to the thundering steps of 1,000 army. Then, they appeared, a sea of horrific big spiders charging in their direction, covering their entire field of sight. Are you, Runruoon? Absolutely petrified, Mantis let out a high-pitched scream while sprinting at the top of his speed in the opposite direction of the spiders. What the hell? How come there are so many spiders? Masai and the rest of the squad didn't linger for even a moment as they took off after Mantis while summoning their signature weapons. All of them shared similar expressions: horror, disbelief, and confusion. Unfortunately, no one was there to clarify their questions as this exact scenario was repeating across the entire forest. Meanwhile, Shia's party was still working tirelessly, turning everything upside down, but to no avail. I am starting to think that those flowers have gone extinct. Arthur wiped his forehead in annoyance. They are called treasures for a reason, Arthie. If they were. Levi's smile suddenly turned upside down after spotting a bizarre moving spiritual wave at a rapid speed. When he focused hard on it, he finally managed to see some distinctive features of spiders. He stood up immediately and warned with a solemn tone, "An uncanny number of spiders are approaching us. We have to leave, now." "Wait, what? Spiders? It can't be. This region isn't known to harbor any spider archetype." Sergio and Jamal commented in confusion, but Levi had no plans to explain the situation. He called for his brother and Arthur swiftly took hold of him, giving him a piggyback. Then, he sprinted in the opposite direction, not waiting for anyone to react. When *T hit the fan, the Larson brothers only cared about protecting each other. After Shia saw his extreme reaction and knew that he wasn't the type to mess around, she swiftly summoned her weapon and took off after them. This left Jamal and Sergio to glance at each other in a daze for a few seconds. But then, their ears picked up on the creepy rustling sound, an unfamiliar noise in a silent forest. "Wait for us." Scared shitless, they dropped everything and chased after their party, regrouping in no time. "Arg! Noah! Save me!" Before Shia could ask Levi about what he saw in detail, a distant symphony of cries and screams engulfed the forest, sending chills coursing down everyone's spines. "What's going on?" Arthur asked, agitated. "How the *ck will I know?" Shia replied with a grim look while glancing behind her, noticing thousands of crimson dots through the darkness. They were too close to their comfort. Meanwhile, many thoughts were roaming through Levi's mind, trying his best to keep his cool in such a dangerous situation. As he listened to the agonizing and despairing screams echoing across the forest, he understood that it was impossible for the timing to be this perfect, that all of them were ambushed at once. This made him realize that the spiders were following orders and that this entire ambush was organized by an intelligent entity. In public records, the harrowing forest shadow castle nest was under the leadership of a Nightcrawler from the Goat archetype, which meant most of the Nightcrawlers under him should be of a similar archetype for easier control. Levi understood that Nightcrawlers respected each other's authority following two options: either they were of the same archetype or the tier difference was beyond 3. In simpler terms, a Tier 4 Nightcrawler could command with absolute authority a Tier 1 Nightcrawler of any species, but if they were of the same species, just being 2 tiers higher would give them the same absolute authority. That's why most Nightcrawlers' nests were usually filled with similar archetypes for easier management. This means those spiders didn't belong to the nest and are under a whole different entity. In other words, Levi's skin felt cold all of a sudden after it finally hit him. We are being hunted by a lurker spider queen. Even Levi, who was almost always composed and fearless, couldn't help but feel dread creeping up on his heart. He had read that lurker Nightcrawlers were a minimum tier 5 since they needed to be powerful to protect themselves from other Nightcrawlers too. To be hunted by a rogue tier 5 Nightcrawler? This was scarier than going on an expedition. "We have to leave the forest, now," he shouted, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. "Did you find something?" Shia frowned. Just as Levi was about to give her a brief version of his findings, his spiritual vision detected a pincer assault of another wave of spiders, coming from the front and sides. It was like everywhere he looked, the only thing in his field of vision was disorganized shadowy spiritual waves. Though the numbers varied extensively. "We are surrounded. Head east and prepare for battle." Hearing Levi's orders, Arthur didn't even question his brother. He changed his direction abruptly, using a boulder to kick off it, and launched himself with minimized monument loss. Such a maneuver would have ruined any normal person's knees, but Arthur's muscles weren't purely for strength purposes as he was as extremely flexible too. Shia and the others swiftly caught up to them and took the lead, forming the same battle formation with the Larsen brothers in the center. In a few moments at best, everyone finally saw what Levi warned them about as a dozen giant hideous hairy spiders entered their illumination strip range. It's flesh-eating spiders. Sergio's expression turned ugly immediately. He knew that those little bastards loved eating the flesh of their prey while still alive. Most Nightcrawlers prioritized killing their prey first to ensure a comfortable feasting experience, but those monsters couldn't care less. Pierce through them. Shia shouted, Jamal. Knowing what she wanted, Jamal pulled the bow from his back and aimed at the biggest gathering of spiders in front. Then, he fired an arrow of concentrated spiritual energy at them. Piercing shock dart. Before his agitated holler could reach the ears of his party members, the arrow pierced through the first spider, the second, the third, and everything in its path. Boom. Then, a split second later, a thundering shockwave was emitted in its path, hurling the closest spiders away, and throwing them against trees. The hell? Arthur watched with his jaw dropped at the cleared path before them. During most of their battles in the forest, Shia took care of everything, leaving Jamal to use his energy purely to scout. Only now, did he realize that Jamal was capable of carrying his own weight too. The path is clear, but the other waves are joining together. Levi shared with a solemn tone, if they were to catch us, it won't end pretty. The constant cries and screams of other daywalkers supported Levi's claim, leaving everyone with ugly expressions at such a disturbing development. This is beyond the norm, we have to call for reinforcement. Without waiting for permission, Sergio requested Astra AI to declare an emergency and request reinforcement from the closest outpost. Although they were in a private agency, they were entitled to receive governmental aid in such emergencies. Alas, the answer he received drained the color out of his chubby face. Astra's services are offline, please reconnect. Astra's services are offline, please reconnect. Each time he called for her, the same message resounded in his ear. Not daring to believe it, Sergio pressed a button on his earpiece and a tiny hologram appeared at the side of his vision. When he saw an X mark on the signal bars, his soul almost left his body. Did you call for help? Shia inquired. The signal is off. Sergio stuttered, pure dread engulfing his expression. The moment everyone heard him, they swiftly checked their own devices and ended up with the same discovery. Someone is jamming the signal. Chapter 17, The Bait, The Trap, The Horror. 2. Chapter 17, The Bait, The Trap, The Horror. 2. Levi felt a chill course his spine after realizing that their situation was far from a random hunting mission by a lurker spider queen. This ambush was orchestrated with either someone on the inside, or the lurker spider queen must have landed on a signal jammer. In both scenarios, it didn't look good for them. Keep going east, the moment we put a decent distance, we will summon our mounts and leave this place. Shia ordered coldly, not showing an ounce of panic. If it was up to her, she would have already summoned her eagle and at least helped the Larsen brothers get out of the forest. Unfortunately, the summoning of totem mounts required 15 seconds minimum while using low-graded ceiling totems. At the moment, they didn't even have a couple of seconds to scratch their heads. While every single squad was trying their best to reach out to their private agencies, their families, or authorities to rescue them, Nelvas was seen standing at the highest point in the forest, the destroyed shaft of the wooden black umbrella. He was crouching with his elbows placed on his knees while carrying a small silver device in his right hand. The device was square-shaped and had a long antenna, beeping once every couple of seconds. How did Dra Weber get her hands on this? Nelvas wondered while toying with the device. He had heard from his previous lord that such devices were banned by the human race since they could do more than disrupt their tower's signals. If fallen into the wrong hands, they could be engineered to shut down electricity networks, power sources, defensive systems such as the sun disk, and more. That's why those devices were halted from production many years ago, and anyone found developing or in possession of one would be thrown in jail for a very long time. I know she is a tier 5 powerhouse, but still. Nelvas rubbed his long goatee thoughtfully, knowing that it was extremely difficult for even high-ranked daywalkers to get their hands on this device. She must have her own network within the human race. Nelvas narrowed his eyes. Is killing that girl part of the feast, or does it go much deeper? Soon, Nelvas shook his head, realizing that he was snooping into matters that might get him killed. He returned to his main task, which was placing the signal jammer at the highest point of the forest to ensure that no one would get a connection. After he was done, he looked in the direction of Shia's party and smiled sinisterly. Boom! Boom! Thud! On a different side of the forest, Mantis and his squad mates were seen fighting for their life after getting surrounded from all sides by the spider's army. Unlike Shia's party, they had no Levi to alert them in advance about the spider's sneaky ambushes. Sure, they had a scout in the party, but his abilities work similarly to Jamal's. He needed to be stationary and have it active all the time, which was impossible considering the exertion it takes on his energy levels. Monir. Help out Masai. Don. Use your goddamn ultimate innate ability already. Niki. Stop f***ing saving your assault totems and deal with your side. We have to break through. Fast. Mantis positioned himself on top of a tree above the chaotic battlefield underneath. He was scanning the entire field and giving out orders non-stop, helping the squad possess some form of teamwork. Unfortunately, he could see that his efforts were for naught, as the sea of spiders was simply never ending. The moment his team dealt with a group, they were jumped by 3. FCK, FCK, F***CK, why the hell is this happening in my first leading mission? Even the signal is cut off. Am I being set up? Mantis' expression kept turning ugly by the second, understanding that he would be responsible for everyone's death even when this situation wasn't his fault. All due to the nocturnal contracts having a life insurance term in case a hired daywalker died in a mission or an expedition. He expected a couple of casualties here and there once he signed over 100 daywalkers, but as he listened to the non-stop pained cries in the forest, he could tell that their situation was much worse than he could imagine. What do you think, Tina? Mantis asked for his partner's opinion. Advisor Alaric will kill you if you don't die fighting here. Mantis' expression turned desperate as he listened to his contracted Nightcrawler, who resembled a humanoid curvy praying mantis. She had a slender figure covered in emerald green chitin while her eyes glowed with a bioluminescent light. You can't even run away on your own. You have to act as a hero and save as many as possible. This is the only way to ensure you receive minimum punishment, maybe even rewarded once an investigation carries through. Mantis knew she was right. If it was possible, he would have already dipped, leaving everyone at the mercy of their destiny. Sadly, the neural lens was still recording everything and storing it until the connection returned. In other words, if he were to run away from his responsibilities, he would be exposed one way or another unless he destroyed his entire squad's neural lens devices. This left him with 2 choices, either die trying to be a hero or survive and be punished as a villain. F***CK. Mantis summoned his signature weapon. It resembled a praying mantis forearms with thousands of sharp deadly teeth bent at a striking position, 80 to 100 degrees. Then, with a look of utter despair mixed with anger, he pounced at the biggest gathering of spiders while shouting, "Praying mantis arts, 1,000 cuts!" His body suddenly disappeared midair, turning into a shadowy mirage with hundreds of green blades appearing here and there. Each time a blade appeared, a spider was sliced in half or had its head severed. Slice. 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 The rest of the squad watched in astonishment as Mantis single-handedly took down more than 20 spiders in no time, creating a path to freedom from corpses. What are you standing for? Follow me. Not waiting for anyone, Mantis took the lead and charged headfirst into the incoming next wave of spiders, his body and weapon already tainted with sticky nasty juices. But, he couldn't care less. His bloodshot eyes reflected nothing but a strong desire to survive at all costs. While the 100 daywalkers were fighting for their lives in the depths of the harrowing forest, peaceful silence engulfed the outpost. Most of the traffic in outposts was related to daywalkers. Since the majority had already departed, the outpost was mostly occupied by government staff and guards. "Mickey, keep watch, I am going for a walk," the smoker guard shared lazily while standing up from his chair. "But, Sir Fenling." Mickey gulped a mouthful. "You were assigned to guard the outpost as a disciplinary punishment. If you leave, they can track your location and accuse you of breaking your penalty." "Ah, how bothersome." Fenling rubbed his eyelids and said, "Fine, I will just smoke on top of the tower." "But..." Before Mickey could add anything, Fenling took a single step forward and suddenly disappeared, leaving behind him a mere cool breeze like he was never there. Mickey lifted his head and gazed at the top of the sun disk tower with an odd expression. "So freaking cool." Mickey murmured, if only he wasn't reckless and insubordinate, he would have been promoted to a Gov. I am not in a position to judge anyone." Meanwhile, at the highest point of the sun disk tower, Fenling was seen sitting with one hand above his knee while dangling the other leg. He was trying to light up a cigarette, but it was too windy at such a height. "Halt!" With a single order, the wind suddenly froze around him. Then, Fenling ignited the cigarette in a single attempt and took a deep breath until the tip turned bright red. Immediately after he exhaled a cloud of smoke, the wind unfroze and took it away. "That's the good stuff." Fenling showed a cozy smile as he gazed at the magnificent view around him. However, as his eyes landed on the harrowing forest, he couldn't help but knit his eyebrows in confusion. "Mao, are you seeing what I am seeing?" Chapter 18, Death Cocoon. Chapter 18, Death Cocoon. A pitch-black cat emerged from his tie and sat on top of his shoulder. She had long thick whiskers, making her resemble an old beardy cat. When she glanced lazily in the direction of the harrowing forest, her dark slit opened up widely, reflecting an abnormal scene. A gigantic, almost invisible web of walls surrounded the entire forest's borders and seemingly grew taller each second, desiring to meet at the top. If it weren't for the moonlight being reflected once in a while by the web threads, no one would be able to see them even if they were close. "Whoa, it's a death cocoon." Mao clicked her tongue, "Your little fella's luck sure is rub." Before she completed her sentence, Fenling had already taken off towards the harrowing forest with an icy grimace. He was kicking the wind like he was bouncing off solid surfaces, each kick sent him flying for more than hundreds of meters. His speed was enough to put even Shia's eagle to shame. Why the hell is there a lurker spider queen nearby, and how come no one has reached out for reinforcement? Although Fenling knew that the moment the death cocoon appeared, it was already too late to ask for reinforcement, he was still confused. Is she in possession of a signal jammer, or did she already slaughter everyone before they can make contact? He doubted the latter was true, as he knew that lurker spider queens seldom made their move personally unless threatened or forced. They always leave it to their armies of SPID Erlings. This made him assume that she was using a signal jammer, which was going to change the whole narrative of this ambush. "Astra, call for a code purple to the capital. Location, harrowing forest. I might go offline soon." The moment he finished his report, Fenling narrowed his eyes and increased his speed to the limit, leaving behind mere windy figures. "Maybe, it's not too late, I might save a few." As this thought took root, an image of Levi surfaced in Fenling's mind. It wasn't of their last meeting at the gate, but of the first time he had ever met him. The day he was still an anti-sleepwalker officer and responded to an abnormal electrical activity in a house within Tamara's upper neighborhood. He could never forget that day and the horror he had seen in that house. I might save him this time. A few minutes ago. Shia's party was still being hunted by an ever-growing army of spiders, who never seemed to get tired or lost. Although Levi was acting as the perfect radar, helping them avoid the largest group of spiders and choose the weakest one to pierce through, the morale was at an all-time low. Every one of them knew that it was going to be extremely challenging to reach the eastern borders of the forest without exhausting every bit of their stamina. The flesh-eaters have heat vision. We might never leave enough distance to summon the mounts in peace. Levi frowned. We have to change our plan. I am all ears for suggestions, Shia responded while grasping tightly onto a necklace with a flaring sun symbol. We need 15 seconds at minimum to summon the mounts. Levi glanced at the spiritual wave behind them and guessed, I assume 30 meters are separating us. Based on their constant speed, if we were to stop, they would reach us in 5 seconds. This means we have to create a distraction good enough to buy us more than 10 seconds. What kind of distraction are you talking about? Sergio inquired while sweating heavily, his big belly flapping all over the place. Although he looked unhealthy and unathletic, he was somehow capable of keeping up with the squad's speed. In fact, he was doing much better than Jamal, who was huffing and puffing like he was going to collapse at any given moment. When it came to daywalkers, appearances were deceiving. We need something strong enough to break them off the lurker Spider Queen's authority, Levi said. He had already updated them about the true intentions of those spiders and the actual gravity of their situation. Knowing that a lurker Spider Queen was hunting after them was enough to scare anyone straight. Thus, even when it looked like Levi had taken leadership of the group, none of them dared to complain. The only thing coursing through their minds was to survive this hellhole. Purified sunlight. Shia shared sternly, if we threw at them all of our growth totems and luminous snacks, I am certain they will fight amongst each other to eat them. My thoughts exactly. Levi nodded in approval. He understood that only purified sunlight was capable of breaking low-tiered Nightcrawlers from their master's authority briefly, especially if it was in abundance. It was like putting a delicious snack in front of a starving dog who hadn't eaten in many days. Even if he was well trained, his survival instincts would instantly take the wheel. *CK, even our growth totems. Sergio's expression turned ugly as he glanced at his backpack. His reaction was understandable when considering that those growth totems were used by daywalkers to accelerate feeding their shadow life seeds with sunlight. The shadow life seeds were in every Nightcrawler, and they were the singular organ responsible for their lifespan, evolution, intelligence, strength, life, and death. It was everything to a Nightcrawler, and now, it had become everything to humans as well. But, more on that later. Fine, save them, the spiders will surely enjoy adding them as snacks while they feast on your corpse. Shia said coldly while letting go of the necklace. Damn it, if this doesn't work, my vengeful soul will haunt this forest for eternity. Sergio seemed on the verge of tears as he reached out to his backpack, pulling 2 pouches. One was filled with luminous snacks and the other with growth totems. Jamal brought out his own, and they handed them to Shia mid-sprint. Shia evaded a tree and glanced at the contents of the pouches. When she noticed the quantity and quality of the growth totems, her eyelids twitched. Are you withholding? No. Why? Never mind, this is good enough. She poured everything into a single pouch, and then she pressed them together, activating all the dormant luminous snacks and totems, causing the pouch to shimmer brightly. She traded glances with everyone, and when she saw Arthur tap on Levi's hand, she turned around and threw the pouch behind them. Prepare your night mounts. Sergio and Jamal pulled their sealing totems and held them tightly, awaiting Levi's call with looks of expectancy. Although Levi had no vision of the pouch, he focused on the movement of the spiritual wave of spiders. Meanwhile, the sea of spiders was as terrifying as ever, jumping on trees and walking on each other, uncaring about anything else but the moving humanoid heat auras before them. It was like they were on a mission, and they would not stop until they fulfilled it. But, just as it seemed like their resolve was unchanging, a sudden, beautiful brilliance appeared in their sight. Immediately after they saw the light, their shadow life seed tingled like crazy, sending electrifying shock waves across their entire system. Then, every single spider in the vicinity of the brilliant light let out a unified screech and charged toward it like they were injected with steroids. The first spider to arrive sank its giant fangs into the pouch and swung its head, cutting the pouch in half and hurling all the activated luminous snacks and growth totems everywhere. The spiders halted their sprint and started fighting over every single piece, even biting each other to snatch it. It worked. Summon the mounts. Go. Go. Levi notified his squad the moment he saw the great disturbance amongst the spiders' army. Shia, Sergio, and Jamal were clever enough to throw the ceiling totems tens of meters away from them after uttering the incantation to ensure no second was lost. The wooden ceiling totems turned brighter and bigger in midair, and even when they landed, the process still continued. When Shia's party arrived near them, they counted the seconds with held breaths, waiting impatiently for the ceiling totems to shatter. We will make it, the spiders are still fighting over the purified sunlight. Levi eased their worry while gazing at the disturbed spiritual wave. As he claimed, the ceiling totems shattered after a few rough moments, unveiling the 3 night mounts to the world. Caro, you ugly bastard. I never thought I will be happy. However, before Sergio could take a single step forward, a sudden aggressive whooshing sound was heard from above, attracting everyone's attention. The moment they lifted their heads, it was already too late. Chapter 19, Cover My Back. Chapter 19, Cover My Back. Boom. Nelvas fell from the sky akin to a meteor amidst the summoned mounts. Arthur and the rest were forced to reflexively shield their heads as they got hurled in different directions from the powerful shock wave. Timber, rocks, dirt, mud, everything was launched at a terrifying speed after them, bombarding them mid-flight. Despite the sudden assault and pain, Arthur instinctively twisted in midair, causing Levi to take the hit on his back, but it spared him from crashing into the solid trunk of an oak tree. Thud. Arthur flexed his muscles to the best of his ability, but the force was strong enough that it still knocked the air out of his chest. As he fell to the ground, his bloodshot eyes protruded from their sockets while his mouth was wide open. Saliva coming out uncontrollably, but no air was coming in. Just sharp exhales as he held onto his stomach tightly. Arthur. As Levi heard his brother's dry gasps, he completely forgot the scorching pain on his back after the bombardment. He placed his hand on his brother's chest and started telling him to breathe slowly while massaging it, knowing that it wouldn't help much. Meanwhile, Shia, Jamal, and Sergio had it better than them, as the moment they were hit by the shock wave, each one used their defensive innate abilities to protect themselves. Shia surrounded herself with crystallized blood armor, Jamal utilized a skin-tight spiritual barrier, and lastly, Sergio's fatty skin hardened into rocks. They immediately recovered and entered a protective formation, putting Arthur and Levi in its center. When Shia saw what happened to them, her expression turned bloodthirsty. "Boys, are you all right?" Arthur made an okay gesture with his hand while taking deep breaths, appearing like he was about to die at any second. "Don't mind us and focus on him. He must be a Tier 3 Nightcrawler," Levi warned solemnly as he gazed at the terrifying spiritual gray aura in front of him. He had learned long ago that the intensity of spiritual auras defined the tier/rank of a Nightcrawler or any of the walkers. He used a simple technique to figure out a Nightcrawler's tier: if it was weak and feeble, it must be a Tier 1 Nightcrawler. If it was intense but contained in the figure, it must be a Tier 3 Nightcrawler. If it was in between, neither strong nor weak, it belonged to a Tier 2 Nightcrawler. As for the rest of the high-tiered Nightcrawlers, he had only seen upper-ranked Daywalkers' spiritual auras, and it was always wild or contained to perfection. When Shia and the rest heard that they might be dealing with a Tier 3 Nightcrawler, their shoulders tensed up while eyeing the cloud of dust in front. Nelvas' wavy shadow reflected behind the dusty cloud. He lifted his hand slowly and then, with a single clap, the dusty cloud was cleared out, exposing an unsightly scene. The white-feathered eagle, the shadowy horse, and the blue-furred wolf were lying in a puddle of blood, torn flesh and guts spilling everywhere. Not a single twitch was spotted, they were utterly decimated inside a massive crater created by Nelvas. "Sadly, you little children ain't going anywhere," Nelvas said casually while stretching his shoulder. "Myra." Shia ignored him, her crimson-red eyes were affixed on the brutal state of her dearest mount. She didn't need to hear her heartbeats to know that Myra was gone. The moment she died, the contractual link between them was cut off, causing the ink tattoo on her back to erase itself. This happened to Sergio and Jamal as well, leaving their expression to turn gloomy. "Sergio, Jamal, keep the brothers safe and buy me some time," Shia uttered coldly while walking towards Nelvas, holding her crescent-blade glaive with both hands. Seeing her current state, Sergio and Jamal knew that she was about to go all out. While they didn't know if it would be enough to deal with such a terrifying Tier 3 Nightcrawler, they could only put their trust in her and fulfill their part. "Jamal, cover my back." Sergio extended his arm to the side, summoning a petrified cracked stone mace with a gleaming green light. The moment he tightened his grip on it, his skin started turning into rock as well, like he was touched by the curse of Medusa. The transformation didn't stop until his entire body was armored from top to bottom with a rocky skin, leaving only his eyes. Though he looked like a statue carved from stone, his movement was smooth as he swung his mace and rested it on his shoulder. Then, without an ounce of hesitation, Sergio charged toward the spider's army on his own, desiring to intercept them before they could get close and pincer his party. "Sergio," Levi murmured as he watched Sergio's minuscule aura rushing toward an ocean of damnation. Although he was giving him sh*t from the moment they met, Levi never took it to heart as he could tell that Sergio was simply a distrustful person. Whether he was blind or not had nothing to do with his behavior, since his brother had been taking the same sh*t from him. But with time, his bad attitude lessened, and he started treating them as true members of his party after realizing that they were quite reliable even for citizens. "Russell! Russell!" The moment the spiders finished feasting on the growth totems and luminous snacks, they switched their attention to the closest heat signal to them. They saw only Shia, Levi, Arthur, Jamal, and Nelvas. Just as they let out an ear-piercing screech and tried to kick-start their chase, a deep rough voice resounded in their ears. "Dark stone arts, petrifying touch." Boom! 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 The armored titan charged right through the biggest group of spiders and started smashing his mace barbarically. Each blow didn't just brutally blow up a spider, but tainted it with a green light that caused its exoskeleton to get petrified into stone. The broken-off cursed limbs and other body parts were sent flying everywhere, spreading the curse to anything they touched. This created great chaos amidst the army of spiders as all of them tried to attack and bite off Sergio, uncaring about the petrification curse. But Sergio knew what he was doing. His armored body protected him from the spiders' bites, their long sharp fangs merely grazing against the stone skin. Yet, the spiders were absolutely relentless, jumping one after another like they were part of a suicide mission. Although the petrification curse and Sergio's constant swinging were causing great damage, in the end, he found himself buried under a mountain of spiders. This hindered his movement greatly, making it extremely difficult to swing his mace. Just when it looked like he would be buried to death, a piercing spiritual arrow appeared out of nowhere and penetrated the mountain of spiders. Kaboom! The following shockwave hurled all the spiders away, freeing Sergio at last. He glanced once in Jamal's direction and told him to keep them coming while he charged back to chaos. So strong. Arthur watched with a widened mouth at the duo's powerful synergy, having no idea how to react. They did nothing but repeat the process over and over again, yet, it was enough to keep an army of spiders busy. They won't be able to keep this for long. On the other hand, Levi's expression was as grim as it could be. While he had no idea what was Sergio doing to keep the spiders occupied without dying, he knew it must be consuming an insane amount of solar energy. Usually, this wouldn't be much of a problem since most daywalkers packed a generous amount of growth totems to refuel their shadow life seeds when their stored solar energy was exhausted. However, they had just wasted all of them for nothing. It was even worse for Jamal as his abilities were utilizing spiritual energy, which was a much more difficult source of energy to refuel. In other words, it was just a matter of time before Sergio's armor collapsed and Jamal started firing blank arrows. But, they were told to buy time for Shia, and they would do it even if they collapsed in the process. Whoosh! Whoosh! Meanwhile, Shia and Nelves weren't sitting idle. They were already trading blows tens of meters away from Levi. Somehow, Shia was matching up amazingly against Nelves even though she was still a junior daywalker. How strong, no wonder none of the ambushes worked. Nelves raised an eyebrow as he blocked the crescent blade with his right arm. While he wasn't cut or even scratched, he could feel the potent force behind the swing. My normal attacks are doing nothing to him. Shia narrowed her eyes. Bleeder, we have to use it. Go for it, I have collected a decent amount of blood. Bleeder smiled coldly. The moment she received his approval, Shia bounced away from Nelves and brought her crescent blade near her wrist. Then, she sliced the vein under Nelves' startled look, causing a fountain of blood to spew everywhere. Uncaring about everyone's stunned looks, Shia brought her wrist to her lips and started drinking her blood, causing her eyes to turn completely red and her heartbeats to accelerate beyond the human norm. The moment her vision turned bright red with only Nelves in sight, Shia wiped her lips with the right sleeve, smearing her cheek red. Then, she dropped the weapon's shaft and held her crescent blade from a small handle in the center. I am about to get close and intimate. Shia showed a sinister grin as she uttered, Mantra Blood Arts, Blood Frenzy. Chapter 20, Mantra Blood Arts, Blood Frenzy. Chapter 20, Mantra Blood Arts, Blood Frenzy. The instant the last word left her mouth, Shia appeared right next to Nelves's left thigh, hunching akin to a blood demon. Then, she sliced the femoral artery, which was the main artery of the thigh. This time, neither Nelves reacted in time nor did his tough skin survive the slash. Splash! Blood sprayed akin to water coming out of a hose and Shia didn't waste a single drop of it as she swiftly placed herself in its direction, drinking it with a look of pure euphoria. Smack! You little demon! Nelves kicked Shia away with a look of great disturbance and tightened his muscles, sealing the wound shut in an instant. Your blood tastes horrid. Shia commentated while wiping her mouth, but, it will do the trick. Not giving him any time to react, Shia pounced in his direction akin to a panther, always keeping her body and head low. When Nelves saw that she was aiming for his left thigh this time, he swiftly lifted his knee to block the attack. But, Shia switched her target at the last second, twisting her body in midair to strike his right waist, leaving behind a deep trench. This time, she didn't stop her assault at all as the moment Nelves placed his hand on the wound, she swung from below at the back of his elbow, cutting off another major artery. Splash! You! Nelves got pissed and tried to predict her next movement by preemptively striking where she would land. Alas, Shia was like a serpentine, boneless and beyond flexible. His punch went past her face, missing her completely. When he tried to pull it back, Shia placed the sharp blade on its path, making him gush the bottom of his entire right arm. Then, she opened her mouth below like a crazed freak, gulping down the blood non-stop. With each gulp, her crimson eyes blazed like she was recharging herself in the process. What the F***ck is this creep? Nelves immediately tried to distance himself from Shia to heal his wounds and get a sense of what he was dealing with, but Shia refused to let him go. Who told you I am done? She chased after him with blood spilling from her lips and eyes gleaming red in the darkness, creating a harrowing scene for Arthur and the others. Ultimate innate ability, blood frenzy, this is the second time I saw her use it. Jamal gulped a mouthful in dread, recalling some old memories. Will she be okay? Arthur asked nervously. Okay? You should worry about the other. She won't stop until he either dies or she exhausts Bleeder's blood pool. Jamal refocused on helping Sergio with his arrows, fully trusting that Shia wouldn't lose against Nelves even if he was a tier 3 Nightcrawler. He wasn't confident for no reason. He knew that tier 3 Nightcrawlers could range from insanely powerful to meh. All due to their evolutionary paths differing greatly from one to another. For example, Nelves could be a Nightcrawler who lucked out and ate a natural treasure that helped him evolve remarkably and obtain powerful abilities, or a Nightcrawler who ate something that was just enough to evolve him, limiting his strength and potential greatly. In other words, just because a Nightcrawler was higher tiered, it didn't automatically give him a win. The same applied to Daywalkers. In the case of Shia, while she might be still a junior Daywalker, her true strength could rival that of a Pathfinder Daywalker, which was the next breakthrough. All due to her choosing remarkable evolution for her first breakthrough. Right now, she was teaching a grave lesson to Nelves for daring to target her, as she made sure to not leave him even a moment of breather. The moment he tried to defend a spot, she sliced another. Her speed, flexibility, and reaction speed were simply too much for him. After a few moments of her demonic bombardment, Nelves was left completely bloodied, spilling everywhere and tainting his fur red. Now, he truly looked like a devil. He is bleeding, but all of my cuts are external. Shia narrowed her eyes coldly. I have yet to strike his vitals. Just leave him be, he should bleed to death. Before Bleeder could finish his sentence, Nelves cracked his neck with an indifferent expression. I guess it's my fault for taking you lightly. I should have known Queen Dra Webra wouldn't place a kill hit on a nobody. Nelves lifted his head until his bone-chilling gaze landed on Shia. But, fun times are over. Immediately after, Nelves' muscles started to inflate while his flesh wounds were healing at a noticeable speed simultaneously. In less than a few seconds, his body was almost double the size, with muscles so overpumped, they threatened to blow the veins on their own. Nelves breathed ruggedly, his nostrils letting out heated steam, seemingly having difficulty maintaining this form. Shit, the F*er is an enhancement type Nightcrawler. Bleeder shouted, make a run for it, Shia. Bleeder could tell that Nelves was already a strong entity after he suffered from so many attacks from Shia and still hadn't fallen. Now that he knew Nelves specialized in enhancement, he realized Shia stood no chance against him in his current empowered state. Shia heard her partner, but she didn't move an inch. She merely glanced behind at the Larson brothers and then refocused on Nelves, who was walking towards her. I am their guardian and I promised to get them back home safely. Shia said coldly, they ain't dying under my watch. Not waiting until Nelves made his move, Shia disappeared out of sight, sprinting in his direction while staying low. This time, she threw her crescent blade at a great speed toward him while keeping a respectful distance. Ting! Alas, the crescent blade bounced off Nelves's shoulder blade, making a clinging noise akin to hitting a solid metal. The crescent blade curved back like a boomerang, and Shia caught it with a grim expression. Time to die. Nelves smiled once and then, he smashed his fist on the ground, sending out a powerful seismic shockwave. Shia knew that her legs would be gone if she ate the shockwave directly, forcing her to jump away. But the moment she did this, Nelves was already lying in wait. He entered a kicking position and launched a giant rock in her direction at a blistering speed. When Shia saw the size of the rock, she knew that it was nearly impossible to twist her body and evade it. She lifted her arms and braced for impact, using her crystallized blood shield to protect her. Alas, the rock was just too much. Boom! The crystallized blood shattered upon impact, slowing the rock's momentum for a bit, but it was not enough. It smashed Shia's forearm bones to pieces and hurled her flying in the direction of Jamal, Levi, and Arthur. "Come on Shia, we can't hold on much longer." Before Jamal could finish his sentence, his eyes captured the sight of a bloodied body rolling at great speed in front of them. After a few bounces, it stopped against a tree, lying motionless. Arthur, Jamal, and even Levi turned their heads to gaze at the motionless body. Though Levi couldn't see her, her spiritual aura was so faint it felt like she could die at any moment. She. Jamal stuttered for a moment and then shouted her name with a petrified expression. Seeing no response, his heart dropped to the bottom of his stomach. "Follow me," he shouted at the Larson brothers while he rushed in her direction. When he arrived, he reached out to his backpack and pulled out a wooden pink totem in the shape of a small bottle. He smacked it on Arthur's chest while yelling at him to feed it to her. Then, he aimed his bow in the direction of Nelves, who was seen knocking down trees with a single arm swing as he headed to finish the job. I. Arthur looked at the pink totem with parted lips, looking like he had no idea what to do with it. Knowing that his brother never interacted with recovery totems or was attentive enough to listen in his classes, Levi reached out with his hand randomly until he touched the totem in his brother's hand. He swiftly snatched it and opened the bottle. Then, he ordered him sternly, "Open her mouth and help me pour it." Still shaken, Arthur did as he was told. As Levi was pouring a pink liquid into Shia's mouth, he was mumbling the incantation to activate it. "By the golden rays of dawn's light, awaken now, restore and ignite. With the warmth of the sun and the strength of the day, heal all wounds and mend dismay." The moment he finished, the pink liquid illuminated brightly within Shia's body, making her muddled eyes gain some focus. Although it hadn't healed her wounds yet, the pink liquid numbed the agonizing pain and focused on dealing with the grave internal injuries first. The first thing she saw was Nelves's shadow looming closer behind Levi and Arthur. She knew that Jamal wasn't going to stand up against him, not in his current exhausted state. "Go-to-ser. Ja," she whispered with great difficulty, coughing out blood in the process. Through the noise of falling trees and Sergio's constant chaotic battle, no one would have heard her, but Levi did. His sensitive ears picked up on everything and he swiftly relayed the news to Jamal and Arthur. Although the order sounded ludicrous and suicidal, Jamal knew that it wasn't time to question if Levi heard wrong or not. On the other hand, Arthur didn't even waste a split second questioning his brother. He picked Levi and Shia in both arms and sprinted towards the army of spiders. A mere mortal, a mere civilian, running to his damnation. Shock dart. Jamal cleared the path towards Sergio with a single arrow while chasing after Arthur. Still, a few spiders were on his way. Arthur immediately placed Shia and Levi above his shoulders and charged through spiders with his head lowered and roaring at the top of his lungs. He needed some spiders, hurling them away, but a few others managed to sink their fangs deeply into his thighs, waist, and even his glutes. All Arthur could do was continue roaring, his bloodshot eyes affixed on no one but Sergio, who was watching them with buckled knees. He was already drop-dead tired, holding on through pure will and hope that Shia was going to save their asses. But, as he looked at her dangling from Arthur's shoulder, that hope was extinguished and was replaced with a despairing laugh. "We are F***ed, aren't we Othniel?" Chapter 21, The Greatest Gift. Chapter 21, The Greatest Gift. Othniel remained silent, his eye scanning the whole situation from the mace. No matter which way he saw it, they were beyond doomed. The supposed savior was taken out, Nelves was approaching akin to the Grim Reaper, their mounts were murdered, and worst of all, the connection was down, so no one outside the forest had any clue about their predicament. To decide to group on me, I can't imagine what happened there. Sergio uttered in derision as he watched Arthur place Shia and Levi next to him. Then, he fell on his knees, incapable of standing up for another second. Get those F***ers off me. Meanwhile, the spiders were still latched onto Arthur, leaving him to groan in agonizing pain. Arthur, I got you. Levi reached out to the spiritual spiders in his vision and killed them off by bursting their abdomen with a single strike. The abdomen was their weakest point, making it simple for Levi to kill them without any struggle. After he was done, he left the heads attached to his brother's flesh, knowing that removing them was a death sentence. The fangs were just so deep, the moment he removed the heads, Arthur's wounds would gush out uncontrollably. Jamal came from behind, still firing basic arrows to further clear out the area. While he had tried his best, he had merely cleared out a 5-meter radius. The spiders took no time to recollect their strength and surrounded the group in a small circle, making anyone believe that their lives were already claimed, but not Levi. He could hear Shia mumbling something, and if his guess was correct, they must do everything in their power to buy her time. Protect Shia, Levi ordered as he stood in battle stance, facing the northern side. When Sergio, Jamal, and their Nightcrawlers saw this, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. In their minds, Levi could be excused for acting like this since he was blind and could see only the spiders' spiritual auras. It was nowhere as terrifying and despairing as the sight of an army of flesh-eating disgusting giant spiders gazing at you akin to a delicious meal on a moonless night. Protect her. But, when even Bleeder voiced the same concern, everyone's gazes turned solemn, and they swiftly entered a battle stance, willing to fight to the last breath. If Levi could be excused for not knowing any better, then Bleeder's words reignited hope in their hearts, hope that Shia didn't group them up for no reason. Scree. Sadly, the spiders had no chill. The moment their eyes adjusted to their heat auras, they let out the same screech and charged at the party with their fangs clicking non-stop. Jamal and Sergio pulled out dagger-shaped wooden totems from their backpack and nodded at each other. Just as the spiders were about to pounce at them, Jamal shouted out an incantation while smashing the tiny wooden dagger on the ground. By the sun's eternal flame, purge the dark and unleash your claim. Shield your eyes. The instant the last word left his lips, the wooden dagger exploded and released a potent flash of purified sunlight, expanding for more than 10 meters and burning away all the spiders in the zone. The flash lasted for a mere second before dying out, but the damage it caused was astronomical. Only ash was left behind in the 10-meter radius while the rest of the spiders cowered away akin to a teenager asked to do chores. Fear not, my little ones. It's just a D-grade assault totem. Nelves' voice resounded from a distance. I didn't think you were still saving them. Oh well, what does it matter anymore? Sergio and Jamal's expressions turned gloomy, knowing that such totems were kinda useless at this point. They saved them for emergencies and as a last tramp card, but this situation was simply beyond their grade. As expected, the spiders pounced on them again after their short-term memory acted up and made them forget what happened to the previous pack. Sergio glanced at the last assault totem in his possession and then smashed it on the ground with a grim expression, activating it at once with the incantation. The second batch of spiders fried up again, but alas, more poured in to fill in the gaps. It's getting sad, just give up and I promise I will be gentle. Nelves sighed, if I was getting something out of this besides my survival, I would have been more motivated to kill you, but beggars can't be choosers. Nelves waved at the spiders, forcing them to behave temporarily since his authority could not rival that of Dra Webra. But, it was enough to create an execution ground. So, who's first? Nelves picked a medium-sized wooden log and waved it around like he was playing with a twig. But the wheezing noise absolutely petrified the party, making them understand that a single strike was all it would take to blow them into pieces. Me. Take me. Yet, Levi stepped in front of the group, standing with a straight back, but his expression was as regretful and bitter as ever. Levi, cough, get down here. Let me go first, I am already halfway there. Arthur crawled towards his brother with a look of utter determination. Arthie, This entire situation is on me. I told you that risks are a must to move forward, but I have truly bitten more than I can chew. Levi smiled wryly. I have spent my entire life visualizing life through books, but only now do I understand, real life is nothing like books, where everything follows a written script. I am sorry, I have let you down. Levi was genuinely upset and regretful that his plan didn't just risk his life but that of his brothers. He always dreamed of being a daywalker and roaming the wastelands to reclaim the planet from the infestation of Nightcrawlers due to reading many heroic stories of high-ranked daywalkers when he was a child. They were his guardian heroes, watching over him and fueling him with the courage to handle the Nightcrawlers infesting his little world. Only now did he truly grasp what life was like for daywalkers in the wastelands. There were no safety nets, only constant threats, with everything and everyone trying to consume their light. One could plan all he wanted, but at the end of the day, it would take a single passing powerful Nightcrawler in a bad mood to snack on his body and shadow life seed. Don't apologize to me. I would have chased you to the depths of hell if I had to. I have left you alone once, and you ended up watching our parents get murdered, and your eyes ripped away. Arthur reached out and held Levi's pants tightly and then said with an earnest, stern tone, I have since vowed to never leave your side, not now, not ever. Clap clap. Nelves listened to the whole thing, and when Arthur finished, he slowly clapped his hands with a mocking look. Ah, now that's what I called true brotherhood. Though, I wish it never finds me. Nelves sneered, in the shadow dimension, you are proclaimed a walking corpse the instant you leave your back open to another one. Make no mistake, the real world is no different. But, that's what makes genuine and trusted relationships more special. Levi smiled faintly. To know that someone has your back in this cruel and merciless era is the greatest gift. Greatest gift. Nelves snickered, disappearing and reappearing in an instant behind Levi. Then, he pierced Levi's abdomen from the back, lifting him up and Arthur in the air with one hand like they weighed absolutely nothing. Huh, brother. Arthur gazed at the pierced bloody log inside his brother's stomach and felt like his vision was getting cloudy. Before he could react, Nelves smacked him back to the party like he was swatting a fly. Then, he carried Levi in front of him, staring at his agonized, confused expression as Levi gripped the log with trembling hands. His head darted around, struggling to process what had just happened, until a creeping coldness spread from his stomach, dull and unnatural, making the moment feel even more surreal. The greatest gift is absolute strength. If you were strong, you wouldn't be dangling helplessly in my hands. If I was strong, I wouldn't be following that B*TCH's orders. Strength, 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 it's everything. Nelves hurled Levi back to the group, his blood spraying and splashing Shia and the others. Yet, their stunned eyes never left the gaping hole in Levi's stomach. The sooner you get it through your thick skull, the better your life will get. Nelves sneered when he saw everyone grouping on Levi, trying their best to close the massive hole, but to no avail. The moment Levi joined the Donut Club with Rengoku and Ace, there wasn't anything they could do to save him. My bad, maybe in your next life. Chapter 22, Is This Your Doing? Nelves took a deep breath to ease his agitation and then walked away, knowing that his authority over the spiders had expired. In other words, Russell. Russell. The spiders charged again at the party, seeing nothing but red. Sergio and Jamal have already closed their eyes, accepting their fate while Arthur was left trying his best to stop his brother's non-stop bleeding, but alas, his giant hands were big enough to cover the hole, but that was the only thing they could do. Tears flooded down Arthur's eyes as he gazed at the scorched marks in place of his brother's eyes. It was like he was living a déjà vu, remembering the day he was brought up by his uncle to the hospital and seeing his big brother lying on the bed with bandages over his eyes and torso. All he could do at that time was cry and cry while holding his brother's hand, feeling utterly helpless. He thought if he were to fall into the same situation, it would be different, but here he was, sharing the same helplessness as when he was a child. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the spiders jumped on them and sank their fangs across their bodies, Arthur used his wide back to shield Levi, not letting a single spider touch him. Even Jamal and Sergio suffered from major bites to keep Shia safe until the last second. It was like they still had a tint of hope in her. Totem, of protection, shine your light. They made the best decision possible as the moment they were buried under the mountain of spiders, a sudden flash of light emerged from the cracks, releasing concentrated, purified sunlight everywhere. Nelves was hit by one of the beams and felt like he was pierced by a bullet, forcing him to jump away instantaneously. The moment he landed on a tree, he touched the hole in his chest with a grim expression, feeling the searing pain coursing through him. But, he didn't give it much thought as his eyes were affixed on the sudden emergence of a golden shimmering dome, big enough to contain Shia's party. As for the mountains of spiders, it was already decimated, leaving the rest of the spiders to cower away from the glaring dome. Huh, we aren't dead. Sergio and Jamal lifted their heads after sensing the warm sensation coursing through their bodies. It was like they were bathing under their holy pillar. Even their wounds were healing at a comfortable pace while the pain was numbed. Damn you, Dad, did you have to make the custom incantation so damn long and complicated? Shia spoke at last as she held onto a shimmering sun-like necklace. Shia, is this what I think it is? Jamal's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the shimmering necklace. Before she could reply, Sergio exclaimed in shock, it is. Great, a protection totem, solar dome. His reaction was understandable, as this totem wasn't even sold to the public, but used as a gift by the Solar Aegis Sanctuary to reward the top 5 highest-ranked daywalkers on the Holy Heliodor Region leaderboard. It was a priceless treasure for even high-ranked daywalkers, yet it was in the hands of Shia. This isn't the time to discuss my father's treasure. Shia ordered with a hurried tone, my arms are still broken, help the Larson brothers recover faster. I have a couple of recovery totems in my backpack. Sergio and Jamal swiftly reached into Shia's backpack and poured everything on the ground. Besides some makeup and hair gadgets, they found 1 assault totem, 1 defensive totem, and 2 healing totems. When they saw them, they smacked themselves for not considering digging into her belongings earlier without her permission. But it was already in the past. They took the recovery totems, and each one focused on a Larson brother. Sergio flipped the passed-out Arthur away from Levi and immediately poured the pink liquid into his lips. Although his body was filled with small spider bites, there were too many, causing him to lose a significant amount of blood. Yet, his situation was nowhere as brutal as Levi's. Shit, this is too much. Everyone's expressions turned for the worse after Levi's massive stomach wound was revealed. His guts were exposed for the world to see. Feed him. Shia shouted angrily at the shell-shocked Jamal, the protective dome is keeping him alive. As she said, Levi might be passed out cold, but he was still breathing faintly. If it wasn't for the healing prowess of the protective dome, he would already be a goner. That's what they thought, but in reality, Levi was still alive because of one entity. Unbeknownst to everyone, Levi was meeting him right now in his dream. Levi and Ashkral were seen standing on top of an empty, dead field with a scarlet sky, clouds, and a cracked moon gleaming from above. Levi's clothes and hair became pitch black while Ashkral remained the same, maintaining his creepy bat-like appearance. Levi instantly knew that he was inside a dream and that Ashkral had invaded it, twisting it into his desired environment. The fact that he was here made him assume that he was still alive on the outside, which implied that Shia had succeeded in activating her protection totem. While Levi didn't know what kind of protection totem was in her possession, he was the only one capable of hearing her faint whispers of the incantation, allowing him to guess the totem's type. That's why he tried his best to buy time for her, even risking his life in the process. He just didn't expect Nelves not to care about his talk no jutsu and pin him in no time. Ashkral, Is any of this your doing? Be straight, I think we are long past the foolery. Levi asked. If you're talking about the lurker Spider Queen's trap, I had nothing to do with it. Ashkral floated towards Levi with a hunched back and claws long enough that they were grinding on the ground. When he was a mere meter away from him, he showed a sinister smile and confessed, but, I did know about it. Levi went silent. Ashkral's silence and disappearance ever since their last discussion about the contract did raise some concerns in his mind. He knew that Ashkral wouldn't give up on him that easily, not after spending a decade monitoring and saving him for himself. What now? I believe you have the upper hand. Levi lifted his arms with a bitter smile. Do your best, I don't have much choice anyway. Levi wasn't delusional to believe that Ashkral hadn't brought him here unless he was certain that he had the upper hand in their negotiation. I like it when you are sensible. Ashkral chuckled. Still, it's only fair to show you how bad your situation is. I don't want to hear you complaining that I have swindled you. Ashkral snapped his finger, and the cracked moon rippled into a peaceful lake. Then, images of the outside world were reflected on it, stunning Levi. I can see, how? Levi murmured as he touched his scorched marks. Unfortunately, his eyes were still non-existent even in the dream world. Yet, the scenes of Shia and the others trying their best to wake him up appeared as vivid as a voice in a silent room. I am sharing my vision with you, enjoy it while it lasts, Ashkral replied. But, when he saw the condition of his little brother, the joy of seeing the real world after a decade was extinguished. Yet, this wasn't even the worst part. The scene switched to Nelves hurling giant trees and massive boulders at the solar dome. He seemed absolutely livid as he cursed Shia and the others. Is this what I get for trying to be nice? Wasting my energy and time for a decided outcome. Crack. Crack. Each time a tree or a boulder smashed the solar dome, it released a wave of purified sunlight, weakening it bit by bit. The solar dome is great against Nightcrawlers and their abilities, but it doesn't work as well against real-life objects. Levi's face went dark, realizing that if Nelves kept his bombardment, he would destroy the dome in less than half an hour. Half an hour should have been good enough to buy them some time until reinforcement arrived, but the network was down, and no one knew if their emergency flares were seen or not. Even if they were seen in time, it took an hour, give or take, from the outpost to the forest using mounts. In simpler terms, there was a high chance Nelves would get to them before reinforcement arrived. This time, he wouldn't waste a single moment bashing their heads. You proved your point, I am willing to sign your desired contract. Levi requested with a look of unwearying acceptance. My only condition is to save my brother and the others. In his eyes, he wouldn't even bat an eye if the contract was pure rubbish. He was the one responsible for bringing his brother into this mess, a mess that was beyond their capabilities. He would rather lose his sight 10 times over before letting his brother die. Of course I will do that, I am not a monster. Ashkral's demonic smile said otherwise. Without further ado, he waved his hand, and a massive nocturnal contract was summoned in front of them. It was already written and prepared, even signed by Ashkral's name at the bottom. The only thing missing was Levi's signature. Before Levi read the terms, he felt a chill course down his spine at the notion that Ashkral had this contract drafted for over a decade, awaiting this very moment. But then, he glanced above him and saw the horror his party was going through. He took a deep breath and looked back at Ashkral. There is an old saying that I have read in a book. Levi smiled. It says, if an oil company wants to buy your land, there's probably oil under it. What does that suppose to mean? Ashkral raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Levi replied calmly as he started reading the terms of the contract, isn't it obvious? I don't know why you are seeking my body, but I know there is something there. I am just saddened I don't know what it is before selling it. Sign the contract and you will find out. Ashkral grinned. Chapter 23, Turn your life upside down. Levi would be lying if he said he wasn't curious about what Ashkral saw in him. But, he didn't allow his curiosity to influence his judgment as he sped through the contract. After a few moments, Levi finished the first major term and was left staring at Ashkral in bafflement. He found out that he would be in charge of his body, possessing the majority of control. He thought before that Ashkral was manipulating him all this time to force him into signing a 50-50ths contract. This contract ensured equal control over the body, as both the Nightcrawler and the human would be able to alter between leadership and fellowship. This contract rarely took place since both Nightcrawlers and humans cherished having complete control. They knew that if it was 50-50ths, it might lead to an uneventful death due to a lack of cooperation or worse, causing significant harm to innocent civilians. Thus, it was frowned upon for daywalkers to have this kind of contract, as society wouldn't accept them fully. Levi thought that Ashkral was seeking this kind of contract, but here he was, staring at 100% control in his favor. Why? He couldn't help but wonder about Ashkral's reasons. All you need to know is that it has to be you in the lead. Besides this cryptic message, Ashkral gave no further details. Realizing that he wouldn't get his answers, Levi moved on. While this term had restored some hope in Levi's mind that maybe his life wasn't completely screwed, when he continued reading he found out at the end that everything wasn't sunshine and rainbow. No death binding, and an indefinite term. Levi's expression turned grave. Doesn't this mean I am stuck with you until you decide to let me go? Even worse, if I died, your soul will remain unaffected? Levi wasn't a fan of those terms in the slightest. He understood that Nightcrawlers and humans could only work together efficiently if their life and death were bound together. This would ensure that both parties would give their best in every single endeavor, since their life literally hung on the line. As for the other term, all daywalkers' contracts had a fixed term. Usually, it lasted until the shadow life seed grew into a tree, bore fruition, and created a new shadow life seed, restarting the circle until a new tree was born. When the two trees reached their growth limit, that was when the contract ended and both parties separated from the other, taking a tree for each. Of course, this separation would weaken them a bit, but it would reward them with autonomy at a level of prowess unimaginable. It was a win-win situation for both parties. While reaching this stage was extremely rare, as it implied evolving the Nightcrawler to Tier 7, which wasn't a simple journey in the slightest. It gave the humans and Nightcrawlers a goal that assured their eventual autonomy. But, indefinite term? Levi realized that he might be trapped with Ashkral forever. Don't flatter yourself, boy. Ashkral sneered, the contract is indefinite for the opposite reason. I have no interest in being stuck with you if you don't live up to my expectations. I have, very, very high expectations. Wait, are you saying that I might be dropped in the future? Levi knitted his eyebrows. Yes, I have a certain goal in mind, and if you prove inadequate in helping me achieve it, I will have no choice but to start again with another entity, Ashkral replied calmly. Levi went silent, not because he was hurt by Ashkral's lack of confidence, but because he realized that if he was to sign the contract, he could not stop moving forward until he helped Ashkral achieve his goal. That's because an early separation during the growth of the shadow life seed would kill both parties. It was like the moment a daywalker was born, the shadow life seed would turn into his primary organ, more precious than his heart or even brain. Fortunately, when this happened, the seed died as well, ensuring the demise of the Nightcrawler. This made the Nightcrawlers avoid the scenario at all costs. Yet, Ashkral was telling him straight up that he could easily drop him and switch him with another person, like his life would be unaffected. While it seemed impossible, Levi knew that Ashkral was too much of an enigma. If there was any Nightcrawler capable of surviving the separation, it would definitely be him. What do I do? Do I sign it? Do I even have a different choice? Many questions roamed Levi's mind as he turned around and gazed at the predicament of his party. Nelves was getting angrier and more ferocious by the second, already uprooted hundreds of trees and hurled them at the solar dome. While the trees had gotten burnt out by the dome's flares, its illumination had gotten way too dim compared to its first appearance. Do I wait? Can I afford to wait? Levi shook his head with a bitter smile. No matter which way he studied his choices, he always came back to the same two choices. He could reject Ashkral's proposal and be left to die, knowing that he was the only one keeping him alive at the moment. He wasn't scared of the idea of death as he always saw it as a much more merciful way of leaving his hellish world, but the fact his brother's life was also on the line changed everything. Boy, signing the contract to save your brother is understandable, but is that really your only motivation? Ashkral whispered near Levi's ears, have you already forgotten about what happened that night? The screams of your dearest parents? The pain of having your eyes ripped away? Have you already forgiven those two Nightcrawlers? If so, you are either the most benevolent human in existence or, you are just a coward. Levi remained composed, already numb to the Nightcrawler's emotional manipulation. But, when he was reminded of that night and what he had witnessed, he realized that it wouldn't cut it to just be an average daywalker. He had just spent a couple of days hanging with actual decent daywalkers, and yet, their lives were held by a pen in his hands. Everything he had lived and experienced in those days made him truly see the world of daywalkers and what had become of their planet. The lives of people inside the Holy Pillars were utterly different from those exploring and attempting to reclaim their planet. Now that he had experienced both worlds, he understood that it wouldn't cut it to just sign a contract with any Nightcrawler like he was dreaming about in the confines of his safe space. He needed a strong Nightcrawler, no, he needed the strongest Nightcrawler as his partner to ensure that his potential surpassed everyone and everything, especially, when his growth was impaired due to his missing eyes. It wasn't like he had such Nightcrawlers waiting in line to sign him up. If I am already living on the edge of life and death, of sanity and insanity, what's holding me back from giving it my all and seeking my parents' redemption? Levi's expression turned icy by the second, indefinite term. Dropping me if I was inadequate? Such conditions should have never fazed me, not now, not ever. Levi lifted his head and gazed at the empty signature location. The more he looked at it, the more it seemed to call him. Before Levi could know it, he was already floating in front of it while holding a giant white pen. Ashkral was there, right next to him. Sign it and your life will turn upside down, I guarantee it. Ashkral grinned. You should work on your convincing skills, that sounds more ominous than good, but, I have already made up my mind, you can stop pitching it. Levi tightened his grip on the pen and double-checked one last time for any fine print he had missed in the contract. When he found that only those two terms were considered negative to him, he steeled his expression and started writing his full name, each letter widening Ashkral's devilish grin. Just as Levi reached the last letter, he stopped and turned to face Ashkral. Then, he asked suddenly, am I your first contracted human? Ashkral paused for a moment, not expecting such a curveball. You aren't even in the top 10 list. But, he still answered him truthfully even though he knew his answer might change Levi's mind. In his eyes, if his answer changed Levi's mind, he would lose interest in him. Levi was silenced for a few moments, many thoughts coursing his mind at the shocking implication that Ashkral had more than 10 failed partners. This would make anyone question if Ashkral was giving his partners a fair chance to aim at his goal or if he dropped them once an inconvenience arose. Yet, Levi's confidence remained unfazed. I may not be your first partner, but I am going to be your last. Levi said coldly as he wrote the final letter of his name, mark my words. Chapter 24, A Tiny Bit of My Peak. Oh, how I wish. Ashkral laughed in amused delight as he watched the nocturnal contract burn into 2 clouds of ash. For now, enjoy the show, this will be the first time you see a tiny bit of my peak and most likely your last if you don't work hard. Before Levi could react, he found himself kicked from the dream world, slowly regaining his consciousness in the real world. When he expected to see utter darkness and everyone's spiritual auras like always, he was stunned to see Shia's, Jamal's, and Sergio's faces crowding him. He is up. He is actually up. It's a miracle. Jamal laughed excitedly. What the? His stomach hole has been sealed without leaving even a scar. Sergio exclaimed in disbelief as he gazed at Levi's smooth, dirted abs. His reaction was understandable when Levi ended up recovering faster than Arthur, who was still lying on the floor, salivating over the dirty ground. Levi ignored them and immediately reached out with his hand towards Shia, caressing her face in astonishment. It's real, I can see. Levi murmured to himself. Huh. Shia was caught off guard by his action, but she didn't pull away from his hand. She knew he couldn't see what he was doing and might still be in shock. But, before she could think too much of it, her face suddenly went as pale as a sheet of paper, pure mortification taking over her. Then, her eyes rolled to the back of her head, passing out on top of Levi's chest. Thud. Thud. Jamal and Sergio followed along, one landing on top of Arthur's back and the other to the side of Levi. Even their contracted Nightcrawlers went down. Am I really that ugly? Ashkral's saddened voice resounded from behind Levi, forcing him to turn around with a dazed expression. He expected many things, but he didn't think that Ashkral would make an appearance in his flesh in the real world. Yet, what shocked him the most was the sight of him standing inside the solar dome without a single scratch. He could see that the solar dome was trying its best to burn him, but his leathery, ashen skin remained untouched. How? Save your questions for later, we don't have much time before our souls get linked and bodies inked. Ashkral turned around and faced Nelves, who was standing tens of meters away from them. He was just in the process of uprooting another tree, having no idea what was going on. Little f***ers wasting my time and energy. Nelves cursed under his breath while cleaning his sweaty forehead with his sleeve. Then, he pulled the entire tree with its roots in a single motion, hugging it with both arms. The moment he placed it next to him, his vision was finally cleared, landing on Ashkral and Levi. Here's enough. Nelves went quiet, blinking twice to double-check if his eyes weren't deceiving him. Just a few moments ago, he was staring at Shia, Jamal, and Sergio, trying to revive their friend. In an instant, they were the ones on the ground while Levi was standing next to one of the meanest-looking Nightcrawlers he had ever seen. He ought to feel baffled. Who are you, and how dare you interfere in Queen Dra Weber's feast? Nelves entered a defensive stance instantly, even bringing out the name of his master. He wasn't able to sense Ashkral's aura in the slightest, which creeped the hell out of him. Dra Weber? Oh, so that was her name. Ashkral murmured to himself. Then, he pointed his long-clawed finger at Nelves and ordered expressionlessly, "You have touched what's mine. Kill yourselves as an apology." Before Levi could react to such a ludicrous command, his mouth widened to the limit in stupefaction at the sight of the spider's army running into each other's fangs or smashing their abdomen against the trees, doing whatever it took to kill themselves. While this could be excused for Ashkral's authority being on the higher tiers, nothing could explain what Nelves was doing. Levi watched him hold his head with both hands and without an ounce of hesitation or complaint, snapped it off. Huh. Even Nelves failed to understand what had just happened. His eyes reflected utter confusion and daze as he fell sideways, his hands still affixed to his shattered neck. Thud. The giant uprooted oak tree fell upon him after losing its support, seemingly avenging itself and its perished sisters. Silence engulfed the forest at last as no spider was left alive, both near and far. It was like Ashkral's order resounded across the entire forest even though he spoke in a normal octave. Stun-locked, Levi stared at Ashkral with lips moving, but no words coming out, only hushed-out breaths. But soon, his perfect vision started fading, breaking him out of his daze. No, 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 just a little more. Levi ignored everything and lay next to his brother, turning his head to face him. As his vision was going dark, Levi stared at his brother's face with a faint smile. "You sure have grown into a good man," he murmured gently, "though the ponytail has to go." Before Levi knew it, he found himself back in pitch-black darkness. He had dreamed of having his vision restored every single day of his life, and now that it happened, he didn't even appreciate it fully before it was robbed from him. He didn't even look at himself in the mirror. Yet, Levi neither complained nor whined about it. He painted the same serene smile on his face to mask the pain within and turned to look at Ashkral, wanting to ask him how he did it. But, the moment his spiritual vision landed on him, Levi's heartbeat started accelerating rapidly, akin to a child seeing the boogeyman. Horror, confusion, shock, disbelief, a soup of emotions ran rampant across his entire system at the sight of a crimson potent spiritual aura covering his whole field of vision. It was like his space of darkness transformed into a scarlet world. Levi was almost always composed and rarely stuttered in his speech, but as he gazed at this frightening scarlet aura emitting from Ashkral, words failed to find him. With great difficulty, he mustered a single question. "Jews, just what are you?" He didn't even use the proper interrogative pronoun, or did he? As this abomination before him couldn't be defined with just who. Me. Ashkral turned around to face Levi, his magnificent spiritual aura dying out rapidly akin to a flame being extinguished. When his entire aura disappeared and was replaced with a fabled twinkle, a spiritual aura known to belong to Tier 1 Nightcrawlers, Ashkral grinned and answered with, "I am your partner." Chapter 25, F. CK. Yo you. Chapter 25, F. CK. Yo you. The moment Levi heard his response, he felt a sudden electrifying chill course through his entire body, paralyzing him completely. He fell on his back and lay there, feeling like his body no longer belonged to him. It's happening, it's finally happening. Levi had read too many books and dreamed of this moment for so long to not know what was happening, the awakening of a daywalker. With a heart full of anticipation and a bit of unease, Levi focused his senses inward, desiring to feel the entire process and cherish it, knowing that it could happen only once in a lifetime. He wasn't scared of pain or such, as he knew that the shadow life seeds had a will of their own, and when presented with a new host, they ensured that the integration process went as smoothly as possible. That was the reason the process began with sedating the entire nervous system. "Boy, it's best that you forget everything that you used to know about daywalkers when dealing with me," Ashkral advised with an impish chuckle. "Huh? What do you mean?" Levi felt his heart skip a beat, having a bad feeling about this. "Brace for impact, the first wave will hit you like a truck." Just as Levi was about to double down on his confusion, a sudden shocking tide of agony washed across his entire body, from his toes straight to his scalp. Arg. His question turned into an agonizing screech as he started twitching on the ground with white foam spilling out of his mouth. He was paralyzed, yet he felt every ounce of torment, like his pain receptors were being pricked by needles. He couldn't even form a single thought, his mind was fueled with nothing but a never-ending wail. After a few seconds, which felt like years to Levi, the pain lessened until it completely went away. Levi was left lying on the ground with a puddle of sweat already formed underneath him. "Ashkral, you asshole, are you screwing with me?" Levi cussed with great difficulty. He refused to believe that what he went through was normal, as the pain was nothing he had ever felt in his life. He had read hundreds of daywalkers' awakenings and not a single one of them reported any type of pain. "Don't relax now, 2 more waves are still to come." Ashkral grinned. Levi's heart sunk to the bottom of his stomach in dread at the sound of that. "Please tell me you are lying." Before Levi could react, a similar wave of hellish agony smacked him out of nowhere, leaving him vibrating akin to someone going into a seizure. As much as Levi tried his best to resist the urge, the pain was simply too much, forcing his bladder to give in. A warm stream of piss flowed down Levi's pants, but he didn't even feel it. All that was in his mind was for the torment to end already. Pissing on the second wave, not bad, at least he didn't shit himself like Aetherius. Ashkral seemed to enjoy the show, as this was one of his favorite moments every time he established a contract with a new partner. PL. EA. SE. I. BEG, yo you, no. More. When the pain subsided, Levi was left beseeching Ashkral to stop whatever was happening to him. He didn't even care if Ashkral was responsible for this or not, he just wanted it to end. Kakik, I have watched you dream and prepare for this moment your entire childhood, I thought you would be cherishing and enjoying every moment of it. Ashkral laughed, uncaring about Levi's pleads. While he was absolutely merciless monster, he really had nothing to do with the pain as it was related to his unique seed. Don't give up so soon, there is only one more wave left. Ashkral cheered playfully. CK. Yo you. Those were the last words Levi uttered before his entire nervous system got struck by a thunderbolt of anguish, leaving him gasping for air. A few seconds later, his consciousness bailed on him at last, realizing that if he remained conscious any longer, his entire nervous system would be fried. Surviving until the last bit of the third wave, I see a promise. Ashkral nodded in satisfaction, he might eventually get used to it as I did. Unbeknownst to Levi, Ashkral had shared the same intensity of the pain with him, as his unique seed didn't discriminate during their merger. However, he had gone through the agony so many times he lost count. Since the moment their souls were stamped, he was forced to give up on all of his previous powers and evolutions, becoming a mere Tier 1 Nightcrawler. The pain he felt was no different from Levi's. He just grew numb to it after so many failures to achieve his goal. As he gazed at Levi's foamy mouth and wet pants, a sight unbefitting of anyone, Ashkral could only murmur to himself. Don't disappoint me, child. I have fallen way behind, you are my last hope. A few minutes earlier, on the other side of the harrowing forest, Danny, Malik, and the rest of their squad could be seen riding on top of their mounts, rushing in a straight line with panicky expressions. They turned around to look behind them every so often and then sighed in relief when they saw that nothing was behind them. Thank God we listened to Malik, and we didn't reseal our mounts. Matthew wiped his sweaty forehead while glancing at Malik, who was hugging Danny tightly on top of his armored camel. Unlike the rest of the squads, they remained on their mounts, following the advice of Malik to head further into the forest to ensure a peaceful search for the dimensional natural treasures. While they were extremely far away from the way they entered the forest, this move helped them avoid the slow spiders and head straight to another exit. I can see the edge. We are getting close. Danny exclaimed in excitement as he eyed the emerging wide spaces between the oak trees. We have to immediately report this matter to the authorities. Matthew uttered with a solemn tone, I believe we have lost more than 50% of our forces. Such a hit is too massive to our region, considering that many young talents were involved. Let's get out of here first, and then we can worry about. Whoosh. Before Matthew could finish his sentence, his pupils widened in horror at the abrupt appearance of a massive thick sticky web attached between the trees in front of them. Hey alt. Alas, no matter how hard he shouted or pulled his mount's hair, they were simply moving too fast and the web appeared only after it entered their 10-meter illumination zone. Before anyone could react, the mounts ended up diving deep within the giant sticky web, stopping only after reaching a couple of meters of depth. No, 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 this isn't happening, this isn't happening. Danny immediately started panicking, moving all over the place to free himself. Alas, the web was stronger than it seemed, as it could hold down even a Tier 3 Nightcrawler. The fact they went to its depths made it even worse. Don't panic. The spiders are still too far, we can free ourselves before they arrive. Matthew tried to calm everyone down with a stern tone, but inwardly, he was also filled with unfiltered amount of dread. Try to summon your weapons or reach out to your backpacks for assault totems. When Danny and the others heard his order, their agitation died down a bit, realizing that they had what it took to burn down the web, they just needed to hold them and utter the incantation. Unfortunately, everyone's backpacks were either on their waist or back, making it nearly impossible to get hold of them. The sticky web completely sealed their movements, akin to being thrown into a basin of glue. Just when Danny started to panic again, he sensed Malik's presence behind him. His eyes immediately lit up in hope as he requested agitatedly, "Malik, try to open my backpack with your mouth. You're our only hope." Matthew and the others couldn't turn their heads to see what Danny was talking about, but it didn't stop them from having their hopes reignited. Sadly, the expected sweet fearful reply was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a hideous cracked voice resounded in their ears, akin to a death decree. "Now, why would I do that after spending this much effort getting you in my trap?" An eerie silence settled over the area, no one could even muster a breath. Only the heavy thud of panicked heartbeats echoed through the web. Chapter 26, I spit on the likes of you. Chapter 26, I spit on the likes of you. Malik lengthened her neck akin to a serpentine, moving in the web freely like a fish in the sea. When she came face to face with the petrified Danny, her delicate face split in half, exposing the hideous visage of a hairy spider with 8 crimson eyes. "What's wrong, darling?" she asked, her mouth salivating with an acidic stench green liquid. "You no longer find me appealing." The moment Danny saw her true face and smelt the stench, his mind was already gone. He couldn't even muster a scream, his eyes rolled at the back of his head, passing out instantly to protect him from the horrible fate awaiting him. "Danny! What's happening back there? Danny! Danny!" Matthew screamed at Danny to speak. Alas, he heard nothing but Malik's cracked voice. "Ah, you decided to be a coward all the way, I see. Fine, I guess I will save you for dessert." Then, she completed her transformation into a giant 8-legged spider, resembling Queen Dra Webra, but lacking some qualities. Still, her appearance was terrifying enough for Matthew and the others. The moment she tiptoed in front of them, none of them dared to breathe out loud. But the same didn't apply to their contracted Nightcrawlers, whose lives also hung in the balance. "Zyra, I never expected you to be an undercover sleepwalker for a lurker." One of them uttered coldly, "We have chosen our partners at the same assembly, we even spent half a year in the same classroom. The real question is, how could you betray your own race, you scumbags?" Zyra's eyes narrowed murderously. "Humans are supposed to be nothing but food and playthings for us. Yet, you go along and enslave yourselves into weapons, used as mere tools in their hands. I spit on the likes of you." She committed to the spit as she splashed the nearest daywalker's face with her acidic saliva, leaving him hollering in agonizing pain. The rest of the daywalkers shivered as they heard their squadmates' despairing cries and the sizzling noise of his face getting melted off. In a few moments at best, his whimpers died out, making the nearest daywalkers to him glance at his tragic ending. When they saw his exposed skull and brain juices dripping down his chin, their hearts were frozen solid in despair. "You think we didn't want to become sleepwalkers too?" Another contracted Nightcrawler in the shape of a sand scorpion commentated coldly, "It has become extremely difficult to manipulate them with so many protocols humans have developed, SR pills, anti-sleepwalkers bureau, ankle monitors, and more. We were forced into this path to fulfill our evolutions, and I am certain you just got lucky with this girl." During the earliest years or even decades of the great civilization's fall, becoming a sleepwalker was easier than drinking water. All the people, who weren't lucky enough to be in the chosen blessed cities by the solar divinities, ended up either eaten or forced into becoming sleepwalkers. Since at that time, not much knowledge was accessible about sleepwalkers, nightcrawlers, or such. Humans did anything to survive, even if it meant accepting being possessed by a nightcrawler. They were easily swindled as the nightcrawlers had written a fixed term in the contract, ensuring the humans that once the nightcrawlers evolved into Tier 9, they would return their bodies to them. It was like a parasitic relationship, and as much as humans despised it, anything was for survival, right? Wrong. Everyone who signed the sleepwalkers' contract came to the horrifying truth that their souls would be trapped in their bodies without a single way to regain control. This would have been fine if the senses between humans and nightcrawlers weren't shared. In simpler terms, if nightcrawlers were to feast on animals or worse, human flesh, the contracted human would sense every single thing, and he could do nothing about it. Luck. All I hear is excuses. Zyra sneered, nothing has been forced on you. You are simply lazy, having no interest in mastering the arts of manipulation. You think I have found this beauty lying around and prepared to sign her life away. Zyra went on to brag about how she tracked Malik for over 2 years since the moment her father committed suicide for not being able to handle lack of sleep, constant nightcrawlers' dreams invasion, stress to provide, the death of his wife, and more unimaginable traumas. And how she made sure to visit her every time she slept, installing thoughts of vengeance in her dreams without showing herself. After 2 years of wearing her off and completely twisting her personality to hate the government, the flawed system that drove her father to despair, she finally made her move and suggested the sleepwalkers' contract. At that moment, Malik's mind was already gone, and all she wanted was to relieve herself from everything while going out with a bang. I had her so wrapped under my finger that she didn't mind participating in the assembly so I could choose her and commence a fake daywalker contract. All I had to do in return was kill as many daywalkers as possible, which was already my goal. Zyra smirked cockily, luck. I don't believe in such bullshit. You either have it in you or you don't. The daywalkers and their contracted nightcrawlers were silenced, realizing that they were under the presence of a cruel mastermind. While she seemed to have cocky tendencies, they understood that she earned the right to be one. Bypassing all the protocols humans had put in place to prevent the rise of sleepwalkers was no easy feat, especially with contracts being thoroughly checked by the authorities during the assembly and before issuing any daywalker their official ID. Feel honored, you will be the food that will enrich my intelligence even more. Before this snarky prideful remark could take root in the daywalkers' minds, a sudden whisper assaulted Zyra's ears. Kill yourselves as an apology. The moment Ashkral's cold authoritative voice was processed in her mind, Zyra went blank for a second, and before she realized it, she found herself penetrating her abdomen with her 8 sharp legs. PSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS. Abdomen's fluid flew everywhere, tainting the web and showering the daywalkers in the most revolting stench in existence. Yet, no one paid any heed to the smell or their covered bodies in yellow juices. They just kept staring at Zyra's twitching legs. A few moments later, silence engulfed the area again. This time, everyone was too stunned to speak. The only unified thought coursing through their minds was, what the F***ck just happened? They had foreseen their end in many ways, eaten alive, stripped of their shadow life seed, or even eaten by the incoming spider's army. Yet, not in their wildest dreams would they have imagined such an ending. The cocky and brazen Zyra offed herself like someone pressed the shutdown button in her. No matter how hard they thought about it, everyone came to a single conclusion regardless of how ludicrous it sounded: was she killed by the lurker queen spider? Alas, no one was there to clarify this madness. Who cares? We live. Matthew shouted hastily, wake up that moron and let's get the F***ck out of this hellhole. Seconded, I have never felt this level of creeps before in my life. Something sinister is happening under the surface and I have no interest in investigating it. All the daywalkers agreed with Matthew, swiftly using ZYYRA's juices to slip up a hand or two and reach out to their backpacks. After retrieving the assault totems, they burnt the web entangling them and their mounts, freeing themselves at last. Danny was also freed while still unconscious. But, after landing on the ground face first, he immediately regained consciousness. The first thing he did was beseech loudly while cowering behind his arms, not even daring to open his eyes. "Please don't eat me. I can pay you handsomely. Please. Please. Shut your trap, you goddamn disgrace. Where were my eyes when I picked you? I can't believe I am stuck with you for life, f***ck me." His contracted Nightcrawler wasn't pleased in the slightest, cursing him non-stop. His reaction was more than understandable when considering that Danny was supposed to help him reach Tier 7. After this performance, he doubted if they would even survive their next fight. This showed that when it came to becoming a sleepwalker, the burden fell on the Nightcrawler to convince the human by any means possible. But, when it came to becoming a daywalker, the burden fell on the humans to show their talents to attract a decent Nightcrawler. This was one of the main reasons all Nightcrawlers refused to accept Levi. None of them was foolish enough to link their life and death with a blind kid, who could not absorb light efficiently nor fight properly with such a massive disability. This would drive one to wonder, just what Ashkral had seen in him. Chapter 27, The Rescue. Chapter 27, The Rescue. On the other side of the forest, at the same time when Danny's party was captured in the Border's web, Mantis Squad wasn't faring any better. They were forced to fight the entire time due to not having their mounts summoned and no one with Levi's great detection skill to warn them of ambushes. Thus, as they were running towards the entrance of the forest while fighting simultaneously, they had already lost 6 members of the squad. Only Mantis, Masai, and 2 more decent daywalkers were left running for their lives with bodies painted red in wounds and yellow in spiders' juices. "Keep running. There is only 1 kilometer left." Mantis shouted femininely, "I am not dying in this shithole." "And so are you." Masai and the other 2 showed looks of great resolve as they sprinted with everything they had even when their legs were beseeching for rest. After everything they went through, the only thing keeping them standing was their adrenaline and hope that the Borders were just around the corner. While they recognized that no help awaited them behind the borders of the forest, they knew that the spiders must have been ordered to remain in the vicinity of the forest. They weren't certain about it, but it was their only salvation. Alas, in this new cruel and merciless era, life rarely smiled upon the weak. "Is that? No, it can't be." Mantis was the first to come to a full stop the moment his illumination strips landed on the massive network of stinky liquid, stretching for as long as his eyes could see in the dark. "We are so doomed," Masai murmured with a despairing smile as he stood next to Mantis. His ears picked up on the terrifying rustling sounds of spiders behind them. "We can't even burn out a path, we have wasted all of our totems." Their situation could only be described by the infamous quote by Tariq ibn Ziyad, "The sea is behind you and the enemy is in front." Screw this, I have tried my best to be the hero, they are unsavable, and the authorities will see it once an investigation launches. While his party already lost hope, knowing that the only way to get past the web was to burn it with their assault totems, Mantis wasn't in the same boat as them. If he wanted, he could easily survive by using a tramp card that no one knew of. He just didn't want to ditch them so fast and be held accountable back in the city. Do what you have to do, but make it seem like you truly tried your best until the very end. Tina backed him up inwardly. "Smart." Mantis turned to face the incoming spider's army and extended his weapon at them with a stern expression. "As your leader, it's my duty to give it my all and protect you until my dying breath. Run alongside the web and try to summon your mounts, I will use everything in my powers to buy you time." "Mantis." Masai and the rest of the squad were left stunned for a moment, not expecting such a heroic action from him. As daywalkers, they were used to everyone being selfish and seeking their own benefits. It was like the moment a daywalker was born, he would start prioritizing only himself and his contracted Nightcrawler. It was an understandable development when considering their partnership would last for a lifetime unless they reached their defined goal. "Stop admiring me and go," Mantis yelled one last time and then charged toward the incoming wall of spiders with his hand inside his backpack. The moment he gripped his tramp card, which was in the shape of a peculiar wooden symbol, he started murmuring the incantation under his breath. But, just as he reached the last part, a sudden lethargic voice resounded near his ear akin to being hand-delivered by the wind. "I suggest you stand back." "Is that?" Mantis knitted his eyebrows in confusion, recognizing the voice to belong to the smoker guard standing at the outpost's gate. His deadpan voice was stuck in his mind after he checked his giant army's IDs one by one. Before he could think too much about this development, the same voice echoed around the area. "Zephyrian wind arts, roaring tornado." Whoosh! Out of nowhere, a powerful wind draft manifested hundreds of meters away from Mantis and turned into a gigantic tornado, razing anything in its path. Mantis and the rest of his squad were left gaping at the sight of the terrifying spider's army hurled into the sky, devoured by the charging tornado. If it wasn't for the trees, dirt, and other picked-up objects, they wouldn't even be able to see the tornado under this moonless night. In a few moments at best, the roaring tornado died out and everything it ate was dropped from hundreds of meters, killing any surviving spiders. "Don't go anywhere, the rescue squads are on the way." Hearing the same lethargic voice from above, everyone lifted their heads and saw only a small smoke cloud left behind. Mantis returned to his squad and after trading a few dazed glances, one of them finally stuttered, "Zephyrian wind arts, only one man is infamous for such unique arts. It's definitely him. It's Sir Fengling." Masai laughed loudly in excitement, "We are saved." Sir Fengling earned a massive following in Heliodor's region as he was considered almost a superstar. All due to him being one of the few youngest daywalkers to become a solar-bound daywalker at the mere age of 23. Solar-bound daywalkers had managed to successfully evolve their Nightcrawlers to Tier 5, which was more than enough to earn them a seat at the big boys' table in Heliodor's region. Alas, a decade later Sir Fengling was still stuck at the same stage, which had brought down his hype levels immensely. The once believed a generational talent that would have helped Heliodor's region advance and compete against much more powerful regions was nowhere near his prime glory. No one knew what happened exactly for such a dramatic fall of grace to occur, but he was still well respected among the commoners and daywalkers alike. "I can't believe it," Sir Fengling was working as an undercover outpost guard. Mantis murmured, "Did he know about this trap beforehand?" "Who cares, now he is here, nothing will touch us, not even the lurker queen. So, how about we go farm the spider's crystallized seeds?" Masai grinned as he looked at the depth of the forest. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and their tiredness disappeared immediately. Even their wounds didn't hurt anymore. "Let's go quickly before the rescuers arrive and collect them." Mantis turned around and was the first to sprint towards the tornado's destructive aftermath. "Mantis, for what you did back there, I will give you 50% of all crystallized seeds I collect." "Me too, I seriously owe you my life. I will rally everything to our agency and recommend you for this year's promotion to a senior captain's position." "Haha, you have my vote too, and my friends' votes. You guys, I just did what any captain will do." As they kept admiring and glazing Mantis, all he could do was laugh it off and act humble. If they knew that he was planning on ditching them from the very beginning, their reaction would have been totally different. Hee, they weren't lying when they said that good karma finds good people. Mantis grinned cheerily, enjoying their attention and blessings. Chapter 28, A Playful Gag. Chapter 28, A Playful Gag. All Tina could do was roll her eyes at his shamelessness, realizing day by day, that some humans were just as bad as Nightcrawlers if not worse. The fact that Mantis, Masai, and the others' first idea after surviving this ordeal wasn't to check on the rest of the daywalkers, but to satisfy their greed was enough proof of their innate depravity. Even if they do have no energy to fight or move, they could have at least shown some worry for the others, but no. Their faces displayed nothing but utter glee as they kept farming the hundreds of spiders' crystallized seeds. What's worse? Every time Fenling found some survivors and saved them, they acted in the same manner. Fenling saw their actions and seemed unbothered, already used to much worse displays of corruption from both humans and Nightcrawlers. He had already accepted one solid fact: once a human hung around with a Nightcrawler for too long, even if he was one of the kindest and purest beings in the world, he was bound to be twisted sooner or later. As they say, one's character was seen by the surrounding entourage. What would one expect from daywalkers to become when their souls get linked with ruthless and evil beings at a young age, an age when they were most impressionable? For now, Fenling focused on finding as many survivors as possible, and specifically, Levi. He knew that Levi had gone a day earlier with Shia, which drove him to head into the center of the forest. When he arrived at the ruined Shadow Castle nest, his piercing dark eye spotted a tiny gleam on top of the umbrella's shaft. He swiftly appeared on top of the shaft and reached out with his hand, picking up the silver jamming device. As expected, the signal was being jammed. He thought as he scanned it for a moment and then placed it in his pocket. "You won't deactivate it?" Mao inquired from on top of his shoulder. "No, it's too bothersome," Fenling replied expressionlessly. "Figured so." Mao chuckled, anticipating his answer. She knew that her partner hated nothing more than his peace being disturbed by meaningless chatter or bureaucracy. If he were to turn off the device, his neurons would be assaulted by hundreds of messages if not more after calling a purple emergency. He preferred dealing with this matter on his own terms instead of listening to their meaningless orders. If he was one for respecting orders, he wouldn't have been sent to this outpost as a disciplinary punishment. "Mao, do you hear that?" Suddenly, Fenling's ears picked up on a peculiar faint noise in the distance. As a wind specialist, he was able to command the wind to highlight any strange noises in a massive radius. He used this innate ability to locate the alive daywalkers as their battles were making too much noise relative to the silence in the forest. "Yes, it resembles the noise of trees falling down," Mao replied, her ears twitching. With no more questions asked, Fenling chased after the faint noise until everything suddenly went silent. Even the creepy rustling noise of spiders disappeared, puzzling Fenling and his partner. Something weird going on. Fenling narrowed his eyes and continued on the path of the last noise he heard. A couple of minutes later, he came to a sudden halt, his eyes landing on a shimmering dome of light amidst a horde of spider corpses. "Great, a solar dome, must be belonging to Morningstar's daughter," Mao remarked. Fenling nodded as he looked deeper, finding the fallen Shia's party within it. Soon, he appeared next to the barrier and scanned everyone's vitals with a single glance. When he confirmed that all of them had steady heartbeats and no life-threatening injuries, he let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't care less about Shia and the other daywalkers, as he firmly believed that daywalkers had a responsibility to protect themselves at all times. But Levi and Arthur were still helpless civilians. Plus, he kinda had a sensitive side for kids who lost their parents at an early age. "Poor cuties, they must have passed out from exhaustion," Mao commentated. Fenling agreed and left them be, knowing that it was best to remain within the solar dome since it was healing their wounds and helping them recover faster. As he looked around him and noticed Nelve's corpse lying under a tree, he blinked next to him and kicked the tree away. When he saw how he died, his pupils and mouths thinned in bafflement. Mao jumped on top of Nelve's stomach and removed his hands from his neck easily. Seeing the tight marks and shattered neck bone made her exclaim, "He must be a Tier 3 Nightcrawler, yet he really killed himself," and his expression screams of not knowing why. "Is it the Queen Spider?" Fenling asked, knowing that it was too far-fetched. "Impossible, Queen Spiders will never kill their own children unless their survival is threatened, and they were ordered to." Mao tapped on Nelves's chest. As for him, only a powerful mind control ability or tier 7 and above Nightcrawler's authority is high enough to make him kill himself. Are you suggesting? I am not suggesting anything, the clues are. Mao replied with a stern tone as she returned on top of his shoulder, we should move with caution, a monster might be hidden in the forest. I doubt he is still around if there is truly one. Fenling shook his head, understanding that if a tier 7 Nightcrawler were still in the forest, they wouldn't be chatting. The fact that only spiders and Nightcrawlers had self-inflicted wounds implies that the target might be the lurker Spider Queen, Fenling said. You mean she is already dead? Mao asked. We are about to find out. Fenling relied on the same innate ability to find out the path leading to the nest, understanding that this many spiders popping out in the middle of the forest entailed one thing, a massive underground network. Within moments, he caught a faint breeze leading into the underground. Following it from the surface, Fenling soon found himself several kilometers away from the forest. It's here. Fenling tapped his feet on the hardened ground while looking around him, seeing nothing but a desolate wasteland and no entrance to the underground. Are you going to dig a path? Yes. I am down to stretch my limbs. Mao said as she stretched above his shoulder, purring cutely. Then, she transformed into the black saber, landing on Fenling's hand. Fenling closed his eyes and released a cold exhale as he tightened his grasp on the saber. While his eyes were closed, the sight before him was of many windy auras connected tens of meters under his feet, creating a massive, chaotic underground space. Any disturbance to the wind appeared as a dark area, allowing him to see what was going on underneath, even if it wasn't perfect. When the entire underground cave was painted in his mind, he couldn't help but knit his eyebrows in confusion. What? Check for yourself. Mao tapped into his wind vision and found out that the anticipated scene of hundreds of spiders moving around was nowhere to be found. It was deathly silent with no movement whatsoever. Don't tell me. Fenling's response came as an action. He pointed the tip of the saber on the ground and then murmured, Zephyrian wind arts, piercing tornado. Whoosh. The still wind gathered tightly around his saber, swirling at the tip with precise control until it began to emit a faint glow. The excess wind funneled toward the hilt, forming a small but fierce tornado. Fenling leapt into the air and positioned himself like a spear, letting the wind surge around his body as he spun rapidly. In a flash, the saber drilled into the ground, cutting through everything in its path until he burst out on the other side. Without hesitation, he unleashed the full force of the swirling tornado he'd built up. Boom! The wind exploded into a thunderous shock wave, pushing away everything and anything around him. Only then did Fenling's eyes scan around with great vigilance, anticipating an attack from the Spider Queen. However, when his eyes saw the scene before him, they couldn't help but widen in shock. What the? Even Mao's slits enlarged from the saber in disbelief. Their reaction was understandable before the ludicrousness they were witnessing. The terrifying lurker Spider Queen that would make anyone piss their pants in fright from a single glance was sliced up in pieces and hung from her own web. The head, the torso, the abdomen, the limbs. Everything was hung up by a singular string of web in various positions, and each cut was clean like it was made by an artistic surgeon. As for its children, they were nowhere to be found. Only small stains of blood were seen marked on the walls and the ground around their mother. How terrifying, a tier 5 lurker getting dealt with like this. Mao muttered, there were no signs of a fight, just a pure one-handed slaughter. Slaughter. Fenling shook his head as he flew to the bottom of the cave, standing in front of this horrifying artistic work. The moment he faced it with Mao from the bottom, his eyes reflected a new scene. The hung-up limbs and other body parts lined up perfectly, creating an image of a flipped middle finger with the queen's head as the tip of the middle finger. As Fenling and Mao gazed at the horror painted on the queen spider's 8 eyes, they could only imagine what kind of beast she faced. This is nothing but a playful gag to him. Fengling uttered, his voice calm, but carried a faint hint of dread. Even he realized that maybe it was for the best to never meet this monster. Chapter 29, Levi's Ink Tattoo. Chapter 29, Levi's Ink Tattoo. The next morning. Inside a luxurious clean suit with glass windows peeking over Tamara's settlement, Levi was lying on a comfortable hospital bed. He was fully covered, only his head was being bathed under the warm rays of sunlight. Meanwhile, Arthur was sleeping on a nearby couch, looking as uncomfortable as one could be. One leg was on the ground, another touching the wall, and half of his chest was spilling over the couch. Yet, he was still snoring soundly. "Wake up, it's morning, we are wasting precious sunlight. Levi, wake your ass up. You have been sleeping for 14 hours straight. Le'ain. Leviath." While Ashkral was shouting at the top of his lungs in Levi's mind, he was living in another stratosphere with the biggest adorable smile on his face. At first sight, everyone could guess that he was having a very nice dream. Those kinds of dreams that no one would want to wake up from. For an entire decade of being under constant harassment from Nightcrawlers, this was the very first time Levi hadn't dreamt of a nightmare, all due to Ashkral protecting his dream from the invasion of any Nightcrawler. Levi had forgotten about everything in the real world and lived in a dream, where he was playing tag in the backyard with his little brother and father, while his mother was cooking them a warm meal in the kitchen. The sky was blue, the sun was gentle, and life seemed quite simple. Just any other common family, nothing special, nothing great. Just a day-to-day life of an average family. Yet, this was Levi's eternal dream life. A life he would give everything to have again, he wouldn't mind even if he was still blind. In his heart, the darkness would feel less sufferable if he had the company and love of his parents. Whatever, a difficult journey awaits him, might as well let him start it with what was stolen from him. As Ashkral gazed at Levi's peacefulness and saw what kind of dream he had, he didn't let his assholeness get the best of him for the first time. He could easily ruin his dream and wake him up, but he ended up closing his eye and leaving him be. Fortunately, Levi's biological clock acted up the moment the clock hit 8 a.m. The dream collapsed against his will and his conscience was returning to gaze at the infinite darkness. He was up, but no one could ever tell when he had scorched marks for eyes. Levi slowly sat up on the bed, sensing that it was different than the one in his home. His senses were alerted and he started reaching out with his hands, touching everything in sight. When he touched the plastic tube attached to his wrist and the metallic short railing at the sides of the bed, he knew that he was in a hospital. Soon, memories flooded his mind of everything that happened in the harrowing forest, leaving him overwhelmed for a few moments. Then, he touched his face and murmured, "Am I really a daywalker? If you are still doubtful, reach out with your mind to your abdomen and try to feel your seed," Ashkral said with a faint smirk while floating in his line of spiritual sight. Yet, Levi didn't even hear what he said. He kept looking at him in a daze for a couple of seconds, sizing him up and down. Then, he broke the silence with a faint crackle that kept growing in volume until he was laughing his ass off while pointing at Ashkral. His reaction was understandable when Ashkral's creepy and terrifying appearance was nowhere to be seen. He was turned into a single floating eye with two small wings on its back and tiny cute feet on the bottom. His grey leathery skin was changed to black fur and his singular horrific slit transformed into three differently colored slits crossing on the center. One was golden, one was black, and the last one was red. He was as cute as Nightcrawler could be. "Little f***, I knew I should have ruined your dream." Ashkral's single eyelid twitched in irritation, but it only made him look cuter. "Ha ha 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 ha. I can't. Just keep laughing, we will see if you will laugh when I show you your tattoo." Ashkral smirked. Levi ignored what he said and kept chuckling, waiting for this day for a very, very, long time. He was bullied by Ashkral daily, always being his number one hater. It was finally time for his payback, and Levi wasn't going to hold back. "You look like a disabled peanut when you blink." He roasted him. "Haha, real funny." Ash Kral sneered annoyedly. "Wait, I have a better one." Levi chuckled, "Those wings aren't for flying, they're just there to distract from the rest of you." Ash Kral was silenced, wanting to laugh, but it was at his own expense. Oh, I have another one. You look like a fuzzy tennis ball with an identity crisis." Levi laughed while slapping the bed. If he had eyes, tears would already be pouring akin to Niagara Falls. "Done yet? Please, just one more." "No. Please, I promise it's good." "How annoying." "Fine." Seeing his beseeching excited expression, Ash Kral waved his wing akin to a hand, gesturing for him to go for it. "You're the bat version of a work in progress, except the progress stopped halfway." "Ha ha ha ha. Okay, that's a good one, I give you that." Ash Kral chuckled, incapable of keeping it serious anymore. "Just what happened to you?" Levi asked amidst his dying laughter. "This is my starting tier 1 appearance. Unlike most Nightcrawlers, my end appearance depends on the chosen evolutionary path." Ash Kral clarified casually while sitting on top of Levi's shoulder. In other words, the version Levi always interacted with wasn't his permanent appearance. It might be his original appearance, but it still could be altered. Now that he was restarting his evolutionary journey again, he could end up looking vastly different or quite similar depending on Levi's choices. Did it really have to be this damn cute? Both of us will get bullied now. Levi chuckled, "A blind kid contracted with a singular eye bat, 2 entities, and still we are 3 eyes short, how ironic." "Don't worry, 1 eye is all we need to steamroll them," Ash Kral smirked. "I hope so." Levi's expression suddenly turned serious as he asked telepathically, "What happened after I went down? Is my brother okay?" "He is fine." Ash Kral shared, "He is sleeping on the couch nearby." "Good, leave him be." He sighed in relief. After everything that happened, he was just glad that both of them made it out alive. This situation had taught him a grave lesson that just because he planned ahead, it didn't mean that everything would go based on the script, especially when the wastelands were involved. What about the others? How were we saved? They must have already seen the ink stamp on my body. Levi frowned. They must be waiting for me to wake up and question me about the contract details. Your friends are fine and no one has seen your ink tattoo. Ash Kral scoffed, "Do you think this is an amateur hour? I have already hidden your tattoo." For real? That's possible. Levi raised an eyebrow in surprise. He understood that daywalkers/sleepwalkers' ink tattoos were permanent ink marks that could be removed only once the contract term concluded. Before I was stripped of my powers, I used them to cast a permanent veil on it. The only way to bring it to light is to use an incantation. Good thinking. Levi nodded in appreciation. I am sure the authorities are preparing to investigate and interrogate every single one of us. The death toll of daywalkers is just too much. As Levi mentioned, all of the daywalkers saved in the harrowing forest were placed in this hospital, awaiting the dust to settle before starting the investigation. When it came to such incidents, it was almost guaranteed that a sleepwalker or a fallen daywalker to be involved. The fact that a jamming device was found made it even more certain. What's the incantation and where did you ink the tattoo exactly? Levi returned to the ink tattoo subject after touching his entire body and failing to feel its presence. Every person had the tattoo inked in a different place on their bodies, depending on their choice. But, since Levi's integration experience was vastly different and filled with agony, the last thing on his mind was the tattoo's placement. Ash Kral told him about the incantation, which wasn't anything complicated or long. As for its placement, he merely showed his known mischievous grin. "What did you do?" Levi felt his blood turn cold at Ash Kral's silence. Seeing that he wasn't answering, Levi swiftly murmured the incantation, by ink and skin, reveal within, let hidden marks now shine again. The moment he finished, he felt a sudden burning sensation right above his butt cheeks. No, you wouldn't. Levi reached out with a shaking hand towards his tailbone with a mortified expression. Alas, against his hopes, his fingers caressed the cold black ink. You gave me a tramp stamp. Levi covered his ashamed face with one hand while continuing to feel the tattoo with the other. You dirty bastard, this is too much. What are you talking about? That's the finest location known in our shadow dimension. Ashkral showed a wronged look. Only royalties have the right to tattoo their tailbone. Really? F***ck no, that's a tramp stamp through and through. Ashkral laughed mockingly, getting his revenge over the previous roasts. Levi swiftly used the incantation to hide the tattoo, not wanting to think about it for even another second. Out of sight, out of mind. It's fine, no one will see it. Levi sighed helplessly. I don't care about the others. Ashkral grinned, all it matters is that I know of it. You will never win an argument with me again, hear that, trampy? Once an asshole, always an asshole. Levi's eyebrows twitched. Realizing that there was no winning against Ashkral's foolery, Levi decided to switch the subject by asking him about what he meant earlier concerning the seed. He had yet to see what it was and he was a bit concerned, especially when the integration process almost fried him alive. First, reach out with your spiritual vision and see what it is. Ashkral said, it should be much easier for you compared to other newbies. Considering that Levi had been using his spiritual vision for an entire decade each minute of the day, this was nothing to him. As expected, the moment he focused on his abdomen, he was startled to see an elastic sphere filled with a peculiar white liquid. There were 3 seeds inside of it orbiting each other over and over again with a sense of chaoticness. There was a pitch-black seed that resembled a black hole. A blinding bright seed that appeared as a minimized star. Lastly, a crimson seed that was pulsing non-stop. As for the shadow life seed that Levi used to read about and was waiting his entire life to own, it was nowhere to be seen. What is this? Levi asked, having no idea how he was supposed to react. Settle down and open your mind. Ashkral advised calmly, I am not going to repeat myself, so focus. Hearing this, Levi locked in. First, I have to ask. Ashkral shared, have you ever heard of the cosmic theory a 3-body problem? Chapter 30, a 3-body problem seed. Chapter 30, a 3-body problem seed. A 3-body problem. Levi raised an eyebrow in confusion. I think I have read about it briefly in one of my mother's physics textbooks. What does it have to do with those seeds? Levi knew that the 3-body problem was a classic problem in physics and celestial mechanics that involved predicting the motion of 3 celestial bodies, such as stars, planets, or moons, that were influenced by each other's gravitational forces. Unlike the 2-body problem, which had a clear and straightforward solution, the 3-body problem was much more complex and almost always chaotic, making it nearly impossible to figure out the exact calculations and predictions of the star's movement. Everything. Ashkral uttered calmly, while you don't need to solve the problem and predict the movement of those seeds, you have to create a perfect balance amongst them as you feed and grow each one separately. Your seed is the coalition of 3 unique alpha seeds, each one desiring to lead and own the full rights of the host. If you dare to give more attention to one seed, the other 2 will rebel against you and show you a fate worse than death. However, if you try to play it smart and give each seed the same amount of attention, their roots and branches will grow simultaneously throughout your soul. If they were to get entangled or get in each other's path, you would experience a fate worse than death again. This is my eternal dilemma and how all of my past partners ended up dead, failing to find the best solution to deal with those 3 divas without getting themselves killed. Now, the torch has been passed to you. Ashkral smiled innocently, I have high hopes for you, Don't disappoint me. Levi merely kept staring at him speechlessly. He had listened to everything and at the same time, he didn't understand anything. It wasn't that he didn't understand what he meant, but how the f*ck did he get himself involved in such insanity? 3 seeds. A 3-body problem. Perfect balance. Entangled roots and branches. Not in his wildest dreams did he expect to hear such terms when dealing with a seed. He knew that Ashkral was a special entity, and he expected to deal with some unfamiliar matters, but he believed they would be related to a mutated shadow life seed or even another different seed, not freaking 3 seeds. Just as Ashkral was about to carry on with his ludicrous explanation, Levi swiftly stopped him, his mind already failing to keep up. Wait, I think you have skipped a whole damn lesson. Levi exclaimed, what are those seeds? Where is your shadow life seed? How did you even get 3 seeds in your body? How will this craziness work? I know 1 seed allows a daywalker to embark on a single evolutionary path. Does having 3 seeds mean I need to embark on 3 evolutionary paths simultaneously? Ashkral wasn't bothered by his questions as he was already used to having his partners lose their crap over his unique situation. He answered his questions one by one. First, I never had a shadow life seed in my life. I was born from the crimson seed, which I call the 9 senses seed. Second, the other 2 seeds are called the void origin seed and the sun origin seed. You don't need to know how I got them. Third, I might have been able to maintain all 3 seeds in my body, but the other 2 are considered dormant since I have no connection to darkness or light. That's why I have been seeking partners with such unique connections to activate all 3 seeds at once. UQD are one of the few entities with the best connection to all 3 seeds. Fourth, you will indeed embark on 3 different evolutionary paths. 1 related to dark energy, 1 related to light energy, 1 related to all known and unknown energies. Each evolutionary path will result in us obtaining correspondent abilities and powers related to a seed. Is everything clear? Ashkral paused, allowing Levi to process everything. Hearing his answers, Levi went silent, taking everything in and reanalyzing it. First, he understood that Daywalker's standard evolutionary path consisted of 9 ranks. Starting with the Rookie Daywalker, Junior Daywalker, Pathfinder Daywalker, and ending with being an Eternal Daywalker. The cultivation system might be complex in nature, but it was simple to understand. The Daywalkers must harness the absorbed sunlight into the seed, feeding it every single possible chance through direct sunlight, luminous snacks, growth totems, natural treasures, and any source of purified sunlight. It was like watering a plant that never got tired or harmed from water. The goal was to help the seed grow into a shadow life tree within the confines of the soul and body. To reward the Nightcrawler for helping the seed grow into its final form, it assisted him tap into his ultimate potential by accelerating his evolution. It was a win-win-win situation. The seed became a tree, the Nightcrawler evolved into his final form, and the humans obtained strength, powers, and longevity that would have been deemed impossible before. That's why the shadow life seed or any other type of seed seemed to have a will of its own. The Nightcrawlers were simply carriers, which forced them to seek out sunlight to evolve, but as citizens of the shadow dimension, direct sunlight was their ultimate enemy. A conundrum that could be solved only through possessing a human or another entity capable of absorbing direct sunlight. On the other hand, we have Ashkral and his eat up 3-body problem seed. He didn't want to just help 1 seed grow to its final form, but all 3 seeds together, which would cause Levi to end up with 3 trees within his body. All those trees had a will of their own, and from his explanation, they didn't like sharing one bit. I kinda get the gist of it. Levi held his chin thoughtfully. All early Daywalker ranks are separated into 3 stages, first, second, and third. To reach the first stage, one needs to hit a 5% target, and as a reward, we obtain the ability to shapeshift the Nightcrawler into a permanent weapon and unlock the first random innate ability of the Nightcrawler. If I am using 3 seeds and each seed allows me to travel on a different evolutionary path, does that mean I need to hit the 5% target on each path to obtain 3 different abilities and 3 different weapon variants? Yes, you catch on quick. Ashkral nodded. You will be much slower than others when it comes to reaching the 3rd stage and evolving me, but you will be obtaining 3 times the rewards on each rank. Also, the Daywalkers had 2 weapon choices, one unlocked at the start and the other called Awakened Weapon in the middle of the evolutionary path. Ashkral smirked. My seeds are different. You will have 3 weapon choices, one at the start, one in the middle, and one near the end. Since you have 3 seeds, it means you will possess 9 weapon variations at your peak. No one in the history of Daywalkers could reach this number. Levi was left dumbfounded at the insane number of variations, knowing that just possessing 3 weapon variation was too much to ask for. After all, each weapon needed to be mastered as it defined a unique fighting style that depended on the unlocked innate abilities and specially the learned arts techniques. 9 variations. It was a bit overwhelming. Don't overthink it, boy, you should feel delighted if you unlocked your first awakened weapons. Ashkral said. Felix felt his heart skip a beat, realizing that if he were to unlock his awakened weapons, it implied that he had already helped the seeds grow into young trees. At that time, he would have 3 young trees, and he could already imagine the shambles of roots and branches entangled. Ah, this sounds like it's gonna be an agonizing experience. Levi smiled wryly. Only if you allow it to be. Ashkral cheered him on. I will help you in the early stages, but as we reach the middle, we will have to figure out a solution to deal with the 3-body problem and commit to it. Is this how your past partners have done things? Levi asked. How far did they reach? My latest partner made it to Warden Daywalker and was stuck in it for more than a decade. In the end, he couldn't deal with the chronic pain of the young tree's roots and killed himself. Levi went quiet for a second and then asked, Isn't Warden Daywalker the 4th rank? Yes. You are telling me your best partner out of the dozens reached his limit at the 4th rank? Yes. He committed suicide from the chronic pain? Yes. Levi lifted his head and remained staring at the infinite darkness in silence. After a few moments, he inquired with a bitter smile, How screwed am I? Well, objectively 99%. Ashkral showed an encouraging smile, but, for some reason, I feel we will pull it off. You just have to remain positive and think of it as you having a whole 1% to beat the odds. Are you f***ing with me? Levi glared at him in vexation, realizing that he might have simply prolonged his death sentence. Chapter 31, A 3-Body Problem Seed. 2. Chapter 31, A 3-Body Problem Seed. 2. I am not. Ashkral said seriously, Why do you think I have chosen you? Your situation is far too compatible with my unique seed. Without eyes, the void seed will be able to extract the dark energy residing within the spiritual bridge of darkness. Wait, we are in the presence of dark energy now? How come this is the first time I am hearing about it? Levi raised an eyebrow in surprise as he extended his senses around him, trying to feel it, but failing every time. Because dark energy can be utilized only by those with bloodline or evolutionary traits related to it. Across the entire shadow dimension, only a few remaining royal bloodlines with its affinity are still alive. You may not possess as great of an affinity as them, but your permanent exposure to the spiritual darkness bridge since childhood has helped you improve your affinity. Ashkral clarified, this is a unique trait only you humans have. In the case of Nightcrawlers, it doesn't matter if they spent their entire lives in a different environment, they won't be able to grow an affinity for that said environment. They are locked with what they are born with. Levi nodded in understanding as he had read about this subject in great detail in his mother's textbooks. He understood that Nightcrawlers came with seemingly infinite types of species, each one stranger than the other. Some species had amazing affinities to poison, sand, earth, wind, ice, and some even had affinities to peculiar elements such as fog, glass, bones, gold, and such. The only elements the Nightcrawlers were cursed to not wield were the ones related to light, such as fire, magma, lightning, or even plants. It wasn't like they couldn't wield them exactly, but they could not produce light radiation. For example, lightning would become dark lightning, or normal flames would turn into black flames. Just like the black wooden umbrella, it was created out of wood, but it was dead black wood that could not absorb light at all. With the void seed, you will be more than capable of tapping into this infinite source of dark energy and use it to slowly feed it or even refuel it to utilize its related abilities. Ashkral added. That sounds good, but what am I supposed to do with the other two seeds? Levi frowned. Since I need to keep growing them simultaneously, this means I need to be just as good at cultivating them as well. Levi's concerns were in place. He understood that while the void seed would not be lacking in the energy department, he couldn't replicate the same consistency with the other two seeds, especially the sun seed. After all, it was more or less similar to shadow life seed as it needed sunlight to grow, and this was one of Levi's greatest struggles without eyes. Don't worry, my 9 senses seed can grow by feeding it any source of energy available, it accepts everything and rejects none. However, since it can feed on everything, it requires tenfold the amount of energy when compared to the other two seeds. Ashkral shared. Any type of energy. Levi was amazed. Levi understood that the world and the shadow dimension were filled with all sorts of peculiar potent energy sources, which were still being studied as they were speaking. If he could grow those energy sources, his 9 senses seed would be dealt with properly too. What about the sun seed? Levi knitted his eyebrows, knowing that it was the only seed that Ashkral shouldn't have a solution for unless he wanted him to grow through abusing growth totems and such sources. While it was doable, Levi knew he would need to hunt down Nightcrawlers 24/7 to collect their crystallized seeds and trade them for Solar Aegis coins. Even then, he wouldn't be able to secure a constant supply of growth totems since the Solar Aegis Sanctuary used a unique system, where their resources were handled based on each holy region's rank. The Holy Heliodor's region rank worldwide was somewhat in the lower middle of the barrel, which meant their quota for all types of totems was extremely limited. Because of this, the government ensured the purchase of most of their stock and resold it to the rest of the daywalkers at an increased price of Solar Aegis coins. Yet, the described situation was the most favorable. In reality, the government prioritized selling the best of totems to private agencies, lineage families, governors, and anyone with a connection to the government, like the Anti-Sleepwalkers Department, the Outposts Defenders, and such. In simpler terms, obtaining totems was an extremely difficult and pricey endeavor. That was why Jamal and Sergio were pissed at the thought of employing them as bait. You have been taught your entire life that without eyes, you're a failure as a daywalker. Ashkral said bitterly, poor thing, you have no idea what you are truly capable of. But, you were one of the main people abusing me cause of it, making me remember every day how foolish of me to dream of becoming a daywalk. There was no such a thing. Ashkral shushed Levi with a wing near his spiritual mouth. Then, he said, all I did was try to motivate you. Look at how far you came. Levi's eyebrows twitched at his shamelessness. For anyone else, losing their eyes might be considered as the end of their daywalker's dream, but you are different. Levi knitted his eyebrows in intrigue. Different? Are you saying this to make me feel good? You know that's one thing I will never do. Ashkral frowned, acting like he was insulted by his remark. True, your mouth is disabled when it comes to compliments. Levi nodded. Have you ever wondered why your eyes were stolen? Ashkral suddenly asked, have you wondered why no eye replacement surgery worked on you, even with all the technological development? Every single day. Levi squinted his scorched marks. After a thorough digging into the public data in the network, Levi had found some information that showed his situation wasn't quite unique. It was the signature motto of an infamous hidden organization called the Dusk-Bound Order. He had heard that they were mainly employed as hitmen and assassins to high-profile daywalkers or civilians. Once the deed was completed, they would either remove the eyes of the next living entity to the target, whether it was a child, an animal, a maid, or even an unrelated stranger. If no one but the target was available, they would remove the eyes of the corpse. This was everything he knew about them, and one of his goals was to reach a higher authoritative status to find their classified data and know who had put a target on his parents. As for the eye replacement surgery, the doctors had already tried everything on Levi when he was a child, and nothing worked. Even Arthur had volunteered to donate one of his eyes for Levi, so both of them would have a chance at seeing the world. Unfortunately, even when they were blood-related, his eyes weren't compatible with Levi's. In fact, nothing was. This peculiar situation had driven the doctors to seek a different alternative, such as a cybernetic eye. Yet, to their shock, his body rejected it as well. It was like his body wanted only his stolen eyes and nothing else. Not even using high-grade recovery totems was able to regrow his eyes. While I don't know if the Dusk-Bound Order were targeting your parents, and you ended up as collateral damage, I do know one thing. Ashkral dropped a bombshell calmly. Your bloodline may not be 100% human and there is a chance they have found out about it. Huh. Levi was startled. Chapter 32, Fenling. Chapter 32, Fenling. He had been listening to Ashkral for a while now, and throughout all the crazy stuff he uttered, this topped it. Not 100% human? Levi just failed to believe him. I understand your misgivings, and to be honest, I am not really too sure if my assumption is correct. Ashkral replied, we will find out at night. What do you mean? There is no point in explaining it now. We will check if I am correct or not once night falls. I have a foolproof method. Ashkral said, for now, you should focus on 3 goals. Get rid of any suspicion that might implicate you in the harrowing forest massacre, reach stage 1 in the 9 senses evolutionary path to unlock your first weapon and ability, and lastly, participate in the upcoming assembly to launder our partnership. Levi could only nod his head in understanding, putting the bloodline issue at the back of his mind for now. He had much bigger problems to solve, and one of them was surviving the upcoming interrogation. I will return at night. I can't be seen with you in public, not before our contract becomes official. Sensing the approaching of multiple auras, Ashkral closed his eye and exited the bridge of darkness, returning to the shadow dimension. After a few moments, the room's door slid open. Shia, Sergio, and Jamal entered the room with flowers, balloons, and many packages of chocolate. Of course, Shia was holding nothing but a popsicle in her mouth. When they saw Levi sitting on his bed with the wind gently playing with his messy hair, their eyes lit up in delight. Levi! You are finally awake. Shia was the first to rush him and give him a tight hug. Levi was startled at first, as he hated getting touched by people out of nowhere. As a blind person, it felt like his comfort zone was invaded against his will. But, knowing that it was Shia, he relaxed his shoulders and accepted her hug with a serene smile. You have been sleeping so long we started getting worried. Jamal shared as he dropped the gifts on the side of the bed. No one invaded your dreams. Just tell me what they look like and I will handle them. Shia asked coldly while pulling away from Levi. Thanks for your concerns, but I had a great sleep. Levi smiled. Good, we would have stayed to watch over you, but we were called to assist with the investigation efforts, Sergio said calmly as he went to kick Arthur's couch, waking him up from his coma. Once his muddled eyes settled on the light and saw his brother up, he yawned lazily and asked, Big bro, you good? Never felt better. Good, wake me up in an hour or 2. Okay. Then, he closed his eyes and went back to sleep, snoring soundly. Levi wasn't bothered by his reaction, as this was how they dealt with checking on each other. As long as the other party was alive and well, there was no need to make a big deal of it. Shia and the others didn't judge Arthur's reaction as they had seen him stay around Levi ever since he woke up, uncaring that some of his wounds were still untreated. They said that love was actions, and ever since they hung around the Larson brothers, they had seen nothing but a tight brotherhood, which they envied greatly. "Can you update me?" Levi requested. "I will tell you exactly what we heard after we woke up and found ourselves in the hospital." Shia went on and shared how the harrowing forest incident had caused a massive uproar across the entire Holy Region, even the capital's governor getting wind of it. If it hadn't been for Sir Fengling, who was situated at the nearest outpost and making an early move to save as many survivors as possible, the incident would have shocked even the nearby Holy Regions. Sir Fengling was there. Levi was taken aback. "Yep, isn't he the coolest?" Jamal said with an odd tone, "I have heard he has gathered all the survivors and placed them on a giant wind boat, taking us straight to Tamara's settlement hospital. He didn't even wait for rescuers to come." Levi didn't hear the rest of what he said, as the moment he received his confirmation, he was assaulted with faint broken memories of that dreadful night. He could remember hearing the faint agitated voices of 3 men as he was being carried on someone's back. He was at that moment constantly fainting and waking up, allowing him to hear some jumbled sentences here and there. But one memory stuck in his mind and he never forgot it. "If only I came faster, your parents might have been still alive. I am sorry, I am sorry." It was Fengling weeping silently and apologizing from the bottom of his heart as if he was responsible for their death. Levi had never understood why he did that. Why did he cry or even show this much emotion to a random child? He had searched Fengling's public data, and he found out that he wasn't a man of nonsense or such rich emotions. He always seemed cold, depressed, and couldn't care less. Yet, Levi sensed the agonizing pain and guilt of failing to save his family even when he had nothing to do with it. This always intrigued him, but he ended up dropping it eventually. "I am glad we had him on our side." Levi smiled in appreciation and then asked, "What about the public?" "Well, the government has settled with sharing this version with the public," Shia said calmly, like it was a normal occurrence to keep the public in the dark. As the daughter of Morningstar's lineage family, she had access to many secrets that would scare the citizens straight. "We were the only ones seeing the monstrous entity that is believed to have killed all the spiders." Shia felt chills after being reminded of Ashkral's appearance. "We have been forced to give access to our NeuroLens recorded data and also sign a nocturnal contract to keep the information a secret." "Did Arthur sign it too?" Levi asked. "Yes, but he was kinda useless to the investigation team." Sergio nodded. "He was already passed out when the development has taken place." "Don't worry, you will also be ruled out swiftly since you don't record with your NeuroLens," Jamal assured him. "I see." Levi wasn't too sure about Jamal's confidence, as he knew that he had enough information on Ashkral to implicate him. Blind or not, he understood that they wouldn't show mercy and would use all possible means to extract any useful information from him. So, he had to be careful about it. "May I ask who is leading the investigation unit?" Levi inquired. "Since Sir Fengling has played a great role in saving us and was the first to bring footage of everything that went down, he was appointed the investigation unit head." Jamal added disappointedly, "If I knew he was the guard appointed at the outpost's gate, I would have gotten his autograph." "It's never too late, he is still in the hospital," Sergio smirked. "F***ck off, you are trying to get me disciplined." Jamal's eyelids twitched, knowing that approaching a high-ranked governmental daywalker on duty for such a crap might result in terrible consequences, especially when he was involved in a serious investigation. "If he is still in the hospital, I believe it's best I go visit him and deal with the matter as soon as possible," Levi shared while trying to stand up. But, Shia and the others pushed him back and told him that Sir Fengling was still making rounds and would be here in a few hours at best. Hearing this, Levi decided to wait for him. "What about the crystal blood flower and its variation?" Levi smiled bitterly. We have gone through so much trouble, and we haven't found a single one. I am sorry it ended like this. While it's unfortunate, not all was lost. Shia smirked. I used my connections to ensure that we receive at least 30% of the slain spider's crystallized seeds. You did? Levi was surprised. He understood that the wastelands followed the rules of the jungle most of the time. In other words, the rescuers would be the ones collecting the crystallized seeds off the spiders' corpses after the survivors were taken away. Those crystallized seeds would go straight to the government's treasury. To obtain such a big chunk of crystallized seeds implied that her father must have definitely interfered. As expected, Shia went on and told him that her father had made sure not to get them ripped off after almost getting killed to clear the forest. 30% of the total turnover has rewarded us with 400 crystallized seeds of mostly Tier 1 flesh-eating spiders. Shia shared. That's good to hear. Levi sighed in relief. I believe it should be enough to buy you all the necessary materials for your perfect evolution. What are you talking about? Shia lowered her orange sunglasses and said, You think I am planning to get all of it? I am not that vile. We decided to split it evenly amongst each other. You and Arthur included. Huh? You sure? Levi was genuinely stunned. Chapter 33, Contract Modification. Chapter 33, Contract Modification. He had expected to receive money for their troubles since they were still civilians. Most daywalkers do the same, rewarding their staff and subordinates with credits to keep as many crystallized seeds as possible. It was understandable considering that crystallized seeds were traded with Solar Aegis coins, the official worldwide coin for purchasing anything related to daywalkers. You kidding? You guys might not have been daywalkers, but I would rather have you on my team than most daywalkers. Sergio said solemnly. If even the cheapskate Sergio agreed to it, there was no point in asking the others. Don't think of us as strangers. Jamal smiled as he patted Levi's shoulder. We have gone through hell and came back alive. Nothing builds a stronger bond than surviving death together. They are right, you guys are now part of our squad whether you like it or not. Shia grinned. We would be honored. Upon hearing this, Levi chuckled while nodding in understanding, not rejecting their offer. After fighting amidst them and seeing how they had each other's backs, he knew it was foolish to pass on such an opportunity. Especially, when the Blood Hunters Agency was the second strongest in the entire region and just being in contact with them was a blessing everyone wished for. Since you guys are showing us love, I don't mind telling you the truth. Levi confessed with a smile, I don't need a whole 6 crystal blood flowers. Just 1 and the rest of the mentioned materials. I figured you would be trying to swindle me out of some flowers, but a whole 5. Shia was astonished, you sure are merciless. It was a common occurrence for evolutionist experts to swindle the daywalkers of a higher required amount of materials. Since those daywalkers, who sought after perfect and remarkable evolutions were always loaded, they seldom cared. All they wanted was for the evolution to succeed, and if the price was much higher than standard, so be it. Of course, this worked only when considering new evolutions found and not the known ones. As you said, we are struggling with money. Levi chuckled, while I have no interest in selling my mother's knowledge, I don't mind earning money other ways. Smart, if I were in your place I would have gotten much more. Sergio rubbed his hands shamelessly, dreaming of the day he landed on such precious knowledge. Shia and Jamal's eyelids twitched, knowing that he would be an absolute menace. If it's just 1 crystal blood flower, obsidian bloodvine, and the rest of the materials, I should have them ready in 3 days at most. The Sunstrike Agency must have an overflow after clearing the Nest's treasury and will sell some of them below the market price in the region. Shia smiled widely in anticipation after obtaining the necessary funds, crystallized seeds. Although she was filthy rich, she knew it was a bad investment to trade credits for SA coins. The exchange rate was absolutely abysmal, making it extremely easy for daywalkers to get rich off selling SA coins, but the opposite for the buyers. That's why Levi wanted to swindle 5 crystal flowers, knowing that if he traded them for SA coins, he would have the choice of possessing both credits and coins for future necessities. Though, he would never cheat someone who took him in and treated him as a friend. Don't even mention friends who he had fought alongside and survived to the bitter end with them. It would take one with great evil and immorality to do this. I am about to evolve perfectly, and you guys aren't. You bums should address me with respect after 3 days. Meanwhile, Bleeder was seen making a little dance in excitement, irritating Oro and Oathnear to no end. For Nightcrawlers, evolution was everything to them. To have a perfect evolution in this climate? Some Nightcrawlers and Daywalkers would actually become depressed for days from envy. Sergio, you useless fatty. How come Bleeder gets to have a perfect evolution while you are still struggling with a mere remarkable evolution? Oathnear chided in frustration. The F***ck you want me to do? He got lucky, we didn't. Sergio retorted. Levi, did you somehow hear anything related to my evolutionary path? Oro went ahead and requested Levi with a hopeful tone. While Levi knew that Ashkral might have an idea about their evolution, he still shook his head with a wry smile. My apologies, I have learned only Bleeder's species evolutionary path. I see. Oro and Oathnear were left disappointed, but they didn't take it on Levi, knowing that such information could be obtained only through luck or trial and error. That's why being an evolutionist was a highly coveted and respected career. They needed to be extremely intelligent and have great knowledge about Nightcrawlers and their infinite species. Additionally, learn about natural treasures, and how they react to each other and Nightcrawlers to create the best formula for their evolution. They were mostly hired privately by lineage families and agencies, to search for the best evolutionary paths for their top Daywalkers. After a short while, Shia and the others left Levi to rest in peace. Shia told him that she would contact him once she got her hands on the materials. She also assured him that she was actively working on getting the recommendation letter to participate in the assembly. While she and the others were still on the fence about this, as she knew that the assembly involved battles, they didn't want to discourage Levi anymore. If he wanted to join, let him be and he would figure it out on his own. Also, just when she was about to leave, she told him to check their nocturnal contract details. Levi murmured the serial number of the contract in his mind, and it manifested before him, leaving him quite fascinated. What a mystery! Levi knew that no matter how much he thought about it, he could not figure out how the nocturnal contracts worked. It was a mystery unsolved by even the Nightcrawlers. Thus, he could only be amazed and move on. After reading the terms, he was left stunned at the change of the penalty applied to him. He would no longer be punished by becoming Shia's lifetime subordinate. Instead, if he failed, he would be hired for 3 years in their agency. When Levi looked at the bottom and saw that Shia had already signed on the modification, he couldn't help but smile. She is quite kind when she wants to. Levi went on and removed his penalty in case she failed to help him get the recommendation letter. In his mind, there was no point for the contract to be binding and should act as a mere formality between them now that their relationship had developed beyond strangers. If she failed to help him get the recommendation, so be it, he was already a Daywalker, and he would find out a different method to make his contract legit. After signing his name, he sent her a message to check the contract. A few moments later, Astra AI reported femininely, Shia sent a thumbs up emoji. The new contract was signed, leaving both Levi and Shia to their own characters. If they were pieces of shit, they would take advantage of this and not fulfill their ends of the deal. If they were true to themselves and their words meant more than a signature, then, nothing would change. 1 hour later, Levi and Arthur were seen stretching on the hospital's room floor, helping each other when needed. Levi had yet to tell him about Ashkral and his Daywalker's contract, as he knew that they might be monitored. I missed 3 days of the gym now, I am already feeling like my muscles have shrunken. Arthur complained while flexing his biceps, touching them with a saddened look. That's just your body dysmorphia doing its thing. Levi replied calmly while stretching his legs. You think? Arthur sighed, trying his best to ignore the nagging of his mind telling him that he had gotten smaller and weaker. Just as Levi was about to assure him, he lifted his head to the sight of a small black cat floating in front of him. Hello kid, remember me? Mao greeted with a smile and a paw extended forward for a handshake. Chapter 34, The Confession. Chapter 34, The Confession. Oh, hello. Levi shook her hand and said, I believe you are Madame Fengzi Mao. He knew that she was Feng Ling's contracted Nightcrawler as it was known information, but he didn't remember seeing her anywhere close before. Mao seemed to have figured it out from his reaction and murmured, I guess you were too drugged to remember. Before Levi could respond, Feng Ling came through the door with one woman and one man on his side. They were wearing black outfits with light stripes on the shoulders and the waist. They had a police-like hat on with a symbol in front. The same symbol was on their vest's chest and their pants, near a belt with attached 5 bags. On the right side of their pants, they carried a wooden page pistol with millions of tiny inscriptions. One look was all it took for anyone to feel their authoritative presence, the presence that came with working for the government. Othman, Samira, I have this covered. Feng Ling waved his hand at them and the two saluted by tapping 3 fingers on their chest. Then, they exited, waiting outside the room. Arthur. Yep, see you shortly. Arthur stood up and exited the room, leaving his brother alone with Feng Ling. After he walked away, Levi watched as Feng Ling approached him with a tint of astonishment, gazing at his overwhelming but controlled spiritual aura. It was gray and moved akin to the wind in the middle of spring. While it was nowhere near 1% of the horrific Ashkral's scarlet aura, it still made Levi understand that Feng Ling was a master of his craft. Sensing a peculiar gaze on him, Feng Ling raised an eyebrow in surprise as he stared at Levi's scorched marks underneath his messy hair. You can see me? Feng Ling asked straight away. Only your spiritual aura. Levi answered politely. Interesting. Feng Ling stood in front of Levi and made a number with his hand. Then, he waved it while asking him if he could see what he was doing. You are making a peace sign and waving it in a semicircle. Levi shared. This left both Mao and Feng Ling amazed, understanding that none of this was normal. Not even a warden daywalker was capable of seeing other people's spiritual auras, as it needed an undisputed level of hard work and talent to iron one's spiritual vision to this degree. Yet, a teenage kid without any enhancement to his spiritual prowess or energy was already at that level. You are quite gifted. Feng Ling complimented. If you were to become a daywalker, I highly suggest you choose the psyche specialization. Thank you, but... Levi suddenly lifted his head in a daze. You think I can become one? This was the first time in his life he heard someone encourage him to become a daywalker despite his disadvantaged position. Everyone else either laughed at him, mocked him, or discouraged him, fearing that he might get hurt. Why not? Feng Ling walked to the window and gazed into the distance. In my home region in the Far East, I have seen much stranger miracles. You might not have eyes and this will affect your chances greatly with Nightcrawlers, but I am certain that despite anyone's condition, there is always a Nightcrawler with the set of skills that weaponize their supposed weakness. He paused. I have seen it with my own eyes. Thank you, you have no idea how much I needed to hear that. Levi smiled in appreciation. Although he was already a daywalker, he still felt a wave of security washing over him at the idea that someone like Feng Ling believed in him. Now, let's get this over with so we can get you discharged. Feng Ling turned around and brought 2 chairs, helping Levi sit on one and then sitting in front of him. He brought out a holographic screen and asked calmly, First, was your Neuralens device on during the incident? Yes, but I wasn't utilizing its scanning capabilities to save on battery. Levi answered, I didn't know how long we would remain in the forest, so I was being cautious. I see. Fenling nodded. He didn't think much of what Levi did, as he knew that there was a massive difference between recording with the lens and the device's scanning abilities. The lens wasted almost no energy since it was visual feedback, but using a scan was different. The device had to scan every single rock, twig, drop of water, and the rest of the details to paint a vivid scene for Levi. This devoured a great quantity of energy. Of course, there were many roundabouts to avoid this and still use visual input, like wearing glasses with a tiny camera linked to the device, or such. But Fenling didn't ask Levi about them, as he knew that it was the smartest thing Levi could do. If it was up to him, he would also get rid of the lens that was recording every detail of his life and storing it. Even if there were many measures to protect his privacy, he still hated the sensation of being monitored at all times. Unlike everyone else, Levi had an actual excuse to not wear the lens. One could say, it was one of the few things being blind in this era was good for. Thus, he moved on from this subject and continued his questioning. Share with me your experience in the harrowing forest. With pleasure. Levi nodded, willing to cooperate. Levi went on and narrated almost every single detail from the moment he met Shia, and even mentioned their deal, as he knew that Shia and the others couldn't lie about it even if they wanted. Of course, his contract with Shia involved this exception, so she wouldn't suffer from the consequences of breaching the contract. Everyone participating in the forest had their data of the incident breached by the investigation squad to find out if there were any sleepwalkers or fallen daywalkers amongst them. While this was a huge breach of privacy, no one but the investigation squad had the right to the data. They were also under contractual obligations to keep it to themselves unless the mentioned data was used for the investigation. Fenling merely kept listening to him while scratching his messy beard, uncaring about him possessing information on Bleeder's species Tier 3 perfect evolution. He didn't even react much when he heard that Levi went this far to secure a recommendation letter to join the assembly. It was like he expected this much from him. However, when Levi finally reached the finale and mentioned the creepy-looking Ashkral, Fenling fixed his posture immediately. "You saw him too?" he asked solemnly. "Yes, it's hard to forget him when he is one of the ugliest entities I have ever seen in my life." Levi didn't hesitate to trash-talk Ashkral, still heated over the tattoo. "Did you see what he did to the spiders or lurker queen? Or were you passed out like the others?" Fenling inquired. "Matter of fact, I did," Levi confessed. Fenling and Mao were taken aback by his response. They immediately leaned closer, their expressions turning as serious as they could be. "Tell us everything, spare no detail," Mao said. "All I remember is that Tier 3 Nightcrawler piercing my stomach with a log and throwing me back to my friends. After a few moments, I find myself all healed and waking up to the sight of that creepy entity standing inside the solar dome." "Inside the solar dome?" Fenling narrowed his eyes. "Did he seem hurt? Burnt, anything?" "I don't know, I can only see his spiritual aura, and it was beyond terrifying." Levi shook a bit, feeling a chill coursing down his spine at the memory of Ashkral's scarlet aura. Seeing his natural response, Fenling and Mao could tell that he was being truthful. "If you were to compare my aura with him, how big is the difference?" Fenling unchained the limits on his aura, allowing it to run wild. Levi showed an astonished look as he gazed at Fenling's spiritual aura spinning around him like an apocalyptic hurricane. Compared to other daywalkers, Fenling was clearly in a different realm. "Yet, I am impressed, but not terrified," Levi responded truthfully. "Is that enough of a description?" Chapter 35, Mistakes either make us or break us. Chapter 35, Mistakes either make us or break us. "It's more than enough." Fenling nodded in understanding as he reset his spiritual aura. "I believe our assumption was wrong." Mao disclosed sternly, "That monstrous entity might be a Tier 8 Nightcrawler or above." She knew that Fenling's spiritual aura rivaled that of a Tier 6 Nightcrawler even though he was still a solar-bound daywalker. For his aura to be called impressive while Ashkral was terrifying, it made them understand that it had to belong to an entity above Tier 7. I feel the same. Fenling nodded and then told Levi to continue with his narration. Levi went on and told them how he watched all the spiders' spiritual auras disappear after a single command from Ashkral. Of course, he wasn't using his name in his narration, always giving him a horrible adjective. Then, he passed out before he knew it and didn't wake up until he was in the hospital. He made sure not to link any relationship with Ashkral as he knew that he would put a giant target on his back if he were known to have a connection with the harrowing forest incident. Nelves told them that someone had placed a hit on Shia, which made him understand that this went beyond Nightcrawlers/humans' eternal war. If he was known to have anything to do with the failure of the assassination or the survival of 60% of daywalkers, he understood that he might not make it to next week. I believe that's all I have. I apologize if I wasn't much of a help. Levi said. No, you did enough. Fenling nodded in appreciation as he stood up. Then, he patted Levi on the shoulder and told him to give him a call if he remembered anything else. As he was about to leave the room, Fenling heard Levi's grateful voice. Sir Fenling, I have never gotten the chance to thank you properly for saving me that night. Truly, I am deeply grateful and will always be. When Fenling heard this, he turned around to see Levi bowing his head in his direction while seated. I deserve no thanks, all I did was deliver you to the hospital that night. Fenling said expressionlessly, don't feel indebted to me, I am not your savior. Then, he left the hospital's room, never looking back. Othman and Samira followed him along while Arthur swiftly entered the room. After the door closed, he asked curiously, how did it go? Great, Levi replied with a satisfactory look, but in his mind, he knew that his efforts were suboptimal at best. As expected, Fenling and Mao were onto him. That boy is hiding something. Mao said calmly while sitting on top of Fenling's shoulder. Yes, but he isn't involved in the massacre. Fenling nodded, he is also a victim? I thought so too. He might know that entity and doesn't want to rat him out. Or, he was forced to keep his mouth shut. Yes, it's too much of a coincidence that he showed up to save everyone just when the kid's stomach was pierced, leaving him hanging on a thread. Mao said, plus, solar dome and recovery totems aren't enough to close such a wound in a few seconds. He healed him exclusively. That entity saved him, and we don't know why. Fenling narrowed his eyes. We should keep an eye on him, but not now. Mao suggested, we must avoid linking him to the massacre's failure for his safety. Fenling nodded in agreement. He was certain that this massacre was orchestrated by a higher-up in the region based on his findings related to Malik, Dra Webra, and even Nelves. This was no laughing matter as it meant their holy region was compromised. This was a much more significant problem than finding out about Ashkral and his relation to Levi. After all, Ashkral might be dangerous or not to their region, but a higher-up mole? The harrowing forest massacre was nothing but an appetizer. Let's keep an eye out for the upcoming High Council meeting. We will be summoned to report the progress of our investigation of the harrowing forest massacre before all upper echelons of the region. Fenling narrowed his eyes coldly, the mole will most definitely be there. Many hours later, Levi and Arthur were discharged from the hospital at last, returning straight to their apartment. Home sweet home. Arthur smiled in bliss as he fell face first on the living room's couch. But as he thought back to what happened in the forest, his urge to relax evaporated instantly. He swiftly sat straight and requested with a solemn tone, "Big bro, can you recommend some books about totems?" Levi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Is this related to that time? This was the first time that he was asked about anything related to reading by his brother. This made him connect the dots to the time Arthur failed to activate the recovery totem due to not knowing the incantation. Yes. Arthur tightened his fists on top of his lap. I always assumed that strength is king and that as long as I keep lifting weights and working hard, the moment I become a daywalker, I will stamp through everything, but, it seems like I was too childish in my vision of how strength is. Arthur lifted his head and looked at his big brother. His eyes were slightly watery, but no tears were coming out. Do you know what nightmare I had when I slept in the hospital? No. Levi shook his head. It was of you, leaning against the tree with your arms busted and blood pouring out of your mouth non-stop instead of Shia. Arthur narrated his pain. I was sitting in front of you, with the recovery totem in my hand, the only miracle medicine that will save you, yet, I stood there, mouth slightly agape, having no clue how to use it. I even asked Astra AI for help, but all she was repeating, connection lost, connection lost. All I can do is watch you bleed to death. Arthur looked at his giant hand that could break stones with a punch and smiled helplessly. I don't know if the nightmare was installed in me by a Nightcrawler or not, but the dread, the despair, the incompetence I felt, to be defeated by a sentence, I could never forget it, and I will never do. Levi smiled in gratification as he listened to his brother's troubles. He never had any intention of bringing up the moment Arthur choked at such a critical moment, wanting to see if it bothered him or not. Clearly, it did more than bother him. He couldn't sleep, and he would probably be visited by the same nightmare for the upcoming days if he didn't take SR pills. Great Nightcrawlers manipulators knew exactly where to hit one when he was down. In our life, mistakes are given. Levi said calmly while walking to the kitchen to cook something for them. To reach greatness, your road has to be imperfect, filled with potholes, and broken all over. As we tread on it, we learn where to step, when to walk or stop, and when to jump. Sometimes, our choices will be wrong, and we will pay the price, but as long as we correct them and keep on moving, we will eventually become the best version of ourselves. Levi smiled gently as a memory of their mother surfaced in his mind while making omelets. Just like what mother used to say, mistakes either make us or break us. As he finished off the 8-egg omelet plate, Levi went to the living room and placed it in front of his brother, who was sitting with his head lowered. We are the Larsons. Mistakes may crack us, but never break us, Levi added sternly, so lift your head and eat. You will need the energy for the books I have prepared for you. Then, he returned to the kitchen to cook for himself, listening to the faint sniffles of his little brother and the fork hitting the plate. Although he was built like a tank, Arthur was still a 16-year-old child. What he went through was no regular situation to just laugh at and move on. A squad mate almost died in his hands because he was too lazy to read. Although he was still a civilian, such unreliability in the wastelands was a death sentence. Levi was glad that Arthur realized the importance of knowledge this early. He knew that regardless of what he said, it would never move his brother as much as him falling into the mistake personally. For some strange reason, regardless of how many warnings we received that something was hot, we humans only learn once we get burned. Chapter 36, Battle Arts. Chapter 36, Battle Arts. Sometime later, Levi was seen sitting on the balcony, enjoying the calm breeze of spring with a cup of old traditional Moroccan tea. While many countries had declined after the fall of civilization and the establishment of the New World System, some cultures remained strong. Right now, he was waiting for night to fall and Ashkral to make an appearance while thinking deeply about everything he had learned a while ago about his seeds. On the other side of the apartment, Arthur was locked shut in his room, cramming everything he had skipped in school about totems, natural treasures, and such important knowledge. Levi knew that his brother genuinely had difficulties with studying. So, he hooked him up with simple books such as Solar Totems for Dummies to not overwhelm him. I heard you almost got killed in the harrowing forest. Kakik, that's what you get for acting tough in the wastelands. Give the kid a break. He can't see, so he might have waddled outside, and he had no clue about it. Cock, good one. While it seemed to everyone else that Levi was taking a relaxing tea break, in reality, he was being disturbed by a group of Nightcrawlers. Levi had interacted with them before. They had tried too many times to seduce him, but to no avail. For Nightcrawlers, such failure was quite humiliating. Thus, occasionally, some of them would hang around Levi to annoy him as payback. But Levi didn't even give them an ounce of attention. He kept sipping the hot mint tea while brooding over the topic of his non-human bloodline. I always knew that my parents' origin isn't precisely Northern African, but I assumed it would be European or Western. Levi rubbed his chin thoughtfully, but non-human? Was he implying that I might possess a bloodline from a different dimensional race like Nightcrawlers or those behind Solar Aegis Sanctuary? With the limited access he had to knowledge, Levi knew that no matter how hard he pondered on the subject, his findings were inconclusive. He could only shake his head and be patient, awaiting Ashkral's arrival. Sometime later, as Levi was being annoyed by the Nightcrawlers on the balcony, Ashkral's terrifying cold voice resounded in the area. "Trash, haven't I warned you not to show your faces here again? Scram before I erase your existence. *T, he is here." The instant the Nightcrawlers picked up on his bone-chilling order, their expressions turned grim, and they swiftly exited the Bridge of Darkness. They didn't even wait to see Ashkral, as they had witnessed what he was capable of and heard much worse rumors. After the area around Levi was cleared, he lifted his head to see Ashkral appearing from a distance, flapping his tiny wings, barely able to lift himself. Levi stared at him with quivering lips. If the Nightcrawlers stayed behind and saw what the demon had turned to, his authority and reputation would be thrown down the gutter in a second. "What? You never saw a handsome bat before?" Ashkral sneered as he sat on top of Levi's shoulder. "Nothing, I just want to let you know that we might be watched. So, it's best that we communicate telepathically from today onward until the assembly," Levi warned sternly. "You failed to drop the suspicion on you." Ashkral frowned as he swiftly disappeared, maintaining a telepathic conversation. Then, a few moments later, he reappeared and told him that no one was watching them. "How did you know?" Levi raised an eyebrow in surprise. "I have my ways. Now, speak. What happened?" "I was interrogated by Sir Fenling. Lying to him is nearly impossible without showing any sign. I tried my best to avoid getting implicated in the massacre, but my connection with you, not so much." "Useless." Levi's eyebrows twitched. "You are the one putting us in this situation. You just had to show off and let the others see you. If you got rid of the spiders and the goatee Nightcrawler while staying in the shadows, no one will suspect me of anything. Indeed, the smartest thing to do would have been to act from the shadows, which wouldn't have put Levi in the situation to lie. But Ashkral just had to show off his powers to him." "Don't be naive." Ashkral clarified calmly, "You thought I made an appearance just to show off? It was to protect us." "Protect us?" Levi frowned. "Are you trying to gaslight me? When have I ever lied to you?" "That's what I thought." Ashkral carried on, taking Levi's speechlessness for agreement. "If I haven't shown myself, your stomach wound will have no explanation except you becoming a sleepwalker or a daywalker. A hole was blown in your guts, you think civilians can survive it?" "No." Levi recognized that Ashkral was making a ton of sense. A hole was pierced through him. This was enough to kill any civilian in less than 10 seconds at most. One could argue that the solar dome and recovery totems might have delayed his death, but no one would believe he came out of it without a single scratch. While they might suspect you of having a relation to me, they won't have much proof to make a move. In the worst possible scenario, all you should do is tell them that I have forced you to not snitch on me." "True." Levi nodded in understanding. Levi knew that from other people's perspectives, he was a helpless, blind kid who survived the harrowing forest massacre purely through a miracle. In other words, their first assumption would never lead to him signing a contract with Ashkral, a tier 7 plus monster. Especially, when those monsters were kings and queens of nests, massive enough that they were called kingdoms and empires on Earth. Who would believe a terror of such caliber would dare sign a daywalker contract with a blind kid and reverse all the hard work and pain he went through to reach such a stage? Even if Levi were to tell people of it, they would laugh in his face. It was counterintuitive since Nightcrawlers signed such contracts with humans for the sake of evolving to upper tiers, 7, 8, 9. That's why most Nightcrawlers taking this path were tier 4 or tier 3, since it required their previous evolution to reverse until the shadow life tree returned to a seed. Levi and Ashkral's situation was simply too unique, no one would dare believe them unless they saw the awakening personally. Thus, Ashkral was right in a sense. His appearance pulled some attention on Levi from Sir Fengling, but it was enough to give him a legit excuse for his stomach hole. I guess I was wrong. Levi owned up to his lack of foresight without being embarrassed. He was taught by his mother that the staircase of knowledge was climbed 2 steps forward and 1 step behind to ensure that nothing was lost. Good, now, let's see if I am right again. Ashkral shared solemnly, go sit in the living room and wait for the holy pillar's light to descend. It's time to learn about your origins. Taking a deep breath, Levi stood up from the balcony and walked towards the living room, guiding himself with a hand on the wall. After reaching the center, he sat on the cold floor and removed his upper shirt, exposing his well-toned muscles. Astra, what time is it? Levi asked. It's 6:26, sir. Thank you. Levi murmured, the sun should be setting any moment now. As he waited, Levi couldn't help but wonder about the watering process for his seeds and if it was any different than what he read about. He had already memorized the entire daywalker cultivation system, making him understand that each shadow life seed required from the host a constant supply of sunlight to grow until the body hit a plateau. The plateau was always reached once the seeds fulfilled 15% of their needed resources from a total of 100%. The 15% was further split into 3 mini checkpoints, each at 5%. Using this information, the Daywalker's cultivation system was born as the humans separated each plateau into a named rank, like Pathfinder Daywalker, Warden Daywalker, Solarbound Daywalker, etc. Since each 15% was split into 3 mini checkpoints, they were named as the first stage, the second stage, and the third stage. For example, a rookie daywalker at the third stage implied that he was at 15% completion, while a warden daywalker at the third stage entailed a 75% completion. Each 5% fulfilled, the Shadow Life Seed rewarded its host with unlocking a random innate ability that the Nightcrawler had mastered before his evolution was reversed, or a unique power-up. It was like the Shadow Life Seed stored all the data of the previous evolution and used it as a reward system to keep motivating and strengthening its hosts. This was the quickest and easiest way to obtain prepared abilities. In reality, the Nightcrawlers had to work their asses off to create those abilities from scratch. The Daywalkers also needed to do the same to create the so-called learned techniques based on the evolutionary traits of their partners. Combining those innate abilities and learned techniques gave birth to the so-called battle arts, since each Daywalker could create their unique fighting style separated from the crowd. Even if another Daywalker shared the same Nightcrawler's species and powers, both would have different fighting styles. For example, Shia created a new technique called the Blood Ring of Damnation that was reliant on her crescent blade glaive. Another Daywalker with the same Nightcrawler might be using a spear, a bow, or even a gun. This allowed him to create blood battle bow arts, spear arts, or gun arts. But he wouldn't be able to replicate her technique unless he possessed a similar weapon. In the case of Levi, he had 3 seeds, 3 evolutionary paths, 3 different skill trees, and 9 weapon variations at his peak. Yet, Levi didn't seem overwhelmed at all. He was blind since childhood, which taught him the great skill of locking his focus on one issue at a time and drowning out the rest of the noise. When one had his visionary simulation taken away, his mind was bound to be sharpened into focusing on specific tasks at a time. At this moment, Levi's focus switched immediately from wondering about his peculiar cultivation system to his origins the moment he felt the warm embrace of the holy pillar's light. "It's here," Levi murmured as he lifted his head, bathing half-nude under the shower of gentle divine light falling from the heavens. Fortunately, their apartment was on the topmost floor, allowing them direct access to the holy light due to the glass roof, unlike the rest of the apartments under them. After all, no way would anyone dare live in a full glass building internally and externally. The divine light filled every nook and corner of Larson's apartment bit by bit. It was like a living creature, moving with a will of its own to light up all the dark corners, even if it wasn't on its path. This was happening across the entire Tamara settlement and Holy Heliodor's region. Just like a guardian totem was placed on the region, not a single Nightcrawler would dare step inside the light unless it wanted to turn into ashes. Only sleepwalkers, daywalkers, or Nightcrawlers chained by the divine light could survive being inside the holy regions. "Try to harness the divine light into the sun seed," Ashkral said calmly. "Huh? You think I am?" Levi was left stunned. Chapter 37, His True Origins. Chapter 37, His True Origins. It finally dawned on him that Ashkral believed his origins to be part of the race behind the holy pillars, solar Aegis sanctuary, and solar totems. That's because neither daywalkers nor sleepwalkers could absorb the divine light from the pillars, even though it was considered a higher form of purified sunlight. "Stop blubbering and do it," Ashkral scolded. Levi swiftly took control of his emotions and locked in, knowing it was foolish to keep asking Ashkral when he could find the answer on his own. He silenced all the noise in his mind and concentrated his spiritual vision on the three otherworldly seeds, which were orbiting each other non-stop. He ignored the crimson seed and the void seed, pinpointing his whole attention on the sun seed until it appeared zoomed in his line of sight. Seeing the fiery waves and solar flares left Levi fascinated as he felt like he was staring at an actual minimized sun. After appreciating its glory for a moment, he started envisioning the divine light penetrating his pores and guiding it straight to the sun seed. This was the known manual method daywalkers used to feed the sunlight to the shadow life seed besides using their eyes. The best and most talented daywalkers utilize both methods to accelerate the seed's growth, as they were known to sit in broad daylight and stare directly into the sunlight. The eyes were believed to be connected to the seed, which meant that as long as one stared directly into the source of light, the sunlight would be absorbed straight away by the seed. This was referred to as automatic cultivation since daywalkers didn't need to do anything besides dealing with the damage done to the retinas. The results varied from one to another, depending on how sensitive their eyes were to light. Since Levi had no eyes, this entire process was scrapped, which was more than enough reason to kill anyone's hopes of becoming a daywalker. But Levi never gave up and had always trained in secret, trained the hated and tedious manual cultivation process, which required the utilization of one's pores. He sat cross-legged on the balcony under the sun each day for 3 hours, doing nothing but training his visualization process. He was laughed at by the Nightcrawlers every single day, mocking him for trying so hard on a dead end. Ridiculing his foolish attempts to visually guide the sunlight to his empty abdomen, which had no shadow life seed and probably never will. Yet, Levi always tuned out their voices and kept his head lowered, working his ass off for this very day, trusting that a time would come when he would have his own seed. The day had finally arrived, and all of Levi's painstaking hard work had paid off. Under Ashkral's surprised and delighted expression, the divine holy light surrounding Levi started piercing his pores and swimming through his bloodstream from top to bottom, heading straight in one direction, his abdomen. As the divine light gathered in his abdomen, following Levi's visualization like he was a snake charmer, a divine symbol of a burning sun manifested at the center of his stomach. Then, each tongue started moving in different directions, painting golden inked lines across Levi's limbs and face. The moment the divine line reached Levi's forehead, the same mark of the sun was inked in the center, creating a connected circle between his seed and mind. The light produced was so intense, it crept into Arthur's room from the bottom of the door. Let the divine light perish? Is it perish you or I? Arthur's eyes, which were buried under tens of holographic screens, immediately darted in the direction of the light. Without an ounce of hesitation, Arthur bounced out of his bed like fire was set on his ass and swiftly rushed outside, thinking that a blaze was started or something. However, when he opened the door and saw the sight of his brother levitating an inch above the ground while shimmering akin to a divine deity, he froze in his place. "Brother!" he murmured in a daze, having no idea how to react. He didn't know what was happening, but seeing his brother's peaceful expression and regular breathing, he figured that he might have it under control. Thus, he made the decision not to interrupt whatever was happening. He crouched next to the fridge and stared at the divine tattoos on his brother's skin with a fascinated look. So cool. Meanwhile, Levi had no clue what was happening outside. His entire attention was concentrated on guiding the divine purified sunlight into the sunseed. But, no matter how hard he tried, the energy never reached the sunseed. The instant it entered the three-seed spherical domain, it disappeared instantly. What's going on? Is my visualization hindered since I never trained this part? Levi frowned. While he had trained for years on how to visualize the sunlight into his abdomen, since he never had a seed in it, his training was limited to that part. He assumed that it wouldn't be much of an issue, thinking that the moment the sunlight got close to the seed, it would devour it instantly. But it looked like his assumption was wrong, and he had to spoon-feed the seeds directly like they were a bunch of toddlers. Unfortunately, just as Levi planned on thinking of other ways to do so, he felt lightheaded like he had suffered from heat stroke. This collapsed his concentration and ruined the visualization, causing the divine light to swiftly detach from Levi. The golden ink tattoo and sun symbols disappeared next, returning the living room to its usual dimming. Levi landed on the ground with a faint thud and fell on his back. His skin was red, and smoke was emitting from his pores like he had been in a sauna for hours. As his spiritual vision returned to the darkness around him, Ashkral's funny face appeared in front. He had the widest grin possible. Before he could ask Ashkral what happened, Arthur's concerned voice resounded in his ears. "Big bro, what was that? Are you okay?" "I am okay, just lightheaded," Levi replied while taking short, rapid breaths, feeling like he was cooked in an oven. Arthur went on and helped him get up. But the moment he touched him, his eyes widened at how hot his body was. "You're burning up, are you sure you are good?" "Yes, don't worry." As he was guiding him to the couch, Levi requested that he give him an hour or two to wrap things up here. Then, he would come and explain everything to him. Arthur didn't retort or complain. He nodded in understanding and went to the kitchen, pouring a cup of water for his brother. Then, he placed it in front of him and went back to his room. "Call me if you need anything," Arthur shouted from behind the door. "Aight." Levi took a sip of the water to ease his dizziness. After catching his breath, he looked at Ashkral and said one word. "Explain." "What's there to explain?" "Congratulations, you are half Radian, half human." Ashkral chuckled. "Half Radian, me?" Although Levi knew that no other reason could explain what he had just done to the holy pillar light, he still felt surreal. Half Radian. As in the upper dimensional Radian race responsible for the survival of the entire human species? The ones worshipped by a great portion of citizens and daywalkers, believing them to be their sole saviors? He couldn't believe it. Unlike the Nightcrawlers, the Radians rarely stepped foot on Earth as their entire support was through the solar Aegis sanctuaries across the globe. Thus, it was nearly impossible to see or meet one unless they were at the peak of authority within each holy region. To find out that one of his parents might be a Radian was no easy pill to swallow, as it changed his entire identity and destiny. "But, it can't be, both my parents looked and acted just like any other human." Levi knitted his eyebrows. They didn't even possess a good potential to become a daywalker. Maybe their memories were erased, and their strength was lost in translation. Maybe, your parents were also just a descendant of the true Radiant and their human bloodline ruled over their genetic formation, making them average. Ashkral said calmly, who knows? You might be a descendant of an ancient Radiant, who descended on Earth way before the first fall of civilization. Only now did one of his descendants inherit his qualities. When it came to bloodlines, for the most part, the genes would thin out as the bloodline gets mixed with average ones over time. But, this didn't eliminate the miraculous emergence of the Radiant dominant genes down the line. This might be what happened to you or your brother. You saw his freakish physical genetics. That's not normal. Levi nodded in understanding. Once his parents were eliminated as suspects of being a Radiant undercover, it opened a whole can of questions, but also answers. I believe it might be my grandparents on my mother's side. I don't know which one, as I was told that they perished during the 3rd decade after the fall of civilization. Levi shared, my mother always spoke highly of them and told me that they were one of the wisest people in the world. They might. Ashkral shrugged, being wise isn't enough of a proof, but it does entail an extended longevity. Radiant race's longevity is nowhere near humans' perception. Just as Levi wanted to comment back, Ashkral dropped the subject. Whether it's them or it's one of your parents, it doesn't matter right now. He grinned, what matters is that you have succeeded in absorbing the divine light, which means I don't need eyes to keep up with the other daywalkers. Levi murmured. Keep up. Ashkral laughed, boy, do you know the difference between normal sunlight and purified sunlight? Yes, I read that it's 10 times more potent. Levi nodded. Well, the divine light is 100 times more, and you, my boy, are the only daywalker in the world with access to it. Ashkral dropped a bombshell, leaving Levi with his lips parted in shock. Chapter 38, The 3 Origin Seeds. Chapter 38, The 3 Origin Seeds. All Levi ever wanted was to absorb sunlight like normal daywalkers to keep up with their growth. He had never dreamed of absorbing purified sunlight consistently, as he knew that growth totems were too pricey and unavailable for daywalkers with no network. Now, he was hearing that he had infinite access to the divine light keeping their civilization alive, an energy source 100 times more potent than natural sunlight. He ought to feel awestruck. Though, it looks like you haven't inherited the Radiant's heat immunity. Ashkral added, you need to train to absorb it properly to reduce the lightheadedness produced from heat stroke. Heat stroke? My temperature did rise immensely. Levi said while touching his hot skin. Radiants are upper-dimensional entities in tune with stars. You might have inherited their ability to absorb their divine light, but it is not as great without heat immunity. Does this mean I will be suffering from heat strokes or even drop dead if I absorb too much divine light at a time? Levi asked. Unfortunately, yes. Ashkral nodded. I see. Levi smiled faintly, not voicing a single complaint. In his eyes, it might not be as optimal as absorbing divine light like the rest of the Radiants, but it was 1,000,000 times better than what he had before. At least now, he had a legitimate chance at feeding his seeds with a quality energy source. Don't sell yourself too short. Ashkral shared, you might suffer from heat strokes each time you absorb the divine light, but just like anything, your resistance can be improved. How? Is it through hard work or maybe changing the environment to a cooler one? Levi believed that practicing the absorption process through repetition would increase his resistance to heat over time. When combined with training in cold environments, this would definitely prolong his absorption process. Those two are standardized improvement methods that are a must. But, they won't be your main method for enhancing your resistance. Ashkral pointed his tiny wing at Levi's abdomen and said calmly, you already have the missing key to negate all the shortcomings of being a mere half-radian. The Sun Origin Seed. Levi figured it out instantly. Yes. Ashkral nodded, as long as you feed it consistently, the seed will reward you with unimaginable powers related to stars. Heat immunity is one of these powers. That sounds good and all, but I tried it and failed for some reason. Failed? Yes, I followed the exact steps of manual cultivation that I have been practicing my whole life. Yet, the energy disappeared the instant it entered the 3 seeds orbital zone. I am sure the sun seed hasn't absorbed it since it showed no reacti. While Levi was explaining the situation earnestly, Ashkral was chuckling in front of his face. What's so funny? Levi frowned. Check the 9 senses seed and you will understand. Hearing this, Levi swiftly used his spiritual vision to gaze at the 3 origin seeds. When his eyes landed on the crimson seed, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. There is a tiny crack. Levi knew this was massive as it implied that his 9 senses seed had fed on the divine light and had started the sprouting process. How? I didn't even guide the light to it. My fault, I forgot to tell you that my seed is a gluttonous prick, who sucks any source of energy in its vicinity instantly. Ashkral chuckled, I didn't expect you to succeed in your first attempt at absorbing the divine light. Levi was left speechless. He was already struggling to understand how he was going to deal with the 3-body problem, concerning balancing feeding each seed, not to throw a tantrum. Now, he was being told that one of the origin seeds was a selfish F***ck, who wouldn't hesitate to eat what he threw at the others. Since it could absorb any source of energy in the universe, the other 2 origin seeds had no fighting chance at keeping up unless Levi made some changes. No wonder you came out like this. Levi sighed helplessly. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Now, can you please tell me what the hell is your seed and how can I tame it to avoid angering the other 2? Taming my seed? Ashkral shook his head. If only it were that simple, I wouldn't have had multiple dead partners. Are you implying I am forced to feed your seed first until I hit its plateau, then I can share the rest of the energy with the other 2? Levi's eyebrows rose in stupor. He understood that if he couldn't stop the 9 senses seed from leeching on all sources of energy, the only thing that would stop it was the plateau at the end of the 3rd stage. In simpler terms, he had to help it reach 15% before he could consider feeding the other 2 seeds. While this wouldn't cause many problems at the beginning of his evolutionary journey, it would become a massive hurdle later on when the roots and branches would start to spread out. You catch on quick. Hearing Ashkral's approval left Levi silent for a couple of seconds. He could already envision the agony he would go through when the roots and branches of other seeds started fighting for space following the 9 senses seed. Don't focus too much on the future, we will start thinking of ways to deal with the 3-body problem after you reach the first plateau of all 3 origin seeds. Ashkral said calmly, before the sprouting of seeds, you don't have to worry. I see. Levi sighed in relief. Although this wasn't the most optimal situation, at least he could behave and grow as a normal daywalker at the lower ranks. May I know now what kind of powers you possess and what I can expect to unlock at each stage? Levi asked again. He had already analyzed the 9 senses seed powers. The only thing he came up with was that it had relations to their senses. However, the fact that it was called the 9 senses seed threw him off, as he only knew of the existence of 6 senses. Sight, vision, hearing, audition, smell, olfaction, taste, gustation, touch, tactition, and lastly, spirit sense, spiritual perception. I commend the 9 senses and anything related to them. Ashkral shared calmly, there are 5 common senses and 4 unique senses. You are already somewhat trained in spiritual perception, which is one of the 4 unique senses. What about the other 3? Levi asked eagerly. You won't be interacting with them at such a low level, so there is no point in wasting my spit. You really will do me like this? Boy, each sense is a world of its own, and if you manage to master a single one and all of its related powers, You should feel blessed. Ashkral said. It's that difficult. Levi raised an eyebrow in surprise. In Levi's mind, he could envision each sense and some of its related powers, but he could not imagine them being so difficult that he would fail to master them. Let me put it this way. Ashkral smirked. Out of dozens of partners I trained with, only one managed to master 50% of a single common sense. 50%, that's it? Levi was left agape. The fact that Ashkral had tens of partners and all of them were extremely talented and filled with potential made this achievement even harder to fathom. This fixed his perspective about the 9 senses seed and made him understand that he truly had no reason to learn about the other unique senses when he would most definitely be struggling to master the 5 common ones. If she didn't die due to the failure at solving the 3-body problem, she might have gone all the way and mastered 100%. Ashkral sighed while pointing a wing to the heavens. Rest in peace, Attica, you were a good girl. Levi's eyebrows twitched, imagining Ashkral wishing him to rest in peace after he replaced him with a new victim. But swiftly, he removed such thoughts from his mind and knitted his eyebrows solemnly. The more difficult it is, the stronger I will get. To deal with the dusk-bound order, I will need all the strength in the world. Chapter 39, New Findings. Chapter 39, New Findings. Levi understood that he was nowhere near the dusk-bound order's league, as not even the strongest known daywalkers in the world dared to touch them. One could say they were at the level of solar aegis sanctuaries across the globe and were treated with respect by all Nightcrawlers. Tell me more about those common senses powers. Levi inquired. I will teach you once you reach 5% and unlock your first weapon and innate ability. Only then will I have something to work with. Ashkral said, for now, let's move on to the Void Origin seed and see if you will show promising results. Levi nodded in understanding and listened to Ashkral's explanation about what he needed to do to sense the dark energy surrounding him and absorb it. While the process in itself was somewhat similar to what he had trained before, the circumstances weren't. Levi soon realized that regardless of how much he focused or tried to sense the dark energy infesting the spiritual bridge of darkness, his mind came out blank. It was like he was trying to capture something in absolute nothingness. Feel it, it's right there, it's everywhere. I am trying, but I am not sensing anything. If I can't sense it, how can I visualize guiding it to the seed? As expected, it looks like you will need more practice. Ashkral said, all right, you can stop now. Levi let out a long exhale in disappointment, not too pleased with himself. Brat, dark energy is one of the hardest sources to tap into, and if you pulled it off in your first attempt, I would have kowtowed before you. Ashkral chuckled. He wasn't discouraged by Levi's inability to sense the dark energy, as he knew that it was extremely challenging and required either years of hard work or impeccable attunement to dark energy. While Levi's attunement should be much higher than humans, it was still not enough to claim him as a prodigy and allow him to sense the energy on the first try. Today was a great success despite this. Now, we have the feeding order for the seeds. Ashkral noted, you will start with the 9 senses seed, and after you hit the first plateau, you will move on to the sun seed. Simultaneously, you will keep attempting to get a feel for the dark energy and absorb it. Only when you hit all 3 plateaus will you try to break through each one by helping me evolve to Tier 2. Ashkral concluded, understood. Yes. Good, is there anything else you want to learn? Many, but for now, I just want to know one thing. Levi knitted his eyebrows. You said before that the dusk-bound order might have been after me all along, and not my parents, due to my Radian bloodline. May I know what you meant by that? Levi knew if the dusk-bound order was found to have been targeting him from the start and not his parents, it would change everything. The implications would go beyond a paid assassination. Levi always believed that his parents had been ordered a hit on them by business competitors due to his father's invention. He was the founder and inventor of the first nightwear stripes technology. he was approached by many lineager families, agencies, and business companies to purchase his technology. However, his father refused to sell it as he desired to create his own company and build it into a business empire transcending the Holy Region's borders. After rejecting everyone, his father sought out a partnership with a lineager family in Tamara's settlement. A partnership that would ensure a consistent flow of liquidity and support from a major family. All for the price of 49% shares of the budding company. That's the business endeavor for which his father came to Tamara's settlement. As one could anticipate, Levi's parents were assassinated on the night before the signing deal, turning their children's lives upside down. After this merciless assassination, the investigation squad did everything in its power to find out who hired the Dusk-bound Order assassins. Even the lineage families weren't spared. Unfortunately, not a single lead was found, and all the primary suspects were dropped. The worst part? The night where Stripe's technology was leaked, and all business companies profited immensely from creating their replicas. This erased Levi's father's legacy as the original inventor, since every company put up a figurehead designer to dodge accusations of theft. Since all of this happened a decade ago, the news died out, and people moved on with their lives, not caring about who invented this or that. All they cared about was to use the stripes to illuminate their surroundings, nothing more, nothing less. This left only a few people who still knew the true name of the inventor, Brian Larson. That's a question for you to find out. Ashkral answered casually, all I can say is that your eyes might be more special than you think. My eyes? Special? You don't think that your spiritual vision is so great because you have been blind for a long time, right? Heh, if only life worked that way. Ashkral chuckled, while being blind has helped you train your spiritual vision tremendously, a base was still needed. I believe that even after your eyes were stolen, your spiritual vision remained intact and grew stronger since it's tied up to your soul. I see. Levi frowned. Although Ashkral hadn't told him much about what made his eyes special, Levi was already convinced that something wasn't right. Otherwise, he wouldn't be blind for a decade now without any signs of vision restoration. As mentioned before, the doctors had already tried all possible methods to restore his vision, but to no avail. The money spent on those operations, recovery totems, and such had devoured most of the trust money left behind by his late parents. Those failures always eluded the doctors and government until they could do nothing but give up on Levi and place an ankle monitor to keep a watch on him in case of the worst possibility. Whether your eyes were special or not, they aren't in your possession at the moment, Ashkral said indifferently, thinking about them won't bring them back. If you want them, you have to snatch them from the Dusk-bound Order personally. Is that something you want to do? It's nothing but another reason to fuel my vengeance for what they have done to me and my family. Levi nodded coldly. It's clear, this is no longer an issue of simple assassination, it goes deeper, and I am going to dig through this rabbit hole until I touch the bottom. After everything that was discussed, Levi recognized that a path of hardship awaited him as his cultivation system might be complex, dangerous, and lead him on a suicidal path. But if he managed to succeed, if he managed to pull it off despite having a 1% chance, his life would never be the same. His world of darkness would collapse like how Ashkral showed him in the forest, and his strength would finally be enough to get him his vengeance and the answers he always wanted. Why were his parents murdered? Were they the target or him? Who ordered the hit? Why were his eyes sought after? What about his true identity concerning his peculiar Radian bloodline? Many mysteries were waiting to be solved, and Levi already had his back against the wall, forcing him on a path of no return. What are you going to do now? Ashkral asked with a faint smirk. I am already cooled up. Levi poured what remained of the cup on top of his head, causing faint steam to arise akin to cooling a sauna stone. Then, he went to sit in the same spot and said icily, I won't leave the apartment until I reach 5%. That's what I like to hear. Chapter 40, Breaking the Limit. A few hours later. Levi was seen sitting on top of a wet puddle of his own sweat. He was breathing roughly while his skin was crimson red and emitting a pillar of smoke. This was his sixth session of absorbing the divine light, and it was clear he was close to burning himself out. Still, Levi forced himself to stand, wincing from a pounding headache. Clutching his head, he staggered to the fridge and opened it after fumbling with the handle a few times. After getting assaulted by its cold breeze, he leaned against the door and remained in that position for a couple of minutes, his wet disheveled hair hiding his pained grimace. At the moment, he wished nothing but to shove himself inside the fridge. "You should stop here," Ashkral warned. "I know you want to get stronger fast, but consistency is 100 times more efficient than speed." "I know, that's why I am not going to stop until I drop on the ground," Levi uttered indifferently. "I have to test my limits and reach failure, only then can I create a consistent and efficient pace." "I see you are treating this like working out in the gym," Ashkral chuckled. "Whether it's cultivation or normal workout, the human body can never tap into its ultimate potential if one always stops at the first sign of discomfort," Levi said. "You are right, but also don't forget," Ashkral doubled down, "there is a fine line between death and touching one's true limitation." Levi remained silent, knowing that Ashkral was right. The human body knew what it was doing by using pain as a way to deter its owner from going beyond its capabilities. If he kept ignoring it and forcing his body to experience such a high temperature over and over again, he might either pass out or drop dead right there. Although Levi knew this, he had no plans on stopping now, feeling like he could add at least 2 more sessions. Thus, after a 15-minute break to cool himself using a cold shower, Levi went back to the same place and sat on top of the previous sweat puddle, not bothering to clear it. While it seemed disgusting to others, Levi used his sweat puddle as a cooling station. After a total of 6 sessions, each one spanning between 15 and 30 seconds, the 9 senses seed now has 10 tiny cracks. "This means I have completed 1%. Levi murmured to himself as he gazed at the pulsing crimson seed. The percentage readings weren't being reported by the seed or written on its body as numbers. The Nightcrawlers had taught the humans how to read the clues across the seed's growth until it reached fruition. The humans came along and simplified the system by adding percentages, since it was much easier than asking someone how many cracks or tree rings they had to check their progress. In the case of seeds, each 10 cracks implied a progress of 1%. This reading system would carry on until the sprouting stage, which occurred after the first plateau breakthrough. This means if the energy requirement remained the same and I was doing 6 sessions a day, I would reach 5% in about. Levi did the math in his mind in a second or two and then mumbled, 30 sessions in 5 days. Levi felt that he could narrow this result immensely to 3 days if he stayed up all night, doing nothing but cultivating, cooling down, and repeating the process again. He understood that if he was going this slow with divine light, then absorbing the natural daylight with his pores would do nothing but scratch the 9 senses seed gluttonous stomach. After all, he was told by Ashkral that it needed 10 times the energy requirement compared to the void and sun seeds. He wasn't an idiot. Although he wasn't told the difference between the energy requirements of the void and sun seeds compared to the shadow life seed, he understood that it would be just as significant. In simpler terms, the 9 senses seed was an abomination when it came to energy consumption, and only high-quality resources could fulfill its insatiable hunger. Thus, Levi lowered his head and continued feeding the beast against the agonizing screams of his body. Unfortunately, the 7th session lasted for a mere 10 seconds before Levi's temperature rose to a new, dangerous level, leaving him gasping for air with a dried-up throat. He had drunk more than a liter of water in the past 15 minutes. Yet, in less than 10 seconds, he felt like he was lost for 3 days in a desert without a sip of water. It was a horrendous sensation that left him crawling to the kitchen. Although he was blind, he still felt dizzy and disoriented like everyone else, since it was related to the inner ear, vestibular system, which controlled balance, rather than vision alone. After climbing to the counter, Levi turned on the faucet and placed his head underneath the water. Steam exploded from his head, and the droplets falling down his chin turned hot almost instantly. This was it, his limit. Ashkral knew it, Levi knew it, and if anyone else was watching, they would think the same. "Are you planning to stop now and get a prolonged rest?" Ashkral inquired. "You joking?" Levi uttered with a hoarse voice, "This is it, this is the place where the ordinary and the special are separated. If I stopped here, I would be no different than any average person. I have to break the limits, I have to at least try, regardless of the outcome." Average person. Ashkral smiled inwardly as he watched Levi staggering towards the bathroom. Does he even know that the average person would have stopped at the second session after the burning sensation started to feel as real as being burned under flames? Does he even know that he has long since broken the limit of the average people and was now seeking to break his own unrealistic limitation? Ashkral couldn't help but appreciate Levi's impeccable standards he held himself to. He could tell that Levi's concept of what was normal and special was flawed from birth. This didn't surprise him a bit as he had watched him grow from a child to this youthful boy, burning with unfulfilled desires stolen from him that night. While normal people hung around each other from childhood, Levi spent his time mostly around Nightcrawlers and his brother, who was also a genetic anomaly. The only average person in his childhood was his uncle, who took them in and raised them until they became teenagers and moved to Tamara's settlement. He was even homeschooled, as no parent was going to accept having their children study next to a time bomb. How could he know what was average when the only thing guiding him was the stories he had read from books about the most powerful daywalkers? Levi felt that if he didn't take it this far, he had no place to be named next to them. Thus, after a 20-minute cooling period under a cold shower, he returned and kicked off one more session. As he focused his foggy spiritual vision on the divine light surrounding him, it responded to his call almost instantly. Unlike the first time ever, the divine light was absorbed naturally within Levi's body without creating any golden ink tattoos or sun symbols. Anyone watching him would think he was meditating under the divine light. It was like he merely awakened his dormant bloodline to absorb the divine light for the first time. After that, there was no need for such a grandiose transformation. 1, 2, 3, 4. While he didn't look like he was absorbing the divine light, Levi was feeling the rising heat akin to being dropped into a giant pot of boiling water. But he kept regulating his breathing to fight off the dizziness while counting down each second. His spiritual vision never left the massive crimson pulsing seed, which appeared to be sucking off any particle of energy that entered the seed's field. As it kept eating the golden particles, tiny cracks started surfacing across its body. Levi zoned out completely on the cracks, not hearing even his thoughts. All that was on his mind was to keep adding the cracks, no matter what it took. 10 seconds, 12 seconds, 15 seconds. This left Ashkral astonished and a bit concerned as he could feel the same burning heat and knew that it wasn't to be scoffed at all. While his pain tolerance had already reached a new freakish height, Levi wasn't the same. This made him feel that if Levi kept going at it, forget breaking his limit, he was going to melt his organs off. "Boy, cut it off. You have done more than enough for the day. More, more, more." Chapter 41, Never Again. Unfortunately, Levi was turned deaf to the entire world. He just kept repeating more in his mind while guiding the divine light into the seed like he was bewitched by it or the prospects of obtaining strength at last. It was like putting candy before a child for the first time after watching it on TV for more than a decade. Levi bit hard and refused to let go. 30 seconds, 40 seconds, 1 minute. "You little shit, you will get yourself killed and ruin everything on day one." As Ashkral watched the steaming hot blood seeping down Levi's nose, he knew that he had reached dangerous levels of heat and he had to stop him. Otherwise, death was a guaranteed outcome. Without an ounce of hesitation, Ashkral focused his spiritual vision on the three-body problem sphere and used his mental prowess to disturb the orbital path of the three seeds. The moment he did this, the sun seed made contact with the nine senses seed and sent an electrifying shockwave across Levi's entire body. Levi was jolted awake and immediately lost his concentration on guiding the divine light. This interrupted the process and pushed the divine light away at last. The moment the heat stopped rising, the adrenaline that was keeping Levi conscious went away with it. Thud. Levi didn't even understand what happened before he found himself passed out on the ground. Hearing the abnormal thud of Levi's fall, Arthur immediately stopped his studies and peeked outside of the room to check on his brother. Levi, Levi. When he saw him lying on the ground on top of a pool of sweat and blood while creating a tower of steam above, he swiftly dashed to him. Just as he wanted to flip him to the side, he yelped in pain after touching Levi's burning skin. What the hell is this? With an anxious expression, Arthur picked up Levi and took him to the bathroom, placing him inside the tub. Then, he turned the faucet on top of his head. Not done yet, he turned on the shower head too and started spraying Levi like he was caught in invisible fire. He had no idea what was going on, and the only thing on his mind at the moment was to cool his brother's temperature. Fortunately, his quick thinking saved the day as Levi's temperature started to decrease significantly. After a minute or so, Levi's scarlet skin returned to somewhat its natural color, and his nose stopped bleeding. Still, Arthur kept spraying him with cold water for a couple more minutes, only then did he try to wake him up. Levi remained unresponsive, forcing Arthur to request assistance from Astra AI on what to do next. After describing the situation to her, Astra advised him to apply cold compresses, such as wet towels or ice packs wrapped in cloth to the neck, armpits, groin, and wrists. Arthur stopped the running water and followed Astra's instructions, knowing that it wasn't right to keep spraying water on someone who passed out. But it was an emergency, and he had to do it. After finishing with this, Arthur picked up Levi and wiped out the water with a towel. Then, he placed him on the bed and put a single cold towel on top of his forehead. Next, he brought his head near his nose and heart. When he found out that both were starting to get regulated, he finally sighed in relief. "You prick, if you are going to kill yourself at least tell me." Arthur cursed while glancing at his burning red palms. He still couldn't fathom how hot his brother was and how he managed to survive it. Just one touch was enough to burn some of his palm skin off. Only Ashkral seemed to know. He might not have inherited the Radiant's heat immunity, but it looks like he did inherit a high resistance to heat compared to the average human. It just needed an awakening. He thought. He understood that no normal human would survive what Levi had gone through, as his temperature had crossed way past 43 degrees C, 109 degrees Fahrenheit, which was the known temperature for organs shutting down. Ashkral figured out that when Levi started hitting those crazy numbers, his dormant radiant genetics related to heat resistance were forcefully awakened by one of the three seeds to save him. When it came to the survival of the host, the seed would do anything and everything to help it survive. Sometime later, at the brink of dawn, Levi woke up with one of the nastiest headaches of his life. When he touched his head, the cold towel dropped on his chest, confusing him for a moment. "What happened?" he asked while looking around him, trying to find Ashkral in the darkness. Ashkral popped out of nowhere and scolded him immediately, "You almost got yourself killed, idiot." When he heard this, Levi knit his eyebrows and tried his best to recall what happened through the pain of the headache. Unfortunately, he found out that his memories were limited to the start of the 7th cultivation session. After that, everything went blank. Seeing his reaction, Ashkral went on and narrated what happened and how close he was to an uneventful death if it wasn't for his brother saving his ass. After hearing everything, Levi felt a chill course down his spine as he truly couldn't remember any of that. Suddenly, Arthur's sleepy voice resounded in his ears. "Big bro, you are finally up. Levi turned to face his brother after picking up on his nearby location from his voice. Arthur was indeed sitting on a chair next to Levi's bed, as he had never left after putting him to sleep. "Arthie, thank you for everything, and I am sorry for such a screw-up." Levi sighed, ashamed. While he didn't know what happened at the 7th session to make him lose his marbles like that, he understood that he shouldn't have taken such a risk in the first place while being alone. He knew that seeking to break the limit was too dangerous for his body, but he believed that he had it under control, like the previous sessions. Such overconfidence almost brought him to an early downfall. "I don't care what you did, I just want to know what it is so I can be prepared next time." Arthur said solemnly, "Be honest, did you sign a contract with Ashkral? I heard about our Savior's description from Shia and the others. I know it's him." While Arthur wasn't one of the brightest minds out there, his instincts were pretty sharp. "Yes." Levi nodded, having no interest in hiding the truth from his brother. "Is it what you have wished for?" Arthur asked, his tone carried a hint of concern. Unlike the others, who had no idea about what was going on with Ashkral, Arthur understood that his brother had been targeted by him for a very long time. The fact that Levi's massive hole was healed miraculously had been eating a big portion of his mind, wondering, fearing, that his brother might have signed a sleepwalker contract to save them. "It might not be what I have wished for, but I am in control and that's what matters." Levi smiled as he summoned the nocturnal contract, showing his brother what kind of terms he signed. Although he knew that his brother trusted him 100%, he still needed to show him the contract to ease his worries. After all, sleepwalkers were able to steal entire identities, mannerisms, behavior, speech, and everything about their partner after absorbing their memories. That's what made them so scary, as no one could figure out if they were dealing with a daywalker or a well-trained sleepwalker. After Arthur browsed through the entire contract, his eyes widened in disbelief. "You signed this?" "I had to." "Why?" "It was the only way for us to live." "I see." Arthur lowered his head and kept his mouth shut. His hands were clutched into tight fists. Although the contract was quite decent with only two bad terms, which were no death insurance and no fixed period, Arthur hated this for his brother. But all he could do was accept it in silence, knowing that if Levi hadn't signed it, he would be dead by now. Picking up on his brother's heavy heartbeats, Levi smiled serenely. "It's all right, the contract has given me more than I have ever wished for." "What about your peculiar transformation?" Arthur asked. "You were inked up from top to bottom with golden lines, and you had sun symbols in your stomach and forehead." The symbols resembled the solar Aegis sanctuary insignia immensely. Levi wasn't caught off guard by the description. Ashkral had already explained his transformation during the second session. Unlike Arthur, who found it cool, Levi was just relieved he didn't have to transform every time he cultivated. That would be a giant pain in the ass and would always force him to be careful every time he tapped on the divine light. "You can say so." Levi smiled. "Damn, I wish my future contracted Nightcrawler can give me a similar cool transformation." Arthur eased a bit, showing an envious look. "Then, you better eat those books so you won't fail the intelligence trial and attract the strongest Nightcrawlers to sign a contract with." Levi shooed him away with a hand. Go, you only have 2 months and it's nowhere near enough to cram everything." "Thanks to Shia and Jojo, I have enough SR pills to last me until the day of the assembly." Arthur said with a resolved tone. "I will show those F***ers that I have the brains and the muscles." Levi chuckled as he listened to his brother's thundering steps while heading to his room. Just as he was about to close the door, Levi remembered something crucial. "Arthur, don't tell anyone I became a daywalker, not until after the assembly." "I got you." Arthur shouted from inside the room even if he didn't understand the reason. "Are you sure about keeping the truth from your brother?" Ashkral snickered. "I thought you brothers had no secrets between you. This is for the best, at least now." Levi replied calmly. He decided to keep the truth about their bloodline to himself for now, knowing that it would do nothing but confuse his brother. He was already struggling with his books, there was no point in filling his brain with ideas that would change his entire perspective about their identity and family. At least, not before the contract ritual assembly. If Arthur were to become a daywalker, Levi would check if he could also absorb the divine light. As for his three-body problem and the inevitable death awaiting him if he couldn't solve it, he was going to take this to the grave with him. Chapter 42, SS Potential. While Levi was cultivating under natural sunlight for the first time on his balcony, finally enjoying a relaxed session after a series of grueling ones, Shia was on a train to the capital. Her goals were clear: secure his recommendation letter and gather the materials needed for Bleeder's upcoming evolution. The distance between Tamara's settlement and Heliodor's capital was no less than 15 kilometers. So, she would arrive in about 10 minutes max. Jamal and Sergio were accompanying her since their agency's headquarters were in the capital. They should have left after their interrogation, since they were ordered by their senior captain to report back concerning the harrowing forest massacre. But they held it off until Levi woke up to check on him. "Will you request the recommendation letter from Lord Idris or Madame Naima?" Jamal asked curiously as he gazed at Shia, who was playing holographic chess against Sergio. "Both options are sh*t, but I would rather eat dirt than request anything from that old geezer." Shia gave him a dirty glare for even bringing up such a suggestion. "Come on Shia, are you really going to remain hung up on the past?" Jamal sighed, "His protection totem has saved our asses. Isn't that enough to drop your grudge?" "Never." Shia growled at him with a lollipop in her mouth. "Shia, you know it's just hair, right?" Even Sergio rolled his eyes at her ferocious animosity toward her father. Especially when her grudge didn't warrant such a reaction in their minds. "It's just hair." Shia narrowed her eyes coldly at Sergio until he felt a chill creeping down his spine. Still, he stood his ground. "Yes, it's just hair." He doubled down solemnly, "Shia, you have been blessed to be born in one of the most prominent families in the region. Your father might be stern and rough, but all of his actions are done for the sake of his family and agency protection. That's why we respect him so much as our leader and would do anything he asks us to. So what if he cut your hair and forced you to keep it low? Is that too much of a price to carry the Morningstar's surname?" Jamal murmured from the side, "If it were me, I wouldn't have hesitated to go bald if it meant getting the Morningstar surname." Listening to their words, Shia quietly licked her lollipop, saying nothing. Her eyes stayed on the holographic 3D chessboard, though her mind churned with a mess of thoughts and emotions. She lifted the queen piece and played with it in her hand. Then, she let out a long exhale and placed it in the best strategic position on the board, stunning Sergio. "Checkmate." Then, she turned her head toward the giant glass window, eyes fixed on the cattle grazing in the fields. She didn't respond or argue, there was no point. They were looking at the situation through their own lens, not hers. To outsiders or those less fortunate, she had no right to complain or rebel against her father. After all, there were other people whose lives were currently in the gutter, struggling to just sleep daily and suffering from Nightcrawlers' invasions each night. She knew all of this and never took away from the pain of others. But this didn't mean that her problems meant nothing. This didn't mean that just because other people were suffering, she must never utter a single complaint in her life. As her eyes focused on the glass and she saw her reflection and her short crimson hair, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was never about the hair, and she knew her friends would never truly understand, not unless they had lived her life. To them, her family was royalty, something to admire or envy. They couldn't see the weight behind the image. How could one ever understand the troubles and woes of another soul that he envied? Well, whether it's Madame Naima or Lord Idris, it will be an upheaval battle to secure the recommendation letter without telling them about your deal. Jamal swiftly returned to the original subject, not wanting to spoil the mood any longer. True, while I give utmost props to Levi's intelligence and powerful spiritual vision, if your mother were to hear that he is blind, she would reject you instantly. Sergio nodded. Shia knew that her friends were right. The recommendation letters were given to all the high-ranked agencies to recommend potential children with no background or ones with outsider identities, such as belonging to other holy regions or survivors from Nightcrawlers' nests. If this were all, the recommendation letters wouldn't carry much weight for those agencies. Their true power was the priority recruitment that came with it. In other words, the agencies recommending any rising talents would have dibs on them during the contract ritual assembly if they were to become daywalkers. This led the agencies to value their limited recommendation letters even more, reserving them strictly for the most talented children without influential backgrounds. That's why Levi was always rejected by every single agency at the doorstep, not even the security guards bothering to entertain his wishful request. Don't worry, I have a plan to convince her. Shia smirked. Sometime later, Shia was seen sitting at a well-decorated coffee table on top of a hardened concrete roof, unlike the rest of the buildings near it. The roof was covered with a massive transparent white tent, protecting it from the intensity of the sun while also bathing it in a warm light. Although the roof was made of concrete, it was hidden beneath a lush garden with a wooden path leading to the rooftop door. Shia sat at a table beside a patch of crimson flowers that resembled roses, but with crystallized petals that reflected light like gemstones. As Shia took a sip of peppermint tea, her eyes were affixed on those gleaming flowers, taking in their refreshing smell. But soon, she averted her gaze after picking up on the rooftop door opening. A gorgeous middle-aged woman entered, dressed in a milky white sundress and adorned with gold accessories on her neck, ears, fingers, and wrists. Her short, wavy brunette hair fell slightly over her smooth forehead. Light makeup highlighted her mature beauty, so much so that it seemed to outshine even the vibrant garden around her. This was Madame Naima Morningstar, the true household head of the Morningstar family and the second in command within the Blood Hunters Agency. She might not be as powerful as her husband, but her administrative skills and ambitious mindset were the ones keeping the family and agency in order. Idris Morningstar was more of a figurehead, whose job was to simply kill, destroy, and win. Such a power couple was feared and respected even outside of Heliodor's region. When Madame Naima saw Shia sitting on the soft futon like a hooligan, one arm resting on her knee, her thin eyebrows furrowed in quiet disapproval. "Chima, haven't I told you to act right?" Madame Naima chided, her voice stern but delicate. "You are representing the Morningstar lineage outside, and if the youngest daughter acts in this manner, won't they think of us as savages behind doors?" "Hi daughter, hi mom, how are you? Were you hurt in the harrowing forest? I heard someone placed an assassination hit on you. I was worried sick about you." "Don't be, I can take care of myself." Shia narrowed her eyes irritably. Isn't this how conversations between moms and daughters are supposed to be after a near-death experience? Instead, you are nagging me over my posture. You aren't dead, don't be melodramatic, it's unbefitting. Plus, your father is already looking into the assassination attempt. Madame Naima scowled as she sat next to her daughter, not bothered in the slightest by Shia's criticism of her reaction. "I told you to pick any of the blood crystal flowers behind you and commence your evolution, but you rejected it and chose to search for it on your own, almost killing yourself in the process." Madame Naima added indifferently while pouring a cup of tea for herself, "Be responsible for your decisions." Shia's heart chilled as she gazed at her mother's emotionless look, realizing that more than ever, she had no love for her. She almost died in the forest, and while she understood that it was on her, Shia still expected, wished, for just a hint of care or worry from her mother. Alas! Her blood was as cold as an icy sea. Shia buried her emotions at the bottom of her heart and said expressionlessly, "You're right. I was asking for too much." "Good, a morning star should never seek compassion or empathy. In this cruel world, such emotions are delicacies for Nightcrawlers. Madame Naima advised with a nod of approval. Thank you, I will keep it in mind. Shia gritted her teeth for a split second and then reclaimed her composure. Why have you asked for me? Madame Naima glanced at a classic golden watch on her wrist and said, I have 4 meetings after breakfast, make it quick. I need a recommendation letter. Shia went straight to the point, no longer having any interest in bonding with her mother. 4. I need it for my friend. What's his background and potential? Madame Naima immediately entered into business mode, believing that her rebellious daughter, who refused to accept any favors from them, wouldn't lower her pride for just anyone. Orphan native, SS potential. SS potential. Madame Naima raised an eyebrow in surprise, knowing that such ratings were given only to genuine geniuses born with unique qualities. Instead of telling her about him, Shia requested Astra AI to show his 3D holographic image. As Madame Naima stared at the massive blue-colored holographic figure, she couldn't help but ask in intrigue, how old is this fine specimen? And what's his name? 16 years old. Shia smirked, he is called Arthur Larson. Chapter 43, Recommendation Letter. 16 years old. He has already reached this height and weight? Look at those refined muscles. He looks like he can lift an entire car. Madame Naima's pupils widened in shock, a rare display of emotion. I told you, he has SS potential. I am sure the Nightcrawlers in the Assembly and other agencies will fight tooth and nail over him. Shia said. Who wouldn't? I can already see him being a powerhouse in the future. Madame Naima said solemnly, Shia, make sure to recruit him to our agency. If you need more than the recommendation letter to convince him, don't hesitate to ask. Madame Naima understood that genetic qualities were one of the most important factors that decided one's potential and limitations. Sure, the chosen Nightcrawler was still the main decider of a daywalker's limitation. But it helped a lot to have a talented human as a partner and not a deadweight. That's because when the Shadow Life Seed unlocked rewards for the hosts, it tapped into both the genetic pool of the Nightcrawlers and humans to define the best evolutionary path. In other words, if Arthur chose an enhancement specialization Nightcrawler, their raw strength would be absolutely barbaric since their seed would be taking advantage of both of their amazing genetic codes. After all, the seed considered both humans and Nightcrawlers as its hosts, which meant, it would accelerate their evolution simultaneously as long as they had actual noteworthy traits to evolve. On the other hand, if an average human were chosen, the seed would rely mostly on the Nightcrawler's DNA for their evolutionary path. This was what usually happened. I will see what I can do. Shia stood up after receiving an email with the recommendation letter signed by her mother. Anyone between the ages of 12 and 21 could use this letter to enter the contract ritual assembly, even if they were in a wheelchair. Usually, the letters came with the names of the bestowed owners to ensure no fraud happened. But, Madame Naima didn't need to do this as she trusted her daughter would never try to pull a fast one on her. The family's rules were simply too strict, and if she did such a foolish thing to ruin their family's reputation, the punishment awaiting her wasn't for the weak. As Madame Naima watched the back of her daughter walking towards the door, she glanced at the crystal blood flower garden and offered, "Why don't you take a flower with you? You have already wasted 6 months being a junior daywalker, your younger cousins will surpass you in no time like this. I wish them all the best." Not bothering to stop for even a moment or turn around, Shia walked out of the door and entered the glass elevator. After it closed behind her, Madame Naima was left alone. But one should never forget, in this world, you would never be alone. Your daughter is feisty as always. A sudden, alluring voice echoed in Madame Naima's ears, coming from a giant red rose with pitch-black stems and thorns. It slithered down her sleeveless robe like a whip. "Leave her Ros Morn. She is in her teenage rebellious years, just like I was. Madame Naima replied calmly while sipping her tea, a day will come when she will grow up and understand us. If she kept moving at this pace, I doubt she would make it out alive. Ros Morn giggled, her toothless mouth appearing on the bottom petal of the crimson rose. If she dies, it only means she isn't strong enough for this world or what lies behind it. Madame Naima murmured as she gazed at the clear sky, maybe, it's a much merciful way to go. In Tamara's settlement. A sudden call interrupted Levi's cultivation session. When he asked Astra about the caller and found out it was Shia's, he paused his cultivation and took the call. After greeting each other, Shia went straight to the subject and told him that she had secured the recommendation letter for him. So quick? How? Levi was left surprised. He knew the importance of recommendation letters for each agency, and he expected it would take Shia a great effort to convince her agency to waste it on a blind kid. Shia went on and explained what she did to secure it, leaving Levi speechless at her boldness. He knew that if he used the recommendation letter planned for Arthur, everyone in the assembly would give the Morningstar family funny looks. After all, those letters were the same as sponsorship, putting immense focus on the chosen candidates. If they were found to have used it on someone blind, it would do great damage to their reputation. As long as Arthur puts on a great show and chooses our agency at the end, I will be fine, Shia said casually. I see. Levi chuckled, I believe you don't see much hope in me not embarrassing your family in the assembly, right? Shia's giggle was heard from over the phone. You think too lowly of me. As much as I want you to embarrass my family's name, I have a feeling that you will give us an unforgettable show. Is that so? Levi smiled, feeling somewhat appreciative of her belief. But, it's just a feeling, don't let it get over your head. Shia suddenly warned, the yearly assembly is an opportunity for which all candidates prepare extensively. They might not be daywalkers yet, but some monsters appear once in a while, who can even defeat stage 2 rookie daywalkers while still being civilians. It's gonna be much, much, worse for you. Do you know why? Yes. Levi nodded. Levi understood that his spiritual vision could work only on daywalkers or nightcrawlers. Since the assembly would involve normal civilians, his spiritual vision would capture nothing. Simply put, he was going in completely unprepared against opponents who had been trained in martial arts, sword fighting, and other battle skills since birth, all ready for this very moment. This was no daydream of a child who thought that being blind might give one an advantage in battles. This was real life, and being blind was a massive disability, especially if one wasn't already well trained to fight while being blind. Levi might have been training his body, building great muscles, and even learning boxing on the side, but he wasn't vexed in battles at all. This showed during the harrowing forest. If you know, then I hope you take the safer trials and just surrender when it comes to battles. Shia advised him, no need to get badly wounded over nothing. No one will take mercy on you as they know that Nightcrawlers prefer candidates with cold hearts, who wouldn't hesitate to do anything for the sake of growth. Thank you for your concerns, Levi said appreciatively. Shia went quiet for a few seconds and then sighed helplessly. Then, she changed the subject, having a strong feeling that Levi was going to do what he wanted to do. I am in the capital right now. Once I purchase the required materials, I will return to Tamara. Shia asked, you will need a lab, right? Most preferably. Levi nodded. Levi already obtained the full formula for Bleeder's Tier 3 Perfect Evolution from Ashkral. He knew it would require a lab as the procedure involved many tools. Then I will rent out a public one. Shia said, if it were up to me, I would have brought you to my agency or family's labs. But, they are highly monitored and I can't promise that your knowledge won't be stolen. Since evolutionists were considered one of the most lucrative and rewarding careers besides being a daywalker in this day and age, many businessmen had chosen to build public labs for the less fortunate. After all, not everyone could afford an entire lab with its expensive pieces of equipment. Thus, the public labs were born and were rented by the hour for any aspiring evolutionists or traveling ones from different regions. Security was ensured through nocturnal contracts due to the sensitivity of those sessions, as not even the owner had the right to pry inside a used lab. No worries, a public lab will do wonders. Good, see you later then. Chapter 44, The Ancestral Rooted Plain. 2 days later. 1 hour before dawn. Levi sat in a round, plastic blue tub filled with steaming water, his body submerged up to the shoulders. He had started his nightly sessions a few hours ago, and unlike the reckless attempt on his first night, he was now following a more disciplined approach. He'd created a temporary training schedule, limiting himself to 1 cultivation session per hour. This allowed his body enough time to fully recover before diving in again. Between sessions, he filled smaller containers with cold water and poured them into the large bathroom tub for later use. The method gave him an extra 10 seconds of cultivation time during each round, but he was beginning to question whether the benefits were worth the cost. The water bill's going to be insane if I keep this up, Levi thought, standing up and stepping out of the tub. Might even put me on some government watch list. He knew full well how tightly water and other natural resources were monitored. In their world, governed by the laws of the Holy Light, each region could only use the resources available within its blessed territory or rely on imports from neighboring lands. Anything beyond that was always at risk of exposure to Nightcrawlers. Fortunately, Heliodor's region stretched just enough over the Atlantic Ocean to secure a sustainable water supply under the Holy Light's protection. A wide river also separated it from the adjacent settlement of Sale, further boosting their independence. Still, that didn't mean they could waste resources without scrutiny. The government monitored all usage closely, especially for residents in small households like Levi's, just him and his brother. If he kept consuming this much water every night, it was only a matter of time before someone took notice. Well, it did help me reach 5% faster than expected, Levi muttered. Time to retire this method. A small smile played on his lips as he activated his spiritual vision. Examining the seed embedded within him, he noted the fine network of cracks. He had passed the 5% mark, just barely, but enough. The near-death experience from his first night of training had unlocked a genetic trait granting him high resistance to heat. That breakthrough made a huge difference. Now, even training just once an hour, he was progressing just as fast as before. Do I have to show the tattoo to unlock the rewards? He asked his partner while drying himself with a towel. It's mandatory, Ashkral replied, snickering faintly. Levi's brow twitched. He muttered the incantation, and moments later, the three-seeded, black ink tattoo bloomed into existence on his tailbone. One of the seeds now glowed with a faint crimson light. Though he couldn't see it, he felt a mild burning sensation, nothing alarming, and nothing unexpected. He'd read everything about the reward system. This was standard. Without hesitation, Levi reached behind him and touched the glowing seed. The instant his fingers made contact, like pressing a hidden button, his body went limp and slumped onto the couch, falling into unconsciousness. While it might have seemed ordinary from the outside, in truth, Levi's consciousness had been transported inside the nine senses seed. As the light adjusted to his spiritual vision, he found himself standing atop a vast, perfectly still surface of red water. Red? Shouldn't it be colorless? Levi blinked, caught off guard. Lifting his head, he immediately spotted the source of the crimson hue beneath him. For the first time, his usually soulless eyes that had driven thousands of Nightcrawlers into despair, flickered with a trace of emotion. What the? Those were the only words he could manage to utter, his mouth slightly agape as he gazed at a massive scarlet tree, glowing gently like a living flame and stretching across the entirety of the rooted plain. Its fiery glow painted the sky in deep crimson, mirrored perfectly by the still water beneath it. The reflection was so flawless it gave the illusion of two trees joined at their base, one reaching toward the heavens, the other sinking into the depths. It felt ancient, sacred. As though it held secrets older than time. Where am I? Is this really the infamous rooted plain? Levi murmured, eyes wide with awe. He recalled reading that once a daywalker completed a stage or broke through a plateau, they were transported, alongside their contracted Nightcrawler, into the rooted plane, a spiritual dimension within the seed, home to its will and consciousness. From what he understood, one was supposed to encounter a modest, 10-meter shadow life tree, a small golden tree whose reflection revealed a shadowy twin beneath. This illusion was how it earned its name, shadow life. But what stood before him now was something else entirely. The crimson tree was unimaginably vast, so massive it dwarfed comprehension. It felt less like a tree and more like a world tree, something out of legend. Just then, a familiar voice spoke up from his shoulder. "Boy, I've already told you to forget everything you've read about daywalkers," Ashkral said calmly. "This is no ordinary place. This is the ancestral rooted plane. You should be honored to be here." Ancestral rooted plane. Levi echoed, still stunned. "Just what kind of seed do you have?" His curiosity about Ashkral and his mysterious seed was growing by the day, but the little prick had no intention of revealing anything. "You haven't earned that knowledge yet." Tisk. "Click your tongue all you want, nothing changes," Ashkral chuckled. Realizing he'd get nowhere with questions, Levi shook his head and turned his attention to the task at hand. "All right then, how do I activate the reward station?" "Same as with the shadow life seed." "Yes. Just speak your request and it will appear." Levi nodded, then cleared his throat and spoke with a respectful tone. "I respectfully request consideration for a reward in recognition of my contributions to the seed's growth." Ashkral rolled his eye. "So dramatic," he muttered. "You could have just said, 'I want my reward.'" But Levi wasn't about to use such casual words, not when standing before a tree the size of a celestial body. As his words traveled across the still surface, the red water rippled slightly. When the sound reached the tree, a sudden burst of light erupted, blinding Levi's spiritual vision. He raised his arms to shield his eyes. When the flash faded, he slowly lowered his hands, only to find himself stunned for the second time in minutes. Before him stood a massive wall of nonagon-shaped crimson leaves, millions of them, arranged neatly to form a monumental nine-sided flower. The outermost leaves were dim, but those near the center blazed brightly, creating a surreal image of a half-lit, radiant blossom. Levi stared in awe. Then, with disbelief in his voice, he turned to Ashkral. "Are those, all abilities you've mastered?" "Yes," Ashkral replied as if it were nothing. But Levi knew better. Anyone who saw this would instantly realize this was anything but normal. Ancestral rooted plane? Millions of mastered abilities? Nothing about this seed, or its master, was ordinary. Why the surprise? Ashkral said casually. "I've lived a long, long time. These are just fragments of my accumulated experience." "How long did you live to reach this level of madness?" Levi muttered, still dazed. His shock was understandable. Most daywalkers began their journey with Tier 3 or 4 Nightcrawlers, Tier 5 if they were gifted. A Tier 5 might have mastered 100 abilities at most. With each breakthrough, the daywalker would enter the rooted plane and randomly unlock one ability from that limited pool. But this? Millions. Levi couldn't even process the scale. "All you need to know," Ashkral said annoyedly, slapping the back of Levi's neck with his tiny wing, "is that I don't have the patience I used to. So, quit wasting time and claim your reward. We've got 2 months to prepare you for candidates who were trained before they could walk." Fine, Levi muttered, "keep your secrets, old bat." Chapter 45, First Unlocked Ability. Levi focused on the sea of red leaves, knowing that each leaf represented a mastered ability. Without further ado, Levi floated towards the gigantic nanogon flower, feeling like he was standing before an endless library of abilities. Instead of overwhelming him, Levi felt more excited than ever about his path as he could see just how insane its potential was. While it was impossible to unlock all abilities through his evolutionary path, it didn't really matter since he could learn them on his own. Those rewards were simply acting as instantaneous power UPS, which didn't take away from his ability to learn them on his own. Since you are still tier 1, does this mean I can choose abilities from this entire lineup? Levi inquired as he stood before the dimmest lineup of leaves at the very bottom of the flower. Yes, if you want the central abilities, you have to reach the appropriate power level to wield them. Ashkral replied calmly, otherwise, it will be the same as owning a useless brick. True. Levi nodded in understanding. While this might be disappointing to some, Levi understood that it was much more effective to own low-level abilities that matched his current power than to be greedy for the strongest one on the wall. After all, abilities cost energy depending on their complexity, effects, and results. If someone was capable of casting a storm-based ability, their energy reserve must be deep to afford it. Otherwise, by the time the storm manifested, it would fade away just as fast. Before you pick, I will give you a small tip to limit the randomness, Ashkral said while flying towards the leftmost side of the nonagon. Then, he pointed his wing toward it and explained to Levi that each side of the nonagon represented one of the 9 senses. The side he was indicating stood for the sense of smell, and every ability locked along that section, from the base up to the midpoint, was linked to that particular sense. I see. Levi raised an eyebrow in surprise. This helps a lot. Levi knew that picking abilities randomly from the 9 senses wasn't effective at all. After all, he was told that he couldn't wield 3 unique senses at his current level, which meant if he were to unlock abilities related to them, he was screwed. Even abilities related to sight were going to be limited immensely since he was missing his eyes, and his spiritual vision was considered a unique sense on its own. But now, he could pick a path and focus on it until he got decently good at it before deciding to choose abilities from another side. After Ashkral finished showing each side and its related sense, he went to sit on top of Levi's shoulder. You have the sense of touch, smell, hearing, and taste to pick from. You can even choose the spirit sense, but I highly advise against it at the moment. Ashkral shared, unlike other senses, the spirit sense consumes spiritual energy exclusively to use any kind of ability or technique. I understand. Levi nodded. While I have a decent spiritual energy source, if I chose the spirit sense, I would be locking myself in a psyche path. Bingo. Ashkral tapped him on the head. Levi could be considered a gifted soul when it came to psyche specialization, as no one at his age dared to dream of owning such immense spiritual vision. Since spiritual vision could be used only if one possessed the necessary mental prowess to wield it, the fact that Levi was able to wield it continuously for an entire day meant that his pool of energy was unmatched. However, choosing this path at the very start wasn't ideal, especially for him, when he had other options. Pick wisely. The moment you make your choice, it will be your primary sense for the first rank, Ashkral advised. Does that mean I won't be unlocking any other ability from the other senses? You can, but it's most effective to pick the first rewards from one side until you build a decent fighting style. Then, you can start freestyling with your senses until you perfect it. Ashkral added, my previous partners each chose their primary sense and made a stance out of it. Stances? Levi inquired. He knew what it implied, but he wasn't too sure when it came to Ashkral and his dead gang of partners. You can consider them as battle arts. There is the Echo Keeper stance, hearing, Phantom Touch stance, touch, Essence Seeker stance, smell, Soul Taster stance, taste, and Truth Visionary stance, sight. Ashkral clarified calmly, each stance uses one sense primarily while reducing its weaknesses with the powers of other senses. Of course, Each stance has its preferred style of weapons. Interesting. Levi rubbed his chin thoughtfully, understanding that his current choice would determine a decent part of his journey. Still, his perfectionist tendencies kicked in, and he couldn't help but ask, will it be possible to master all stances and learn the same amount of abilities as you? Ashkral chuckled, but he wasn't being sarcastic. He looked at Levi and smirked, why ask if it's possible when a living example of its feasibility is standing before you? You're right. Levi smiled back. Although he knew that the three-body problem was going to be the major obstacle stopping him from fulfilling such an achievement, Levi didn't allow it to kill his dream. He never compared himself to others, and this made him want to learn from the past partners of Ashkral, but not take their choices as his. He felt this way in dealing with the three-body problem and their lifelong progress. Levi floated in front of the side with auditory-based abilities and said, my hearing has become my primary sense after I lost my eyes. I don't know about the others, but I know choosing auditory-based abilities in the early stages will help me in the long run. Levi could be said to have trained his ears to quite a supernatural degree compared to the average human. He was able to pick up on the faintest whispers amidst the noise and even hear other people's heartbeats if they were close. He didn't know if this was related to his radiant bloodline empowering his ears after he lost his eyes or not, but he always felt his ears to be special, much more special than the average blind person, as they were also known to have their senses attuned after losing their sight. Smart choice. Ashkral approved. He also wanted Levi to choose this path. Although Levi didn't need Ashkral's approval, hearing it had set his heart at peace with his choice. Without further ado, Levi reached out with his hand and picked one of the dimmest scarlet leaves on the auditory sense section. The moment he touched it, the entire nonagon flower collapsed into the still ocean underneath him. Levi glanced at it disappear for a moment with an eager smile, seemingly incapable of waiting until the next time he summoned it again. For now, he switched his focus to the leaf in his hand. Taking a deep breath, Levi turned the leaf slowly, knowing that the ability's name and its details were written in Ildhorian language on its back. When his spiritual vision landed on the name and its details, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. //echolocation, it's an ability that detects objects and surroundings by sending out or receiving sound waves and interpreting the echoes that bounce back // Echolocation, to unlock this as your first ability, your luck isn't too shabby. Even Ashkral raised an eyebrow in surprise. This is massive. Levi exclaimed in delight, doesn't this mean I can paint a new world in my mind through bouncing sound waves? Levi understood that this ability was vastly different than simply being able to hear better. The ability to bounce sound waves and interpret their echoes was massive for someone blind, as it enabled him to manifest a similar copy of our world through sounds. It was more or less a vision through sound. Boy, aren't you looking down on me? Ashkral sneered, that's the simplest utilization of echolocation, which was mastered by other Nightcrawlers with similar ability. Do you mean? Levi felt his heart skip a beat at the sudden realization of what Ashkral implied. Ashkral didn't hesitate to spell it out for him. Every ability I have learned was mastered to perfection. Ashkral smirked, in simpler terms, your unlocked echolocation is nowhere near the same quality as similar abilities. Can you tell me of one example? Levi asked excitedly. Tap the leaf on your forehead and you will absorb all the knowledge related to the ability. Ashkral waved his hand lazily. Remembering that he had the answers in his hand, Levi swiftly placed the leaf on his forehead and watched it melt into his skin, breaking into light particles. After it disappeared fully, he felt a slight tingle of pain, and then a wave of knowledge assaulted his mind, filling his spiritual vision with thousands of images and letters. In less than a second, the images disappeared, and Levi's vision returned to the ancestral-rooted plane. As he turned his head to Ashkral, Levi couldn't help but utter from the bottom of his heart, "You are a true monster." "I know." Ashkral chuckled, "Now, let's choose your first signature weapon." Chapter 46, The Crafting Station. The moment Ashkral said this, a crimson platform rose from the still water until it reached Levi's height. Its base was crafted from red roots entangled into a tough dread, while its surface bore Heliodorian inscriptions etched along the edges. At the center, a hollow, three-dimensional crimson nonagon orb spun slowly, capturing Levi's attention. The crafting station. It looks different here, Levi murmured. He had read that daywalkers would typically encounter a tree-based platform, which they referred to as the crafting station. It was named as such because they would place their contracted Nightcrawlers upon it and transform them into whatever weapon they envisioned. But this crimson orb was something new. Ashkral jumped into the orb and said calmly, "Don't overthink it. The crafting process is the same as the others. The only difference lies in the quality of the weapon and the range of your imagination." "You mean I can craft any weapon I desire? Even ones that change form or have shifting states?" Levi raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Go wild," Ashkral replied lazily. "Just make sure the weapon you choose unlocks the most potential of this specific evolutionary path." Since Levi had 3 evolutionary paths, it meant he would unlock a weapon at 5% progress for each path. He had already asked, and Ashkral had told him that while each weapon could activate abilities from other paths, the outcomes would vary depending on how extreme the choice was. This meant he needed to choose a different type of weapon for each path, making sure they complemented and interconnected with each other. "Easier said than done," Levi murmured. Knowing this choice was crucial, perhaps even more important than his abilities, Levi took a seat and prepared to think it through carefully. There are 3 categories of weapons: melee, ranged, and mental. Every weapon in existence falls into one of those. Levi began listing weapons in his mind: swords, katanas, staffs, polearms, daggers, rapiers, axes, bows, rifles, shotguns, sniper rifles, mind orbs, and so on. There were hundreds of possibilities, and that was just the known ones. Levi knew many daywalkers had gotten creative with their weapons, just like Shia. She wielded a crescent blade glaive, a hybrid between 2 weapon types that vastly expanded her fighting style. Then there was Mantis, who used weapons that mirrored the form of his Nightcrawler's preying arms. This made Levi understand that creativity was not only allowed but encouraged. Nothing was holding him back. Still, he didn't let his imagination run wild just yet. "The best weapon for me is the one I feel most comfortable wielding," Levi frowned. "But I've never used a weapon in my life." "That's why daywalker candidates are trained from a young age," Ashkral said casually. "Some families focus on a single Nightcrawler species or battle art for this reason." Levi nodded, aware that many lineage families followed the practiced path of their firstborn daywalkers. This lets them build legacies around specific battle arts and pass down refined techniques more effectively. A newborn daywalker forging their own path would rarely surpass a candidate from an established line, assuming equal talent and dedication. Of course, this only worked if their first daywalker reached great heights. Otherwise, their potential would plateau. There weren't many families that met such a standard, so most let their daywalkers choose their weapons, while mandating similar Nightcrawler types. Just like Shia and her Morningstar lineage family. Though they all practiced the same blood arts, each member was free to choose their own weapon. This diversity gave rise to many distinct blood arts, even within the same bloodline. "The only tool I've ever used that even slightly resembled a weapon is my white cane," Levi smiled wryly. "Can you suggest something that fits me?" Levi decided to ask for Ashkral's help, trusting that such an ancient being must have seen every possibility by now. Why waste time when he could draw on that wisdom? "I believe a staff would suit you, at least in the beginning," Ashkral suggested. "A staff?" Levi thought for a moment. It made sense. A staff would work well with sound-based abilities. It could produce loud noises and help him measure the distance between himself and his enemies. But if you choose a different weapon for another evolutionary path, say, About, the switching time will be noticeable, Ashkral warned. If the weapon shapes are too extreme, the shift won't be instantaneous. How long does it take to switch? 2 seconds if the difference is extreme, like switching from a bow to a shield. 2 seconds. That's not so bad, Levi muttered. Heh, 2 seconds might seem short now, but later, you'll realize just how long it truly is. Ashkral left it at that, letting Levi interpret the rest. That complicates things, Levi murmured, massaging his temples. Ashkral's opinion couldn't be taken lightly. If he said 2 seconds was dangerous, Levi had to take it seriously and re-evaluate his options. Can I take a day to think it over? Levi asked. Take as long as you need. Just remember, choosing a weapon isn't a matter of time. It's a matter of feeling. A calling, Ashkral said. It's hard to find that call without testing a few out first. I understand. Levi agreed. He understood this wasn't something to solve by thinking through pros and cons alone. It required a physical connection, experience. After all, no weapon was without weakness. As Ashkral left the ancestral-rooted plane, Levi took one last glance at the colossal crimson tree and whispered, "Will you kindly show me the way?" Then, he willed himself awake, and the crimson seed respected his wish, booting his consciousness back to the real world. The moment Levi woke up, he had to clamp his hands over his ears in agony as a wave of deafening noise assaulted him. Arg! It's so loud. He groaned, the sounds of his neighbor's footsteps pounding like thunderclaps beneath him. Outside was even worse. Though it was just before dawn, the city buzzed with activity as if it were midday. The city remained constantly lit to prevent the formation of Stygian gates in its center, which made sleep almost impossible without SR pills. Since SR pills only lasted for 2 hours and temporarily refreshed one's body and mind, the traditional concept of day and night had become meaningless for many. Still holding his ears, Levi stumbled to the balcony, following the wave-like distortion that colored his world through sound. He reached out blindly, feeling for the window against the noise pollution. With great effort, he finally shut it, and some peace returned. Levi leaned against the window, then fell to his knees, hands still clamped over his ears like a frightened child. Ashkral. What do I do? It's not stopping. It hurts. Levi pleaded internally, overwhelmed by the noise and the chaos within his own head. It was like someone was drumming right next to his ears, every vibration bouncing around in his dark, sound-painted world, creating unbearable noise. Don't panic, boy. It's normal. Your ears were significantly enhanced after integrating echolocation into your system. Ashkral's voice echoed telepathically, bypassing the surrounding chaos. Breathe in and out. Focus solely on my voice, nothing more, nothing less. Levi did as instructed, trying his best to concentrate solely on Ashkral's voice while tuning out the cacophony. He was already well trained at blocking out disturbing Nightcrawler voices after a decade of exposure. Eventually, the painful roar dulled little by little until only Ashkral's voice remained, repeating smugly, "Trampy, trampy, trampy." Bastard, Levi's lips twitched, but he clenched his jaw and stayed focused to keep dampening the noise. After getting his laugh, Ashkral continued. Normally, humans use their ears to focus on what they want to hear. But in your case, your ears were enhanced to match my perfected echolocation ability, so the formula reversed. Now, you'll be hearing everything, all the time. And it's up to you to control what to listen to, and what to block out. But don't worry. You've unlocked a perfectly mastered ability, which means there's no learning curve. Levi nodded in understanding. He realized that his initial panic had made the pain far worse than it actually was. That's because unlocking an ability automatically bestowed his body and mind with the necessary knowledge to use it, as though he had mastered it himself. Now that he was calm, Levi could hear muffled sounds in the background, like his head was submerged underwater. When he focused on a specific type of sound, it filtered itself to perfection, allowing him to hear exactly what was being said. My wife's gonna be pissed as hell, burp, I reek of booze and women's perfume nah, I doubt she's up at this hour. Didn't you buy a whole bottle of SR pills, you don't know her like I do, burp that night demon doesn't sleep when I am out. As he listened to the two men's unholy conversation, Levi stood and opened the balcony window, trusting that he had things under control. The moment the window opened, the muffled sounds jumped up an octave, but it wasn't nearly as painful as before. Levi ignored the chaotic flood of background noise and focused solely on the men's conversation, curious if he could determine their location. When he willed it, his ears responded like another limb, listening to commands as naturally as if he were moving his hand. Whoa! To his amazement, the sound waves bouncing between his ears and the two men's voices formed a wave-like bridge, linking them together. And that wasn't all. As his concentration deepened, his ears provided more and more detail. He could now see two vibrating gray silhouettes holding onto each other's shoulders as they staggered down the sidewalk. He could even make out the bottle of alcohol in one of their hands. Here's a trick, Ashkral said with a grin, place your finger on the sound bridge, and try to focus on how their voices spread outward. Levi reached out and placed his finger within the sound bridge. Then, he shifted his intent, no longer trying to listen to what was said, but to how it moved. Instantly, he gasped in wonder. The men's gray sound waves scattered outward, bouncing off roads, cars, people, buildings, and everything they touched. And each time the waves struck a surface, be it glass, concrete, metal, or trees, the frequencies altered slightly, bouncing back in different colors. Somehow, each material reflected a different hue. This painted a living, breathing fragment of the city inside Levi's dark world, vivid, strange, and full of life, all from a single conversation. As he stood on the balcony, gazing with his ears at this new world blooming before him, a soft smile spread across his lips. I never knew sounds could look this beautiful. Chapter 47, Main Evolutionary Trait. For the first time in a decade, Levi didn't feel like he was blind, although he was seeing with his ears, creating a distorted and a bit chaotic view of the world. He appreciated it more than anything else. This is only the beginning. Ashkral smirked, if you were to master sound and vibrations, you would be perceiving the world 100 times clearer than an average human. When Levi heard this, he couldn't help but feel enthusiastic about such a promising future. Soon, he stopped eavesdropping on the drunken men and cancelled out all the noises, muffling them again. It was like he could turn himself deaf with a snap of a finger. This was just as great as using sounds to map out his world, knowing that such a peaceful silence was a wish for many. Just one ability was enough to turn me into a superhuman, Levi commented with a spirited tone. I know many junior daywalkers possessing 6 unlocked abilities, and an ultimate one won't be able to contest against the quality of echolocation even if they combine them all. Levi wasn't exaggerating at all, he felt like he was fully in control of sounds with a single ability. This state wasn't easily obtained since most daywalkers unlocked low-quality abilities with a single effect, such as water bullets, sound blasts, empowered punches, etc. On the other hand, echolocation was perfected to the point it gave Levi the illusion that he was a master of sounds, but of course, he knew that wasn't real. Although your sound manipulation works great only with effects related to echolocation, it gave you a sample of what peak sound manipulation looks like. Ashkral said calmly, now that you have unlocked sound manipulation, it's up to you to start creating your own techniques. Battle arts were born out of those learned techniques. Each daywalker had their own way of mastering the evolutionary traits of their partnered Nightcrawlers. Nightcrawlers with evolutionary traits related to elements allowed the seeds to provide their partnered humans with similar control over those traits. Usually, the main evolutionary trait appeared at the first stage, 5%, which implied that daywalkers could embark on their battle arts road from the very beginning. In the case of Levi, Ashkral was a freak of nature that was considered beyond a unique specialization, which meant Levi could unlock multiple main evolutionary traits. Each one could come with an element, physical enhancement, or even spiritual empowerment. At this moment, he unlocked the main evolutionary trait of sound manipulation. I understand. Levi nodded solemnly. I am up for the challenge. Good, I have no plans on taking it easy on you. A few hours later, Levi received a call from Shia while he was training his echolocation ability. Ashkral told him that he would start teaching him sound manipulation lessons after he was done with the assembly. After all, there was no point in teaching him something he couldn't use openly. It made more sense to spend the limited time they had refining what was already in his arsenal, shaping it into a solid fighting style that could give him an edge in the assembly. Sometime later, Levi hung up and called for his brother. Arthur emerged from his room with panda eyes and a depressed look. Bro, why is the Ildhorian language so damn complex? Arthur sighed helplessly as he lay on the couch with tens of holograms still open. It's complex only at the beginning. Once you get the hang of its grammar and phonetics, it will be as simple as English. Levi comforted, using his voice to bounce off his brother's figure and the living room. This allowed him to see his brother's gray silhouette sitting on the couch behind him without needing to turn his head. It was like he had a 360 sound vision strapped on his head. Grammar and phonetics? Isn't that everything? Arthur cried, grieving over his future self. Arthur's pain could be understood. It was indeed extremely difficult to learn the Ildhorian language. Unfortunately for him, it was a must to know its basics at least to avoid the same choke he had in the forest. That's because all solar totems required incantations using the Ildhorian language to activate them. Stop whining, it's your fault for missing so much in classes. Levi walked to the closet without needing to touch the walls. Each step he took created a path. Then, he pulled out his classic black hoodie and pants. After he wore them, he put on circular black glasses and told his brother to get dressed as well. We're going out. Arthur's eyes sparkled immediately. He was under house arrest by Levi until he finished the books he was given, leaving only for the gym and errands. Shia has got hold of the necessary materials for her evolution. Levi shared, we will meet up near the experimental Tamara's lab in 10 minutes. Say less. Arthur swiftly went to his room and wore a dark blue tracksuit with black sneakers, appearing like he was going for a run. While Levi didn't need his white cane anymore, he still brought it out with him. No one knew of his awakening, and he had no intentions of giving out any weird signs. After all, if he were found to have signed a contract in an unofficial way, he would be forced to either show the details of his contract or be eradicated. Ashkral had assured Levi that he had the contract laundering in the assembly under his control. All he had to do was keep a low profile until then. While Levi didn't know how exactly Ashkral was going to pull it off when his body was inked and the contract was signed, he could only put his trust in him and focus on what he could do. Sometime later, Arthur was seen driving their dirt bike recklessly, weaving back and forth between the vehicles. After he was brought to the hospital, he requested the authorities to collect his bike, which was left behind in the outpost. Since he was being investigated and they wanted his full cooperation, the authorities helped him out. If they were to see the way he was driving, they would definitely have regrets. Meanwhile, Shia, Jamal, and Sergio were standing near a small line of people in front of a reflective glass double door. A massive sign was on top of it that read, Experimental Tamara's Lab. The building was 3 stories high and had external glass windows just like most buildings around it. Although it wasn't the biggest in the city, it sure was crowded. VRRRR. VRRRR. Suddenly, everyone's attention was attracted to the sound of heavy electric revs coming from the back. When they glanced behind them, Everyone's expressions turned pale at the sight of a speeding dirt bike rushing towards them with seemingly no intention of pulling the brakes. The queue was cleared out almost instantly as no one dared to stay in the bike's path besides Shia, Jamal, and Sergio. As they gazed at the driver's humongous figure, their eyelids twitched, recognizing him to be Arthur immediately, even though he was wearing a helmet. Krrrrrrrrr. Arthur hit the brakes sharply and stopped sideways a mere couple of meters away, not one of them getting phased. "What's up?" Arthur greeted with a wide grin after removing the helmet, uncaring about the rain of curses falling on him from the people in the queue. "Arthur, drive safely or you won't know how you died," Jamal advised. "Don't worry, my driving skills are flawless," Arthur bragged while joining their friends with Levi beside him. "That's not what he meant," Levi said sternly. "I have warned you many times that high-ranked daywalkers are hiding everywhere, and if you were to piss one off with your driving, they might retaliate." You can get killed off driving a bike." Arthur was speechless. "Are we living in a jungle?" "Yes," Shia said calmly. "The faster you accept that we are living in a jungle of concrete and glass, the longer you will survive." Arthur believed that at most, he would be getting a speeding or reckless driving ticket, not death. He assumed that even daywalkers needed to respect the laws within the Holy Region, and they wouldn't assault a citizen for something this trivial. Alas, this was an ideal outcome. In reality, high-ranked daywalkers were extremely unpredictable, and if they were to be annoyed while they were already in a bad mood, one should expect the worst. Shia demonstrated the laws of the jungle immediately as she skipped the entire queue, and the guards still opened up the gate for her, uncaring about the protests of those staying in the queue for hours. She didn't even bother to reserve a slot. A single phone call was enough to get her the best lab at any time she desired. "The Morning Star surname sure does wonders," Arthur exclaimed enviously as he walked with Levi behind them. Chapter 48, Pinky and the Brain. "Status is a universal key to all the doors in the world," Levi replied calmly, using his voice and other noises to map out the ground floor. It resembled a hotel with dozens of numbered doors situated near each other. The receptionists were standing at the center of the floor around a circular table. There were already many people inside. Levi used his spiritual vision to separate the daywalkers from citizens, now that his echolocation could show him a humanoid figure of everyone. Of course, if there were daywalkers, their contracted Nightcrawlers would be there too. Once they spotted Levi, curiosity got the best of them, and they went to check him out. This time, Ashkral wasn't nearby to use his terrifying voice and reputation to scare them off. But Levi had other allies. "The F***ck are you looking at?" Bleeder growled murderously. "Stay in your lane, or else, it won't end pretty for you or your little partners." "Believe me, he means it." Oro chuckled. This isn't the time to get on his bad side. Sensing the murderous intent of Bleeder made all the Nightcrawlers reconsider getting involved in this situation, especially, when they had nothing to win from this alteration besides teasing Levi for their amusement. "Thank you," Levi whispered. "Never thank me again." Bleeder smirked. "You are my little treasure, and I will never let any harm befall you." Levi chuckled, knowing that Bleeder would literally do anything to not jeopardize his chance at a perfect evolution. "Miss Shia, please follow me to your lab." Meanwhile, Shia finished with the lab's arrangement and was led to the elevator by the cute receptionist. The others tagged along too, and in no time, they arrived at the highest floor in the building. The moment the elevator door opened, Arthur whistled while holding his hands behind his head. The lab truly warranted such a reaction, as the entire floor was filled with all sorts of high-end equipment and machinery. Everything looked new and clean, from the glassware to the furniture. There were even AI-powered robotic arms for assistance. The receptionist extended her arm with a welcoming smile and said, "Welcome to our VIP experimental lab. Please, if you need anything, don't hesitate to call us. Our support is online 24/7. Thank you, this will be all for now. Shia wired a heavy tip to the receptionist after scanning her public information with her neural lens. All workers put their bank information among their public data to ensure a smooth tipping transaction without any awkwardness. The receptionist's smile widened after receiving the tip, leaving them to their peace immediately. Now this is a lab, Arthur commented in fascination as he walked around the place. But, just as he was about to touch the equipment, one scolding glare from Shia made him retrieve it. This must have been expensive. You didn't have to bother yourself. Levi smiled wryly, a standard lab is more than enough. Levi knew that the formula creation process was quite simple, even for an amateur, not requiring all of this heavy machinery. I would rather not take any risks. Shia lifted a metallic chest and placed it on the nearest table. Then, after scanning the lock with her neural lens, a soft click echoed in everyone's ears. She opened the metallic chest, and the first thing that showed was the blood crystal flower inside a smaller plastic container. It was as glamorous as the ones in the garden. Yet, the obsidian blood vine had taken the spotlight with its ebony black vine and razor-sharp thorns. It had crystallized red drops running down its long twisted vine, making it seem like it was weeping. The rest of the materials were also in the chest, ranging from peculiarly colored liquid bottles, small containers filled with dirt, and other types of common plants. Shia took hold of Levi's arm and pulled him in front of her chest. Then, she said with an eager smile, everything you have asked for is here. Levi started naming each material just to be sure, and Shia kept saying check every time until he was done, only then did he crack a satisfied smile. You have carried your part of the deal, it's time for me to honor my word. I can't wait for the final results. Shia smiled. Without needing Levi to tell them to leave, Shia made a gesture with her head, and her companions followed her to the waiting room next to the lab. Since he hadn't sold her the knowledge and just made a deal to evolve her Nightcrawler, she had no right to spy on the creation of his evolutionary formula. This kind of knowledge was priced in the millions of credits, and she had no plans on asking her family for this much money, especially, not with the current tension going on. After they left, their contracted Nightcrawlers followed them along, leaving only Levi and Arthur. Just as Arthur was about to speak, Levi placed a finger near his mouth to shush his brother and then clapped twice. As he gazed at the bouncing sound waves inside the lab, Levi focused on any sort of leak. But to his pleasant surprise, he found that not a single wave escaped the lab. It was perfectly soundproof, ensuring utmost privacy. As expected of the best public lab in Tamara. You can talk now, we are in the clear. Levi smiled. I just wanted to know what you will need from me. Arthur rolled his sleeves, prepared to listen to his brother's instructions. First, let's clean our hands and wear proper gear. Levi said, I might have done my studies, but this is still my first time doing this, and we should take all precautions. Gotcha. Arthur took his brother to the nearest sink. After they cleaned their hands and wore the proper gear, gloves, lab coats, glasses, etc., they returned to the chest of materials. Now what? Then, they stood in front of the chest of materials, resembling the famous cartoon characters Pinky and the Brain. Arthur looked as confused as ever, wearing the gloves on the wrong side, and his coat barely fit him, his muscles screaming to be released. While Levi was staring at the ceiling, while tapping his hands on the box to use the sound for some visualization. They looked like they had no business being anywhere near this fancy lab. If Shia was to see them, she would honestly start wondering if she had been scammed. Pull out everything and place them gently on the table. Levi doubled down, be gentle. Arthur did as he was told and lined up all the materials on the long ceramic white table. Then, he picked up the chest and placed it on the ground, clearing some space for them. Knowing that it would be bothersome to keep tapping his fingers for visualization throughout the process, Levi requested Astra AI to release a constant, low-pitched noise. One that was difficult for human ears to pick up on easily. Astra AI followed the instructions and released the low-pitched noise straight into Levi's ear since the device was the closest to it. But Levi tuned it out and focused on the visualization it created inside the lab. Since this was a sealed room and the sound wave was constant, all the equipment, furniture, walls, and such appeared grayed out and affixed in place. Levi took a moment to appreciate the stillness of the scene, fully aware that the moment he spoke, the delicate balance would be broken. His echolocation ability allowed him to interpret the echoes of sound waves bouncing off surfaces, even filtering out background noise to isolate a single sound with precision. But it came with a limitation: he couldn't actually hear the sounds themselves, nor witness their impact while the ability was active. This meant that unless he chose to ignore his own voice or whatever his brother might say, the moment he or anyone else spoke, the fragile silence would inevitably unravel. "Let's begin." Levi requested his brother to bring out the required equipment, ranging from a mortar and pestle to a beaker. Arthur relied on Astra AI to help him find the equipment, which he had no idea what they looked like. While Arthur was collecting the pieces of equipment, Levi had already opened the container for the crystal blood flower. Although it appeared grayed out and had a bit of a chaotic form, Levi still reached out with his fingers and started getting a feel for its petals. After marking everything important, he picked up a scalpel and sliced the petals off the stem, making sure to be as clinical as possible. Scree! The moment he did this, Levi tilted his head slightly in confusion after his ears picked up on a very tame high-frequency screech. It was so silent that Levi doubted if humans could even hear it. "Is this the ultrasonic distress sounds I read about?" Levi murmured. "What? You heard something?" Arthur looked around them in puzzlement. "It's nothing, keep guiding me." "Okay." Levi didn't trust his brother with the process as he knew that his burly hands weren't used to such agility-based, tiny movements. However, he was asking for his input every once in a while to ensure that he wasn't butchering the flower, especially, now that he heard its scream. He had read that plants released ultrasonic distress sounds when cut or distressed. He also knew that it was their way of responding to harm, but not pain, as they lacked a nervous system. Still, hearing its low screeches with each cut made Levi feel an unexplainable amount of sorrow, especially, when a red liquid was pouring out of the wounds, bleeding all over itself. If humans' ears were receptive to those high-frequency weeps, would it have changed our treatment of the plant kingdom? Levi wondered to himself after cutting off the crystal flower petals and placing them inside a small box. But, as he listened to the final dying screeches of the blood crystal flower, he shook his head. He doubted anything would change, as he knew that it was within human nature to forego any morals for the sake of survival. As long as food was served on the table, nothing else mattered. If it weren't like this, many humans wouldn't turn to cannibalism when starvation shut off their brains and left only two wires active to seek food under any circumstances. He believed even the most veteran vegan would eat meat if no social constraints were placed on him and he were found starving. It was simply biology, and it was hard to resist it when no one was there to judge. After Levi pulled the flower's stem from the soil gently, he collected some of the red liquid and left the rest for the soil to feed on. Then, he brought the obsidian bloodvine over and placed it in the mortar. Next, he poured one of the liquid bottles on them and handed the pestle to his brother. "Ground them slowly together into a mixture. When you feel some resistance, like the mixture is hardening, pour another bottle of prismalicate elixir." Levi instructed, "Don't stop until the mixture has turned into a sticky mess. Above all else, don't use too much force. Say less." Arthur cracked his fingers and got to work immediately, using his raw strength to break the plants into pieces without an ounce of resistance. Meanwhile, Levi went to prepare for the next stage. "Ashkral, are you here?" Levi called telepathically. "What?" Ashkral was currently in the shadow dimension to avoid any unnecessary problems. While he couldn't see what Levi was doing, they could converse telepathically. I just want to double check about heating the distillation chamber. Levi asked. 5 to 10 minutes is too broad, give me a precise time. It's broad because it doesn't matter as long as you remain within the recommended period. Ashkral chided in annoyance, boy, I gave you all the information you need, follow them to a T and you won't have any problems. I was just double checking, asshole. Levi cursed under his breath and stopped reaching for Ashkral. Chapter 49, The Evolutionary Formula. Although he was given all the necessary information, Levi wanted to be as precise as possible. He knew that a simple mistake in any of the 3 stages of creating an evolutionary formula would put both Shia and Bleeder into a whole world of agony. That's because the final formula's job wasn't to break through the plateau like it was some sort of magical elixir. It was used as a way to unseal the stagnated evolutionary traits based on the materials used for the formula. Then, the shadow life seed would take it from there and evolve the Nightcrawler through the chosen unsealed evolutionary traits. If the formula were flawless, all the evolutionary traits from Tier 2 to Tier 3 would be unsealed, allowing the shadow life seed to commence the so-called perfect evolution. If it was great, but not perfect, a high number of evolutionary traits would be unlocked while the remaining ones would be sealed forever. This was called remarkable evolution. Last but not least, if the formula was basic and was created just for the sake of breaking through the plateau, it would result in the dreaded limited evolution. In this case, the shadow life seed forced the only available evolutionary path on its hosts, regardless of whether it was any good. Since Levi promised a perfect evolution, he had to be flawless in the creation process. Big bro, I think I am done. Arthur shared while looking at the messy, dark green mixture. Levi went to the mixture and took a deep breath. The moment a revolting acidic scent assaulted him, he nodded in approval. Good job, it's perfect. Phew, what's next? Arthur sighed in relief. Although he knew that the contract terms had changed and his brother's life was not in danger, he still didn't want to disappoint Chia. We have finished with the first stage, Formula Foundation. Now, it's time for the second stage, essence extraction. It's usually the hardest stage in the creation process of the evolutionary formula, but fortunately, we are required to just vaporize and purify. Levi shared. I have no clue what you just said. Arthur shrugged his shoulders, just tell me what I need to do. No, you will learn, the evolutionist career has a massive role in the advancement of our society. Without them, most daywalkers would be stagnated at lower levels for a very long time. This means, our strength as regions would crumble and we wouldn't have what it takes to deal with the spreading infestation of Nightcrawlers. Don't forget, we might be protected under the holy light, but we still need the natural resources from the wastelands to survive. You think such an important subject won't be included in the intelligence trials during the assembly? When Arthur realized that his performance in the assembly might be impacted by this, he locked in immediately and requested his brother's explanation. Essence extraction is the most vital and complex stage simply because there are hundreds of ways to extract the essence of each mixture. Levi shared serenely while pouring the mixture into the boiling flask very carefully. Each mixture requires its own method that works best with its essence extraction. In our case, we are lucky since we just vaporize the mixture into a purified liquid. A process that would have been a bit complex for amateurs if we weren't using some of the most advanced equipment in the region. I see, so the job is to extract the essence of the materials and make a purified liquid out of them. Arthur asked as he watched the mixture release vapor, which was turning into red drops. They were trickling into a small glass bottle. Not precisely, some processes might turn the mixture into hardened pills, and some remain as steam. The daywalkers are required to breathe the steam during the process. Levi said with an intrigued smile, there is so much to learn. Levi was always an avid explorer of science and any matter related to Nightcrawlers. He grew up reading all about them in his mother's textbooks and research papers. Now that he was applying some of the knowledge he had read, he was quite enjoying the experience. After a couple of minutes, the process was concluded. The mixture turned into a blackened tart, tainting the flask. But the small bottle on the other side was filled with sparkling red liquid. Is this it? No, we still have one last stage, final refinement and activation. Levi replied. Levi collected the small bottle and returned to the main table. He brought some pieces of equipment with him and introduced the process to his brother. This stage might be straightforward and easy, but if a single mistake is made, it will ruin everything. Levi shared. Why is that? We have to enhance the formula and stabilize it. In our case, we need to pour 3 drops of catalytic reagents every 2 minutes. Once we are done, we will stabilize it with a dose of prismalicate elixir. While Levi was explaining, he was using his voice to paint a clear picture of the bottled formula in front of him. He brought the catalytic reagents and poured the required drops with great precision and care. Then, he stopped and continued his explanation for the next 2 minutes. He repeated this process 3 times until the sparkle disappeared from the evolutionary formula. Now, to the final step. With great care, Levi unsealed the last remaining prismalicate elixir and poured it slowly inside the bottle, doubling its quantity. Then, he closed the lid on it and pulled away from it. He and his brother stood a couple of meters away and started staring at the 2 liquids mixing on their own. A few moments later, the formula released a bright flash of light and a low-pitched frequency only Levi heard. Then, the liquid started to switch between a crystallized state and a liquid state, leaving Arthur to gaze at it in wonder. Arthur turned to his brother, having no idea if this meant they succeeded or not. Levi walked to the table and picked up the bottle. Then, he listened to its shifting stable frequency. Without needing to ask anyone, he felt it within his bones. We succeeded. He smiled in contentment, feeling a new sense of conquest. Levi always had a feeling that he would fall in love with being an evolutionist, but he was doubtful if he had what it took to become one. Having perfect vision and amazing precision were just as important as being knowledgeable. This success showed him that he also had an opportunity to take on this path. With Ashkral's infinite knowledge of Nightcrawlers, if I were to become an evolutionist, I would most definitely leave a mark. Levi thought to himself, he just needs not to be an asshole about it and share it. Levi had already asked Ashkral how he knew about Bleeder's evolutionary path, and the answer he received didn't please him one bit. He told him that it was related to one of his unique senses, and if he wanted to know, he should work hard to unlock the unique sense first. Levi assumed before that Ashkral must have some knowledge about Bleeder's species' evolutionary path since his pool of knowledge always seemed infinite. If he didn't know, Levi trusted that he would have gone ahead and found out about it if he was truly adamant about signing him, but he didn't expect it to be related to a unique sense. Knowing that he wouldn't be unlocking them anytime soon, Levi could only hope that Ashkral would cooperate with him. Soon, Levi and Arthur entered the waiting room and noticed that the mood was solemn. No one was laughing or speaking. It was like they were waiting at the hospital for surgery to be finished. The moment they spotted the Larson brothers, Shia held her breath in anticipation. "It's a boy," Arthur said solemnly. Levi kicked him in the leg and swiftly announced the success of Shia's perfect evolutionary formula, pulling it from his pocket akin to a holy treasure. Shia and the others immediately ignored Arthur's stupid joke and rushed toward Levi, gazing at the small glass bottle with utter astonishment. "You actually succeeded!" Shia exclaimed with mixed emotions running amok in her body. She kept seeking to grab the bottle, but hesitated midway. She believed that if she were to touch it, it might disappear. Although she was filthy rich and had seen many peculiar treasures belonging to her father, this single bottle toppled everything. It was the perfect evolutionary formula that would unlock a whole new evolutionary path, something she didn't think would be possible. After all, perfect formulas were so rare, so coveted that agencies and families spent billions of credits across decades in research and still wouldn't result in anything noteworthy. "Take it, it's yours." Levi smiled as he placed the bottle in Shia's hand. Shia held the bottle close to her chest, fearing that she might drop it. Bleeder popped out in his weapon form and said excitedly, "Shia. Quickly, let's do it here. I can't wait another second." Bleeder's rush was understandable, considering that Shia had wasted 6 months being a junior daywalker when she could have already broken through, given the resources at her disposal. Here. Shia looked around her and realized that it wasn't so bad. The waiting room was spacious, and their privacy was somewhat guaranteed. After all, contracted Nightcrawlers were forced to remain near their daywalkers inside such establishments, or they could be reported for breach of privacy. But, for the other rogue Nightcrawlers, most of them do not bother hanging around contracted Nightcrawlers as they consider them disgusting traitors. Screw it, let's do it. Shia slipped off her oversized black jacket and settled onto the ground in a meditative pose, cradling Bleeder in his weapon form across her lap. Is this really happening? Arthur wondered with a sparkling look. He had never seen a live evolution before, and he was about to witness a perfect one at that. He was bound to feel excited. "Sit and don't talk, she needs to be focused," Levi said. He pulled his brother, and they sat on the soft blue couch, their buttocks sinking at first touch. Then, they watched Shia and Bleeder's evolution from 2 different perspectives. Arthur was looking at Shia while Levi was staring at Bleeder. When it came to evolutions, the Nightcrawler must not take his weapon form since his physical form would be affected primarily, being in his weapon form would negate it. Shia took a deep breath and brought the bottle to her face. Without further ado, she unlocked the lid and drank it in one gulp. Since the seed was connected to them both, it didn't matter if she drank it or Bleeder. "Wish me luck." Shia glanced at her friends one last time before closing her eyes, focusing her spiritual vision on her shadow life seed. Next, she pulled the red jacket sleeve to her elbow, exposing an ink tattoo of a flying serpent mantle with 2 tails striking out of the tattoo's border. It was illuminated faintly with crimson color, informing her that she had reached her breakthrough point. If she were to press on it without drinking the evolutionary formula first, the seed would force a much worse version of limited evolution. The Daywalkers called it a brokey evolution since it was free, and anyone stupid enough to consider it deserved to be called a brokey. It was as if the seed offered its hosts a choice: accept the bare minimum, or strive to enhance the quality of their evolution by mastering the formulas. Shia pressed on the ink tattoo and immediately, both her consciousness and Bleeder's were sent inside her shadow life seed's rooted plane. It didn't need just the touch, but her willingness to undergo the breakthrough, which meant it couldn't get activated by a mistake. What stood before them was nowhere near what Levi had witnessed. An above-average-sized golden tree with a shadowy, deathly reflection on the bottom. Shia was used to the sight already. She sat on the still waters and watched as the tree's branches started to move towards her and Bleeder, akin to tentacles. In no time, the branches got hold of them, making it seem like they were going through some freaky bondage play. But in reality, the tree was reading through all of their evolutionary traits at their correct level. If a daywalker chose the limited breakthrough, the tree would activate only the most prominent evolutionary traits during its scanning phase. But now that Shia had consumed the evolutionary formula, it had already done its magic and had unsealed every possible evolutionary trait of Bleeder and was running its diagnostic on the best evolutionary path fitting them. Chapter 50, The Evolution. This made the shadow life tree keep activating everything in its path, akin to a traffic officer slapping tickets on every car's window in a parking lot. While this was happening on the inside, Levi and the others were shown a completely different sight. Shia's tattoo was releasing a bright crimson light akin to a bat signal while her short hair started turning crystallized at the very bottom, making it seem like she was wearing ruby gemstones on each hair strand. Meanwhile, Bleeder was the one truly undergoing evolution under the envious looks of Oro, Othniel, and Levi's captivated gaze. Bleeder was encircled by long, swirling strings of inscriptions, forming a spinning ring of shifting symbols. Each time one of the glowing strings pulsed, his form twisted, mutating, reshaping. Again and again, the process repeated, until the original serpent manta hybrid with shimmering red scales transformed. Now, Bleeder bore 3 massive crystallized scarlet stones jutting from his back, twin crystalline horns on his head, and a long, sinuous tail made entirely of the same scarlet crystal, gleaming with raw, refined power. When the process concluded, the strings snapped off one by one until Bleeder was freed from their containment. Bleeder had no idea about what happened to him since his consciousness was also locked in the rooted plane. But after the evolution concluded and the tree's branches pulled away, they immediately woke up. "It's over," Shia murmured as she glanced at her dimming tattoo. When she looked up at her friends and saw the weird looks she was getting, she couldn't help but tilt her head in confusion. "What's the matter with you? Did something grow in my face?" She reached out to her face with a dreadful tone, knowing that perfect evolutions almost always result in a mutation spreading to the contracted human. The number of mutations and their quality depended on the daywalker's rank. Huh. Before anyone could say anything, Shia's fingers brushed past the crystallized tips of her hair strands. When she pulled them close to her face, her eyes couldn't help but sparkle in joy. "Kaie. So cute." She swiftly stood up and brought out a mirror from her side bag, eyeing her mutated hair with a wide grin. "I can use this as an excuse to grow my hair." Jamal and the others' eyelids twitched at the sight of Shia focusing on her hair more than the breakthrough. How? They decided to entertain her. Mutations are mostly useful, so those gem-like strands can be used in battles. "I am certain about it." Jamal and Sergio nodded in agreement as they had also heard about this. Since mutations were already rare and appeared mostly in the later stages of one's evolutionary path, most of them were geared for combat. It was like the seed ensured that the mutation chosen wouldn't be a liability or a mere cosmetic. Meanwhile, Levi was having a different conversation with the Nightcrawlers squad, whispering under his breath. "How do you feel?" "Never better." Bleeder flexed his massive 3 back rubies under the jealous looks of his friends. He also had the widest grin he could muster as he could feel the tremendous increase in strength compared to his previous breakthrough. Daywalker's main source of strength wasn't the mutations, the signature weapon, the battle arts, or even the innate abilities. It was the steady increase in physical and mental prowess during one's cultivation, as each stage completed implied a smaller boost in strength. When a daywalker broke through a plateau and evolved, the strength enhancement was considerably higher based on the quality of the evolution. Since Bleeder went through a perfect evolution, he obtained the highest possible form of enhancement in his rank. If Shia wasn't preoccupied with her hair, she would have noticed the difference too. "Congratulations on your evolution." Levi smiled serenely. "I am happy for you guys." "Thank you, little one." Bleeder went to Levi and gave him a solemn look. "If you need anything from me, don't hesitate to ask." "Much appreciated, but you don't have to feel indebted." Levi shook his head. "We had a deal, and I simply carried my part of it." "I know and I don't care, I owe you one." Bleeder smirked. "Once you become a daywalker, you will understand the true magnitude of your favor." Levi could only respond with a quiet smile, fully aware that for Nightcrawlers, evolution was everything. Guiding one through a perfect evolution from one tier to the next meant unlocking new layers of potential. If he continued along this path, however slim, there was a chance he could one day reach the final tiers. After taking a moment to admire her hair, Shia stepped up to Levi and thanked him for staying true to his word. With a rare softness in her tone, she told him not to hesitate if he ever needed her help, offering it freely, without conditions. Hearing the offer, Levi realized that he did need help with something and it would be less troublesome with Shia's. "Well, you guys know my brother and I are planning to participate in this year's assembly, but I won't lie to you, we kinda need help concerning combat." Levi requested, "It will be great if you can give us some pointers and such." That's it? She rolled her eyes. We already had plans on training you guys. You are foolish if you thought we were going to throw you at the assembly like this. Jamal supported. As long as I get the chance to beat Arthur, I am down. Sergio cracked his knuckles with a wicked grin, sending shivers down Arthur's spine. What did I do? Arthur cried inwardly. Much appreciated, truly. Levi smiled. Although he knew that Ashkral already had plans to train him, Levi wanted to be more proactive. He understood that Shia had the resources to prepare them more efficiently for the assembly, such as weapons, training grounds, battle experience, and more. Meanwhile, Ashkral might be a monster, but Levi recognized that he might be a bit out of touch with matters related to his current level. With him being a true asshole, he could already see him cursing all of his generations for failing his tasks. Plus, it would help him mask his newfound strength now that he could utilize echolocation in battles, giving him a new edge. So, what kind of ultimate ability have you unlocked? Jamal returned to Shia's breakthrough, asking her with an intrigued tone. Levi and the others' ears perked up in anticipation as well, knowing that besides the normal innate abilities unlocked at each stage, they were capable of unlocking an ultimate ability after each evolution. Those ultimate abilities were considered the best possible abilities for each tier. That's because the Shadow Life Seed combined the mastered innate abilities to create the best possible ultimate ability in each rank. In this manner, not even the Nightcrawler would know what kind of ultimate ability it would be. Of course, the grade of the evolution played a big part in the ultimate quality of the ultimate ability. It's better to show you. Let's go to the agency's training center. Sometime later, Levi and Arthur found themselves standing before the Blood Hunters Agency's Tamara branch. While it wasn't as glamorous and big as the headquarters in the capital, it still oozed with overwhelming dominance. As Levi watched the Daywalkers walk in and out with varying auras and unique Nightcrawlers, he felt like this was his call. Joining a powerful agency and going out on adventures, participating in raids, expeditions, and winning back territory to honor his region. He might be intelligent, but Levi was still a hot-blooded teenager who grew up reading all about the heroism of Daywalkers. If avenging his parents was his destined goal, then the Daywalker's life was his dream, as it made him feel like it was the only way for him to escape from his disability. Don't be shy, my people don't bite, well, most of them. Shia chuckled as she led the Larson brothers inside the agency's branch. After going in, Shia was greeted by everyone on their way to the training center. Levi and Arthur had caught some attention, too, especially Levi. But, no one came to bother them, not even Nightcrawlers. Being with the daughter of Lord Idris was enough to tame everyone's arrogance. A few minutes later, Shia and the others entered a massive, sealed training ground, which was separated into dozens of smaller areas. Each area had its own door and needed a permission slip to rent it for some training, testing abilities, or even sparring between Daywalkers. However, Shia ignored those closed occupied doors and went straight to the end of the corridor. She walked to a big stainless steel door with a small keypad on its side. Then, she scanned it with her neuralens, and access was granted immediately. Just as the door was about to slide open, Levi alerted Shia, someone is already occupying the room. It can't be. Shia raised an eyebrow in confusion. She knew that this room was exclusive to her father, and only his children had access to it. Her big brother was out on a mission while her father was in the capital. Or at least, that's what she believed. As the door slid fully open, Shia's pupils narrowed at the sight of a giant specimen swinging a great sword in a monotonous and repeated motion. The man was well above 2 meters in height, and his bronze, sweaty muscles were big enough to make even Arthur reconsider if he was truly putting in the work in the gym. Every time he took a step, it left a faint imprint on the ground, his sheer mass making the steel floorboards groan beneath his weight. When he noticed their presence, he stopped mid-swing and slowly turned his head to face them. Everyone gulped a mouthful after his piercing, Dark hunter eyes landed on them. His face was chiseled and decorated with a thick scarlet mustache and a long scar running from his forehead to his left cheek. Adding his short red buzz cut made him ooze with uncontrollable barbaric masculinity. One look was enough for anyone to reach this judgment: he was the man. "Greetings, Lord Idris." Sergio and Jamal immediately bowed their heads in respect, feeling a sense of awe at the notion of meeting their leader face to face. Although they hung around Shia a lot, they were still mere combatant members at the bottom of the ladder in their agency. This limited their meeting with Lord Idris greatly. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Meanwhile, Shia asked coldly with her arms crossed on her chest, not bothering to greet him. "Do I need a reason to be in my training room?" Lord Idris asked calmly.